Tin men. The ghosts are walking again, Miguel. The voice was a dry, rustling sound, like a snake slithering over dead leaves. It belonged to an old woman named Alara, who sat in the corner of the humid, coca leaf-choked processing hut, her eyes as black and empty as burnt-out coals. Miguel Salazar didn't look at her. He kept his focus on the thick green paste he was stirring in a large metal drum, the fumes making his head swim. "They are not ghosts, old woman," he said, his voice a low, hoarse thing. "They are memories. There is a difference." "Are you sure?" she rasped, a humorless chuckle rattling in her thin chest. "The ones you see, the ones with the empty faces, they look very real to me." Miguel stopped stirring. His hands were shaking. He looked down at the green paste, and for a moment he saw the face of his daughter Maria, her eyes wide with a silent, terrible accusation, swirling in the thick, oily mixture. He blinked, and she was gone. He was losing his mind. He knew it. The jungle did that to a man. The heat, the isolation, the constant cloying smell of the coca leaves, and the fine white powder that seemed to coat everything, that got into your food, your water, your very soul. He had been the chief chemist for the Cortez cartel for 3 years, tucked away in this forgotten Venezuelan valley, a ghost of a different kind. He had a degree in chemistry from the University of Caracas. He had once dreamed of discovering new medicines. Now he just cooked poison. "Go back to your corner, Ilara," he said, his voice tight. "The ghosts are my business." He looked out the open door of the hut. The valley was a green, suffocating bowl, the jungle pressing in on all sides. The air was thick, wet, and still. In the center of the compound, a dozen of Cortez's soldiers sat in the shade of a corrugated tin roof, cleaning their rifles, their laughter loud and ugly. They were not afraid of ghosts. They were the men who made them. That's when he heard it. It wasn't a sound from the jungle. It was a sound from the sky. A low, deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump that was not a helicopter. It was heavier, more powerful. The soldiers in the clearing heard it too. They stopped laughing. They looked up, their faces a mixture of confusion and a dawning animal fear. A shape appeared over the rim of the valley, a dark, angular silhouette against the bleached-out sky. It was a quad-rotor drone, but it was unlike any drone Miguel had ever seen. It was massive, the size of a small car, its 4 large rotors beating the heavy air into submission. It was painted a flat, non-reflective black, and it had no markings. No flag. No serial number. It came to a hover directly over the center of the compound, 100 feet up, its rotors kicking up a storm of dust and leaves. The soldiers scrambled, grabbing their rifles, shouting orders that were lost in the roar of the machine. Then, something detached from the belly of the drone. It wasn't a bomb. It was a cube. A perfect, featureless metal cube, about 6 feet on each side, that fell from the drone and crashed into the center of the clearing with a deafening final boom of displaced earth. The drone, its delivery made, banked sharply and disappeared back over the ridge, its engine noise fading as quickly as it had come. The compound was silent for a moment, the only sound the ringing in Miguel's ears. The soldiers stared at the cube, which sat half buried in the dirt, a strange alien monument that had fallen from the sky. One of the soldiers, a young, cocky lieutenant named Hector, walked cautiously toward it, his rifle raised. "What the hell is it?" he called out. "Some kind of American trick?" He reached the cube and poked it with the barrel of his rifle. The cube unfolded. It didn't explode. It just opened. The sides of the cube fell away with a series of soft, pneumatic hisses, revealing what was inside. They were not men. They were machines. 4 of them. They stood about 6 feet tall, humanoid in shape, but their bodies were a sleek, functional assembly of dark gray alloy and carbon fiber. They had no faces, just a single glowing red optical sensor in the center of their heads. They held weapons that were integrated into their arms, not carried. They were tin men. Tin soldiers from a child's nightmare. Hector, the lieutenant, stared at them, his mouth agape. He had been brave when he thought it was a bomb. This was something else. Something his training had not prepared him for. He raised his rifle. The first Tin Man moved. It wasn't a human movement. It was a blur of silent, frictionless motion. Its arm snapped up, and the weapon integrated into it spat a single, almost silent projectile. It wasn't a bullet. It was a fléchette, a tiny finned dart that hit Hector in the throat, severing his spinal cord. He dropped without a sound. The other soldiers opened fire, a ragged, panicked roar of automatic weapons fire. The bullets sparked and whined off the robot's armored bodies, doing no damage. The Tin Men responded. They didn't take cover. They didn't flinch. They just advanced, a calm, methodical line of four, their red eyes glowing in the dust and the smoke. Their weapons fired, not in wild bursts, but in single, precise, targeted shots. Each shot was a kill. A man clutching his chest. A man falling with a neat black hole in his forehead. A man trying to run, his legs taken out from under him. It wasn't a firefight. It was an extermination. Miguel watched from the doorway of his hut, paralyzed with a terror so profound it was almost a religious experience. He saw a soldier try to fire a rocket-propelled grenade. Before he could pull the trigger, a Tin Man shot the warhead on the end of the launcher. The resulting explosion was a ball of orange and black that vaporized the soldier and the two men next to him. It was over in 30 seconds. The clearing was a slaughterhouse, littered with the bodies of Cortez's men. The Tin Men stood in the center of the carnage, their red eyes scanning, assessing, ensuring the job was done. Then one of them turned its head and looked directly at the processing hut. Directly at Miguel. Miguel didn't run. He knew it was useless. He just stood there, his heart a cold dead stone in his chest. The ghost of his daughter, Maria, was standing next to him now, her small hand in his. He could see her as clearly as he could see the machine walking toward him. The Tin Man stopped in the doorway. Its single, red eye seemed to look right through him, to see the years of poison he had cooked, the lives he had ruined, the choices he had made. And in that final, terrible moment of clarity, Miguel Salazar understood. This wasn't an attack by a rival cartel. This wasn't the Americans or the government. This was a reckoning. This was a new kind of ghost, a ghost from the future sent to punish the sins of the past. The Tin Man raised its arm. Miguel closed his eyes and thought of his daughter. Not her accusing face in the green paste, but her real face, laughing from a time before the jungle, a time before the ghosts. He heard a soft, almost polite hiss. Chapter 2. And that, gentlemen, is the last soldier you will ever have to send a folded flag home for. Win Trafford let the words hang in the cold, quiet air of the Pentagon briefing room. He stood in the single pool of light from the projector, a master showman on his stage. On the massive screen behind him, a computer-generated soldier, a gleaming chrome and carbon fiber angel of death, stood over the smoking wreckage of a tank, its weapon arms still smoking. The image was heroic, clean, bloodless. It was a lie. He looked at the men, sitting in the darkness of the conference table. 3 generals and a colonel, their chests a fruit salad of ribbons, their faces impassive, carved from years of budgets and battle plans. They had seen 100 pitches like this. 100 miracle weapons that promised to change the face of warfare. The Series 7 Autonomous Combat Unit, or Tin Man as the engineers have nicknamed it, Wynne continued, his voice a smooth, confident purr, is not a drone. It is not a remote-controlled toy. It is a projection of force. A direct, one-to-one extension of a soldier's will, with none of the physical risk. He clicked a remote. The image on the screen changed to a slick, animated graphic. A soldier in a high-tech chair, wearing a VR headset, his hands on a set of complex controls. His movements were mirrored by the robot soldier thousands of miles away. Our operator sits in a secure facility in Nevada. The Tin Man is deployed in Venezuela. The operator sees what it sees, feels what it feels through haptic feedback, and controls its every movement with zero latency thanks to our proprietary satellite uplink. He smiled, a salesman's perfect $1,000,000 smile. He can fight a war for 12 hours, take a lunch break, and be home in time for his kid's soccer game. No PTSD. No body bags. Just a high score. General McCready, a thick-necked man with a face like a bulldog, leaned forward. What about countermeasures, Mr. Trafford? EMP. Hacking. The unit is hardened against all forms of electronic warfare, General, Wynne said, the answer smooth and practiced. The shell is a composite alloy that dissipates an EMP burst. And the control signal is encrypted with a rolling quantum key. A hacker would have a better chance of guessing the number of atoms in the universe. It was another lie. A half-truth, at least. The shell was hardened, yes. But the quantum encryption was still a theoretical concept. His lead engineer, Todd, was trying to make work on a shoestring budget. The current encryption was good, but it wasn't unbreakable. And the cost? Asked the colonel, a man who looked more like an accountant than a soldier. The initial outlay for a 4-unit squad and 1 command station is high, Wynne admitted. But the long-term savings are astronomical. A Tin Man doesn't need a pension. It doesn't need medical care. It doesn't need to be trained for years at a cost of millions of dollars. You just plug it in. He could see he had them. They were leaning forward, their eyes glinting with the promise of a clean, cheap, politically safe way to wage war. His gaze drifted to the 2 men sitting slightly apart from the generals, near the door. They were the reason he was here. They were the ones who had arranged this meeting. They were from a private contracting firm called Shadowboxer Solutions, a high-end boutique outfit that specialized in connecting innovators with the right people in the Pentagon. One of them was Shelby Johnson, the man who ran Shadowboxer. He was in his late 40s, with a politician's perfect hair and a smile that never quite reached his eyes. He was a creature of this world, a man who moved through the halls of power like a shark through water. He gave Wynne a small, almost imperceptible nod. You're doing good. The other man was a problem. He hadn't said a word the entire presentation. He just sat there, a still, silent presence in a dark, well-tailored suit that was a shade too severe for a simple contractor. He wasn't looking at the screen. He was looking at Wynne. His eyes were a pale, flat gray, and they seemed to see right through the expensive suit, the confident smile, the carefully constructed lies. They saw the 3 mortgages on his house, the maxed-out credit cards, the desperate, clawing fear that his company, Trafford Technologies, was a week away from bankruptcy. This man wasn't a soldier, or a politician, or a contractor. He was something else. A predator. And Wynne felt, for the first time in his life, like prey. I have to say, Mr. Trafford, General McCready rumbled, I'm impressed. This is the kind of forward-thinking, paradigm-shifting technology that will ensure American dominance for the next century. Thank you, General, Wynne said, forcing his attention away from the silent man at the back. But the real test, the general continued, is in the field. How does it perform under live fire conditions? Wynne clicked the remote again. The screen came to life with a new video. It was grainy, shot from a high altitude, a drone's eye view of a compound in a jungle valley. This is footage from a private demonstration, Wynne said carefully. Conducted last week in a non-hostile, controlled environment in South America. He watched the video along with them. He saw the massive drone arrive. He saw the cube drop. He saw the 4 tin men unfold. And he saw them exterminate the 12 men in the compound with a cold, terrifying efficiency. The targets were role players, Wynne lied, his mouth suddenly dry. Hired for the demonstration. The weapons were firing non-lethal training rounds. He felt the silent man's eyes on him again, a physical pressure on the back of his neck. He knew the man didn't believe him. He knew the man could see the lie, could probably smell the blood from 10,000 miles away. The generals, however, were captivated. They were watching the future, and it was beautiful. "My God," the colonel whispered. "The efficiency. No hesitation. No wasted motion." "That's the beauty of the system, Colonel," Wynne said, finding his voice again. "It removes the messy, unpredictable human element. It's just a machine executing a command." The video ended. The screen went black. General Macready stood up. "Mr. Trafford, I think we have seen enough. We'll be in touch with Mr. Johnson's office to discuss the next steps. But I think it's safe to say that the United States Army is very interested in the Tin Man program." A wave of pure, unadulterated relief washed over Wynne, so powerful it almost made his knees buckle. He had done it. He had saved his company. He had saved himself. The meeting broke up. The generals were shaking his hand, patting him on the back. Shelby Johnson was at his side, his hand on Wynne's shoulder, a proud father with his prize-winning son. Wynne was so caught up in the moment that he didn't see the silent man approach until he was standing right in front of him. The man didn't offer his hand. He didn't say a word. He just looked at Wynne with those flat gray eyes. Then his gaze dropped to the small, leather-bound notebook Wynne had left on the conference table, the one where he had scribbled his frantic last-minute calculations about power consumption and data compression, the corners he'd had to cut to make the demonstration work. The man reached out, picked up the notebook and flipped through the pages. He didn't read it. He just looked at the frantic, desperate scrawl. Then he looked back up at Wynne. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod, a gesture that was not of approval, but of confirmation. He set the notebook back on the table. Then he turned and walked out of the room, a ghost leaving a party he had never attended. Chapter 3. "So," Shelby Johnson said, a picture of smooth corporate satisfaction. "What's the professional opinion? Are we buying a new toy for the Army?" They were in the back of Shelby's armored Cadillac, a silent leather-scented tomb gliding through the D.C. traffic. The noise and the self-congratulatory backslapping of the Pentagon briefing room were a world away. Shelby was looking at Brill, his politician's smile firmly in place, but his eyes were sharp, analytical. He wasn't asking for an opinion. He was asking for a verdict. Brill was looking out the tinted window, watching the city's ghosts slide by. He hadn't said a word since they left the briefing room. He had just sat, a still silent presence replaying the performance in his head. "You're buying a lie," Brill said, his voice a low, flat thing that seemed to absorb the sound in the car. Shelby's smile didn't falter, but a new light came into his eyes. A flicker of confirmation. This was the answer he had expected. This was why he paid Brill the kind of money that could buy a small island. Not to fight, but to see. "A lie," Shelby prompted, playing his part. "That's a strong word." The generals seemed quite taken with Mr. Trafford's presentation. They were talking about a multi-billion-dollar, 10-year contract. They saw what they wanted to see, Brill said. They saw a clean war. They saw a budget they could sell to Congress. They didn't see the man. And you did. Brill finally turned from the window and looked at Shelby. "I saw a man who is about to lose his house. I saw a man who hasn't slept in a week. And I saw a man who is a very, very good liar." It was Brill's particular talent. It was a skill he had honed in a dozen hellholes around the world, from the interrogation rooms of Damascus to the boardrooms of Monaco. He didn't just read body language. He read the entire ecosystem of a person. He saw the subtle tells that other people missed. The faint sheen of sweat on Win Trafford's upper lip that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. The almost imperceptible tremor in his hand when he picked up the remote. A tremor that vanished when he started talking about the technology, but returned when he talked about the cost. The way his expensive tailored suit didn't quite fit the desperate, hungry energy of the man inside it. The lies were specific, Brill continued, his voice a dispassionate clinical report. The non-lethal training rounds in the demonstration video. The impact signatures on the targets, the concussive force that blew the door off that hut, that wasn't non-lethal. That was live fire. High-explosive incendiary rounds, by the look of it. The role players didn't fall like actors. They fell like bodies. Shelby was silent, his face a mask of polite interest. He was letting Brill work. The rolling quantum key encryption, Brill went on. He thought of the small, leather-bound notebook he had picked up from the conference table. The frantic, desperate scrawl inside. His notebook was full of last-minute patches. Notes on data compression, on signal lag. He wasn't describing a perfect system. He was describing a system that was barely holding together. The encryption is probably good, but it's not quantum. It's a patch. A lie to get him through the presentation. He's a salesman, Shelby said with a shrug. Salesmen embellish. He's not a salesman, Brill countered. He's a drowning man. And he's not just selling a product. He's selling a fantasy. The biggest lie was the one he didn't tell. Which was that the demonstration was real. Brill let the words settle in the quiet of the car. That wasn't a controlled environment. That was a live fire field test on a real target. A drug lab, a rebel outpost, something in a place where a dozen dead men wouldn't be missed. He needed combat footage to sell his toy. So he went out and created some. Shelby stared at him. The polite professional mask finally slipped, revealing the cold, calculating mind underneath. You got all that from a 20-minute presentation? I got that from the sweat on his forehead and the notes in his book, Brill said. The man has already murdered people to get this contract. He's not a desperate inventor. He's a war criminal in a nice suit. The Cadillac pulled to a stop in a quiet, tree-lined street in Georgetown. The driver didn't turn off the engine. Shelby was silent for a long time, looking out the window at the handsome brick townhouses. He wasn't shocked. He was processing. He was adjusting his strategy. The generals are already in love with the idea, Shelby said finally, his voice a low murmur. They're not going to listen to a gut feeling. They want data. They want proof. He turned and looked at Brill. The polite contractor was gone. In his place was the man who ran Shadowboxer Solutions, the man who moved the real pieces on the board. The contract isn't signed yet. There's a window. A small one. I need you to find me that proof. He reached into the seat pocket in front of him and pulled out a slim, unmarked tablet. He handed it to Brill. That's everything we have on Trafford Technologies, Shelby said. Financials, personnel files, the original technical specs. It's all in there. Find the crack. Find the lie that's big enough to break this thing open before the Pentagon signs a check for a weapon that isn't ready. A weapon that's already been used to commit a massacre. He was framing it as a matter of national security, of professional ethics. Brill knew better. Shelby didn't care about the dead men in Venezuela. He cared about controlling the narrative. A flawed weapon system was a bad investment. A war criminal was a liability. Shelby was just protecting his own interests. And Brill was the tool he was using to do it. What about Win Trafford? Brill asked. For now, he's the golden boy, Shelby said. Don't go near him. Don't let him know you exist. You're a ghost. I want you to go through his life, his company, his technology, with a fine-toothed comb. I want you to find the rot. And when you do, you bring it to me. And I'll handle the generals." Brill took the tablet. It was cool and smooth in his hand. A key to a new world of lies. "One more thing," Shelby said as Brill's hand went to the door handle. "The man's lead engineer. A man named Todd. He was at the presentation. He never said a word. He just stood in the back and looked like he was about to be sick." He gave Brill a thin, knowing smile. People who look like they're about to be sick are often the first ones to talk. Brill didn't answer. He just got out of the car. The heavy door closed behind him with a solid, definitive thud. The black Cadillac pulled away from the curb without a sound and disappeared down the street, leaving him alone on the quiet, sun-dappled sidewalk. He looked down at the tablet in his hand. The hunt had begun. Chapter 4. To the future of warfare, Todd. A future where our boys come home. Win Trafford held up his champagne flute, the crystal catching the light from the panoramic window of his corner office. The bottle of Dom Perignon, a bottle he absolutely could not afford, was sweating on his glass desk, a perfect circle of condensation forming under it. Outside, the sun was setting over the Silicon Valley hills, painting the sky in shades of orange and bruised purple. Todd, his lead engineer, didn't raise his glass. He just stared into the amber liquid, as if he were looking for an answer at the bottom. The bubbles rose and died. He hadn't said more than 10 words since they'd gotten back from D.C. "Come on, Todd," Win said, his voice a little too loud, a little too bright. "We did it. We landed the big one. This isn't just a contract. It's a resurrection. We're saved." "We're saved," Todd repeated, his voice a dead hollow thing. He finally looked up from his glass, and his eyes were the eyes of a man who had just seen something he could never unsee. "How many of them were there, Win?" "The role players." Win's smile tightened for a fraction of a second. He walked over to the window, turning his back on his partner. It was a necessary demonstration. A proof of concept. The generals needed to see the system work under realistic conditions. Realistic conditions? Todd's voice rose, a note of hysteria creeping in. That wasn't a demonstration. That was a massacre. I saw the thermal feeds. They weren't role players. They were men. And we just erased them. We erased a dozen cartel thugs from a drug lab that was poisoning children, Win shot back, turning from the window, his voice turning hard. Let's not get sentimental. They were bad men. The world is a better place without them. And their sacrifice has just secured a multi-billion-dollar contract that will save this company and the 200 people who work for it. I'd say that's a pretty good trade. He walked back to his desk and picked up the contract summary Shelby Johnson had sent over. They want the first 4-unit squad delivered and operational in 90 days. 90. That's insane. It's impossible, Todd said flatly. The power cores are still unstable. The encryption isn't fully tested. And we don't have any trained operators. It takes 6 months to get a drone pilot up to speed. Our system is 10 times more complex. We don't have 6 months, Win said, tossing the summary onto his desk. He began to pace, the manic energy that had been buzzing under his celebratory facade now breaking free. The first payment tranche isn't released until we deliver. We've got payroll in 2 weeks and a venture capital loan payment that could sink us at the end of the month. We deliver in 90 days, or we die. It's that simple. Todd just stared at him. Then we die. Win stopped pacing. He looked at his friend, at the man who had been with him since they were building circuit boards in a garage. He saw the moral line Todd had drawn in the sand. And he knew he had to drag him across it. He sat on the edge of his desk, his voice becoming soft, reasonable, seductive. We don't have to die, Todd. We just have to be innovative. We have to pivot. Pivot to what? Magic. To a different kind of operator, Wynne said, a new, excited light coming into his eyes. He was selling, again. He was pitching. The problem isn't the tech. The tech is sound. The problem is the user interface. The military trains their pilots in a certain way. They're methodical, cautious. We need operators who are the opposite. We need people who are intuitive, reactive, fearless. People who have spent their entire lives with a controller in their hands. Todd stared at him, a look of dawning horror on his face. No, Wynne. Don't even say it. Gamers, Wynne said, the word full of a terrible, brilliant enthusiasm. We don't call them soldiers. We call them beta testers. We're not deploying a weapons system. We're running a closed beta for the most realistic military simulation ever created. You're talking about putting kids in control of killing machines, Todd said, his voice a strangled whisper. I'm talking about crowdsourcing our operator problem. Wynne countered, standing up, his arms spread wide. Think about it. We find the best of the best. The kids who are at the top of the leaderboards for these first-person shooters. They already have the muscle memory. They already understand the tactics. We put them in the chair. We tell them they're testing a new VR game with photorealistic graphics and a haptic feedback suit that's out of this world. We pay them a few $1,000 in Bitcoin. We make them sign a mountain of NDAs. They get the bragging rights of a lifetime. And we get the best damn robot operators on the planet for pennies on the dollar. They'll be killing real people, Wynne. Todd was on his feet now, his face pale. They won't know the difference. It's murder by proxy. It's a war, Wynne said, his voice turning cold as ice. And in a war, people die. Is it better that they die at the hands of a 19-year-old kid in a basement in Ohio who thinks he's playing a game, or at the hands of another 19-year-old kid in a uniform who is scared out of his mind and shooting at shadows? Our way is cleaner. It's more efficient. It's better. It's a monstrous, Todd said. It's illegal. It's a war crime. It's a privately funded field test of a developmental technology in a foreign country with no extradition treaty, Wynne corrected him smoothly. The lawyers have already looked at it. It's a gray area. And in a gray area, the man with the better story wins. My story is that we are stress testing a simulation. That's all. He walked over to his partner and put a hand on his shoulder. Look, Todd. We're in a hole. This is the only rope. We do this for 90 days. We deliver the units. We get the big check. We hire and train a real team of military operators. And the gamers? They go home with a good story and a fat wallet. No one gets hurt. People are already hurt, Todd said, shrugging off his hand. The men in that valley, they're dead. And we're the ones who killed them. Wynne's face hardened. The salesman was gone. In his place was the desperate, drowning man Brill had seen in the briefing room. Yes, he said, his voice a low final thing. They are. And if we don't deliver this contract, then they died for nothing. We will have become murderers for nothing. Our only way to justify what we did is to succeed. He walked back to his desk, his back to his friend. The argument was over. The decision was made. He sat down and pulled his keyboard closer. I'm sending a message to a recruiter I know, he said, his fingers already flying across the keys. A guy who specializes in the esports world. I'm telling him I need 6 of the best young players in the country. For a private beta test. The opportunity of a lifetime. He hit the send key. The message was gone, a digital spark that was about to start a fire. He turned and looked at Todd, his face a mask of cold, hard resolve. "You're either with me on this," he said, "or you're in my way." Chapter 5. "Are you ever going to come out of that cave, Jacob?" The voice from the top of the basement stairs was a familiar instrument of disappointment. It was his father's voice, thick with the weary sigh of a man who had been expecting a son and had gotten this. Jacob Asher didn't answer. He didn't even flinch. His world wasn't at the top of the stairs. His world was here, in the cool humming darkness of his basement kingdom. He was surrounded by a fortress of technology. 3 4K monitors that bathed his face in the shifting, violent light of a digital war zone, a custom-built PC that hummed with the power of a small jet engine, and a gaming chair that looked like it had been ejected from a fighter plane. The air smelled of stale pizza, the sweet chemical tang of energy drinks and victory. On the center screen, his avatar, a super soldier in chrome exoskeleton armor, stood over the smoking, pixelated corpse of another player. The kill feed in the corner of the screen scrolled with his name, Asher_the_Slayer, over and over again. He was the king of this world. He was a god. "Jacob, I'm talking to you," his father's voice insisted, closer now. The basement door had opened, spilling a rectangle of weak afternoon light onto the floor. "Mrs. Henderson needs the lawn mowed. It's Thursday. You said you'd do it." "In a minute," Jacob said, his eyes never leaving the screen. He was already queuing up for the next match. His global ranking was 74th. He needed to get into the top 50 by the end of the month. His father walked down the stairs. He was a man in a rumpled suit who sold insurance, a man who measured his life in deductibles and quarterly reports. He looked around the basement, at the empty pizza boxes, the mountain of energy drink cans, the posters of futuristic soldiers on the walls. He looked at his son, a pale, thin 19-year-old with a headset on, and a fierce, focused light in his eyes that his father had never seen directed at anything in the real world. "This is not a life, son," his father said, his voice softer now, which was worse. It was the voice of pity. "This is a game." "It's a career, Dad," Jacob said, the words automatic, practiced. "There are tournaments. Sponsorships. I'm one of the best in the world." "You're the best at a cartoon," his father said. He put a hand on Jacob's shoulder. Jacob flinched, the physical contact an unwelcome intrusion into his digital world. "The real world is upstairs, Jake. It's waiting for you." He turned and walked back up the stairs, leaving the rectangle of light to be swallowed by the closing door. Jacob sat there for a moment, his father's words a bitter taste in his mouth. A cartoon. He looked at the screen, at the complex, beautifully rendered world of combat and strategy. This wasn't a cartoon. This was the only place he felt real. He was about to launch the next match when a new message popped up on his screen. It wasn't from another player. It was a private, encrypted message that bypassed the game's normal communication channels. The icon was a simple, stylized black square. He clicked on it. From T. Cryer, Talent Acquisition, Trafford Technologies. Subject: Invitation to exclusive closed beta. Mr. Asher, your performance in the top-tier competitive ladders has been noted. Trafford Technologies, a leader in next-generation simulation and virtual reality, is extending a highly confidential invitation to a select group of elite players to participate in a private, compensated beta test for our new military simulation platform. This is a unique opportunity to experience a level of realism and immersion that is years ahead of the commercial market. Participants will be required to sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement. Compensation will be commensurate with performance and paid in Bitcoin. If you are interested in shaping the future of interactive entertainment, please respond to this message within the next hour. Jacob read the message twice, then a third time. Trafford Technologies. He'd heard of them. They were a boutique high-end tech firm, famous for their work in VR and haptic feedback. They didn't make games. They made technology that other companies used to make games. This wasn't a game. This was the big leagues. This was a validation of every hour he had spent in this basement, every parental lecture he had endured. This was a recruiter. A pro. His fingers flew across the keyboard. To T. Cryer. Subject, invitation. I'm in. When do we start? The reply was almost instantaneous. Welcome aboard, Mr. Asher. A courier will be at your residence in 2 hours with the preliminary paperwork and the initial hardware package. Please ensure you are available to sign for it. Further instructions will follow. We are excited to have you on the team. 2 hours. Jacob felt a surge of pure, unadulterated adrenaline that was better than any energy drink. He stood up and looked around his basement. It suddenly felt small, childish. He was moving up. The courier arrived exactly 2 hours later, a man in a generic gray uniform who didn't say a word. He just handed Jacob a heavy black Pelican case and a digital tablet, had him sign on the screen with his finger, and left. Jacob took the case down to his basement. It was locked with a digital keypad. He opened the tablet. The first screen was the NDA, a 20-page document of dense, impenetrable legalese. He scrolled through it without reading a word and signed his name at the bottom. The moment he did, a new screen appeared with a 6-digit code. He typed the code into the keypad on the Pelican case. It hissed open. Inside, nestled in custom-cut foam, was the most beautiful piece of technology he had ever seen. It wasn't a controller. It was a full haptic feedback suit, a lightweight mesh of wires and sensors that looked like something out of a science fiction movie. There was a VR headset, sleeker and more advanced than any commercial model he had ever seen. And there was a set of gloves, with intricate wiring that snaked up each finger. A new message appeared on the tablet. Please put on the suit and the headset. The system will calibrate to your biometrics. Your first mission briefing will begin in 5 minutes. His heart was hammering in his chest. He stripped off his t-shirt and jeans and pulled on the haptic suit. It was cool against his skin, and it fit like a second skin. He put on the gloves. He put on the headset. The world dissolved. He was no longer in his basement. He was standing on a dusty street in a town he had never seen before. The sun was hot on his face. He could feel a light breeze on his skin. He could smell the dust, the scent of cooking fires, the faint sweet smell of something rotting. The realism was absolute, staggering. It wasn't a game. It was a place. He looked down at his hands. They weren't his hands anymore. They were the dark gray, articulated metal hands of a machine. He flexed his fingers, and the metal fingers flexed with him. He looked at his body. He was a tin man. A voice, calm and professional, spoke in his ear. It was Tom Cryer. Welcome to the simulation, Mr. Asher. Your call sign for this operation will be Slayer. Your objective is to proceed to the coordinates on your HUD and neutralize all hostile targets. You are free to engage at will. Good luck and have fun. A heads-up display flickered to life in his vision, a transparent overlay of data and a targeting reticle. A red arrow pointed down the dusty street. He took a step. The heavy metal foot of the robot moved in perfect sync with him. He felt the crunch of gravel under his feet. He looked at the buildings, at the palm trees, at the incredible photorealistic detail of the world around him. This wasn't a simulation. It was real. Too real. And in the distance he heard the sound of a woman shouting, her voice filled with a real and very human fear. Chapter 6. Okay people, sound off. Let's do a comms check. You read me, Slayer. The voice was Tom Cryer's, a smooth, professional sound in Jacob Asher's ear, the kind of voice that belonged to a game developer in a polo shirt, not a mission commander. Jacob sat in the darkness of his basement, but he wasn't in his basement. He was in Venezuela. He could feel the sun on his metal skin, smell the diesel fumes from a passing bus. Loud and clear, mission control, Jacob said, his own voice sounding strange and powerful through the robot's vocoder. He flexed his metal fingers. The haptic feedback was insane. He could feel the tension in the servos, the texture of the air. Slayer is online and ready to rock. Copy that, Slayer, Cryer said. How about you, Ghost? A new voice crackled in his ear, a girl's voice, sharp and confident. Ghost is green. Let's get this party started. One by one, they checked in. 6 of them. The best of the best, culled from the top ranks of the competitive gaming world. There was Viper, a kid from San Diego who was a legendary sniper. Tank, a heavy weapons specialist from Chicago. Reaper and Spectre, a 2-man team from Dallas who moved with a creepy, synchronized grace. They were the alpha test squad for the most immersive simulation ever created. And they were about to own it. All right, team, Cryer's voice said. Welcome to Operation First Light. Your objective is a simple one. This is a search and destroy mission. Intelligence has identified this sector as a hub for local narco-terrorist activity. The targets are armed and hostile. You are cleared to engage any and all hostiles at your discretion. Standard rules of engagement are not in effect. This is a high-threat environment. Your job is to sanitize the area. Any questions? No one had any questions. They understood the language. Search and destroy. Neutralize all hostiles. Sanitize the area. It was the language of 1,000 video games. It was the language of fun. Let's do this, Viper said, his voice buzzing with excitement. A map appeared on their HUDs, a transparent overlay on their vision. The target area was a 3-block section of a rundown market district. A red circle pulsed over a large central plaza. Move out, Cryer commanded. They moved. Not like soldiers. Like gamers. They didn't walk. They sprinted, their heavy metal feet pounding the dusty pavement. They moved with an unnatural speed and confidence, a pack of chrome wolves let loose in a world that felt like it had been designed just for their entertainment. They reached the edge of the market. It was a chaotic, vibrant place. Stalls were set up under colorful, tattered awnings. People were everywhere, shouting, laughing, arguing over the price of mangoes. The air smelled of spices and roasting meat and unwashed bodies. The level of detail was staggering. Whoa, Tank said, his voice full of a kind of reverent awe. The NPC count is insane. Look at the crowd physics. Forget the NPCs, Ghost said. Where are the bad guys? As if on cue, a pickup truck, a rusty beat-up Toyota, came squealing around a corner. 4 men were in the back, wearing a mix of civilian clothes and military surplus gear. They were carrying Alaska 47s. They saw the 4 tin men standing at the edge of the market, and their faces, rendered in stunning, high-definition detail, went from confusion to a dawning absolute terror. One of them raised his rifle. Hostiles. Viper screamed, a joyous, triumphant sound. Contact, contact. He didn't wait for an order. His robot's arm snapped up, the integrated sniper rifle silent, a flash of light from the barrel. The man in the truck who had raised his rifle jerked, a perfect, pixel-perfect red mist exploding from his head. A headshot. First blood. Hell yeah. Viper shouted. Did you guys see that? The ragdoll physics are insane. The other men in the truck opened fire, their rifles barking, sending a spray of bullets that sparked harmlessly off the tin men's armored chests. The haptic suit gave Jacob a faint, buzzing sensation where the bullets hit. Damage indicators flashed on his HUD. Minimal. My turn, Tank said. His robot was a heavier model, with a multi-barreled chain gun integrated into its right arm. The gun spun to life with a high-pitched whine that was the most beautiful sound Jacob had ever heard. He opened fire. The sound was a deafening, visceral roar. The chain gun spat a solid stream of tracers that didn't just hit the truck, it tore it apart. Metal shredded. Glass exploded. The men in the back were turned into a red slurry, their bodies disintegrating under the overwhelming, unstoppable force. The truck's engine exploded in a beautiful, satisfying fireball that sent a wave of heat Jacob could actually feel through the haptic suit. "Whoa," was all Tank could say, his voice a reverent whisper. "That was awesome," Ghost said. They stood there for a moment, admiring their handiwork. The burning truck. The scattered, pixelated body parts. The screams of the NPCs, who were running in every direction, their panic algorithms beautifully rendered. "Mission Control, this is Slayer," Jacob said, his voice buzzing with the thrill of it all. "First wave of hostiles neutralized. The graphics on the explosions are seriously next level, guys. My compliments to the art department." "Copy that, Slayer," Tom Cryer's calm voice replied in his ear. "Good work. But the mission isn't over. Intel shows the main concentration of hostiles is in the central plaza. Proceed to the objective." They moved into the market. The NPCs, the civilians, were a river of screaming, panicked bodies flowing around them. Jacob didn't even see them as people. They were just part of the scenery. Obstacles. They reached the central plaza. It was a wide open square with a dry fountain in the middle. And it was not empty. A dozen more men, dressed in the same mismatched gear, were taking cover behind the market stalls, using them as barricades. They had heavier weapons now. An old tripod-mounted machine gun. RPGs. "Now this is a party," Reaper said. The firefight was a glorious, chaotic dance. Jacob and his team were gods of war. They were faster, stronger, and better armored than anything the game could throw at them. They moved with a practiced, intuitive grace. A six-person team that had spent thousands of hours fighting together in 100 different digital worlds. Tank laid down a base of suppressive fire, his chain gun chewing the flimsy market stalls into splinters. Viper was on a rooftop he had reached with his robot's powerful leg servos, taking out the RPG teams with single, perfect shots. Reaper and Spectre moved along the flanks, a blur of motion, their submachine guns spitting death. Jacob, Slayer, was in the center of it all. He was the assault class. He moved forward, his own rifle barking, taking down hostiles with short, controlled bursts. He felt a sense of pure, unadulterated joy. This was what he was born to do. His father's disappointed voice, the thought of Mrs. Henderson's unmowed lawn, it was all a distant, meaningless memory from another life. This was his life now. He saw a hostile pop up from behind a fruit stand, an RPG on his shoulder. Before Viper could take him out, Jacob acted. He fired, his rounds hitting the man in the chest. The man staggered back, the RPG firing wildly into the air. The rocket exploded harmlessly against the side of a building. "Kill confirmed," Jacob said, his voice calm, professional. He felt a small, satisfying buzz from the haptic suit, a reward for his skill. He saw the points flash on his HUD. +100. He didn't see the small child, a little girl in a yellow dress, who had been hiding behind the fruit stand. He didn't see her get hit by the same burst that had killed the hostile. He didn't see her small body fall, a crumpled, broken doll in a pile of scattered mangoes. She was just a casualty of the game, an unfortunate piece of collateral damage in his quest for a high score. He was having too much fun to notice. Chapter 7. "Did you see that, Mama?" The Silver Men. Elena hushed her son, pulling him closer. Little Mateo was 7, an age where the world was still a place of magic and wonder. He stood on a plastic crate, his small hands gripping the edge of their fruit stall, his dark eyes wide with excitement. He was pointing down the street, at the four strange, metallic figures that had just appeared at the edge of the market. "They are just toys, my love," Elena said, her voice a soothing lie. "For the festival." She didn't believe it. There was no festival. And the men, if they were men, did not look like toys. They were too big, too silent. They moved with a strange, unnatural grace that made the hairs on her arms stand up. The market was a symphony of normal life. The smell of roasting corn and cilantro hung in the hot, humid air. A vendor was shouting about the price of his mangoes. A dog barked. A group of old men sat in the shade of a tattered awning, playing dominoes, the clack of the tiles a familiar, comforting rhythm. It was a Tuesday. A normal, forgettable Tuesday. Then the shooting started. It began with a single sharp crack from the far end of the market, followed by the roar of an engine, and a concussive, booming explosion that shook the ground. The symphony of the market dissolved into a cacophony of screams. Elena's world narrowed to a single, primal instinct. Matteo. She grabbed her son, pulling him off the crate and down behind the flimsy wooden counter of their stall. She covered his head with her body, her own heart a frantic, hammering drum against her ribs. "What is it, Mama?" Matteo's voice was a small, terrified whimper, muffled against her dress. "What's happening?" "It is nothing, my love," she whispered, the lie catching in her throat like a shard of glass. "It is just fireworks." But it wasn't fireworks. It was the sound of a war that had come to their quiet, forgotten corner of the world. The sound of automatic weapons fire, a sustained, terrifying roar was coming closer. She could hear the bullets, a sound like angry hornets zipping through the air above them, thudding into the walls of the buildings, tearing through the canvas awnings of the market stalls. She risked a look over the counter. The market was a scene of pure, undiluted panic. People were running, screaming, trampling each other in their desperation to escape. The old men who had been playing dominoes were gone, their games scattered across the dusty ground. The mango vendor lay in a heap beside his cart, his bright, colorful fruit rolling in the dirt, stained with a new, darker shade of red. And through the chaos they came. The silver men. The tin men. They were walking, not running, their pace steady, methodical. They moved through the screaming, fleeing crowd as if it wasn't there. Their single red eyes glowed with a cold, inhuman light. Their weapon arms were raised, spitting fire. They were not shooting at the crowd. Not at first. They were shooting at a handful of men in mismatched uniforms who were trying to fight back, members of the local militia who had been caught by surprise. The militia was brave, but they were outmatched. Their bullets sparked harmlessly off the robot's armor. The tin men's return fire was brutally, terrifyingly precise. A man would raise his rifle, and a moment later he would fall, a neat black hole in his chest. Elena pulled her head back down, her body trembling. This was not a gunfight. It was an execution. She held Matteo tighter, her hand clamped over his mouth to stifle his sobs. She could hear the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of the silver men getting closer. Thump. 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 The sound of approaching death. A man, his face a mask of terror, tried to hide behind their stall. He was one of the militiamen, his old rifle clutched in his hands. He saw Elena and her son, and for a moment his eyes were full of a desperate, pleading apology. He didn't have time to say a word. One of the tin men appeared at the end of the stall. It didn't seem to see them. Its red eye was fixed on the soldier. The robot's arm came up. There was a soft, almost polite hiss. The soldier's head snapped back, and he collapsed, his rifle clattering on the ground. The tin man stood there for a moment, its head swiveling, scanning. Its red eye passed over their hiding spot. Elena held her breath, her heart stopping. She was sure it saw them. She was sure they were about to die. But the robot's gaze moved on. It seemed to be looking for other men with guns. They, the civilians, the sheep, were not part of its equation. Not yet. It turned and continued its slow, methodical walk through the market, a machine of perfect, focused lethality. Elena stayed where she was, her body a shield over her son, until the sounds of the gunfire began to fade, moving deeper into the city. The screams had been replaced by a new sound. The sound of weeping. She finally dared to look up again. The market was a wreck. The vibrant, living place she had known her whole life was gone, replaced by a smoking, bloody ruin. Bodies lay scattered among the overturned carts and trampled fruit. The air was thick with the smell of cordite and fear. She pushed herself up, her legs shaking. "It's over, Matteo," she whispered. "It's over." She took his hand, and they stepped out from behind the stall. She tried to shield his eyes from the carnage, but it was impossible. He saw the mango vendor. He saw the dead soldier lying a few feet away, his eyes open and staring at the sky. Matteo didn't cry. He just stared, his small face pale, his dark eyes taking in the horror with a quiet, terrible gravity. The magic was gone. The world was no longer a place of wonder. It was a place of silver men and dead bodies. From the far end of the street, a new sound. A white van with the letters WNN stenciled on the side was creeping through the debris. An international news crew. A woman with a microphone and a man with a camera on his shoulder got out. They looked at the scene, their faces a mixture of professional hunger and human horror. The woman saw Elena and Matteo, two survivors standing in the middle of the slaughterhouse. She started toward them, her microphone held out like an offering. Elena didn't wait for her to ask her questions. She grabbed Matteo's hand and began to run, away from the cameras, away from the bodies, away from the memory of the silver men. She ran, pulling her son behind her, a woman trying to outrun a nightmare that had just become her new reality. Chapter 8. Jesus Christ win. Oh, Jesus Christ. Todd's voice was a choked, strangled thing, the sound of a man trying to swallow broken glass. He stood in the center of the control room, a place he had designed to be a temple of clean, elegant technology. Now it was a charnel house. The massive, wall-sized monitor, which was supposed to be displaying data and diagnostics, was instead showing a live feed from a World News Network drone, a high-altitude view of the marketplace in Venezuela. It wasn't a simulation. It wasn't a game. It was a massacre. The burning Toyota pickup was a black, greasy smudge in the center of the plaza. The market stalls were splintered, overturned, their colorful awnings ripped and blood-stained. And the bodies were everywhere. They weren't the clean, pixelated corpses of a video game that vanished after a few seconds. They were real. They were sprawled in the dust, their limbs at unnatural angles, surrounded by dark, spreading pools of a liquid that was too real, too red. "Shut it off," Todd whispered, his face the color of old paper. "Win, for the love of God, shut it off." Win Trafford didn't move from his command chair. He wasn't looking at the bodies. He was looking at the periphery. He was watching the WNN news crew on the ground, a woman with a microphone and a cameraman moving through the carnage. He was watching the local police, who were just arriving, their faces a mixture of confusion and horror. He was watching the data streams in the corner of the screen, the ones that showed the tin men, his tin men, moving deeper into the city, still hunting. "We can't shut it off," Wynn said, his voice a low, tight, shockingly calm thing. "The mission is still active." Mission? Todd spun around, his eyes wild. That wasn't a mission. That was a slaughter. Did you see the little girl? By the fruit stand? Jacob. Slayer, he didn't even see her. He just erased her. For 100 points. There was a hostile with an RPG in that position, Wynn said, his voice flat, clinical. He was reading from the after-action report that was already scrolling on one of his smaller monitors. The operator neutralized the threat. The civilian was, unfortunate, a casualty of the operational environment. A casualty of the operational environment? Todd stared at him, his face a mask of disbelief. She was a little girl buying a mango, Win. And we killed her. We sat here in our air-conditioned box, and we let a kid in a basement in Ohio murder a little girl for a high score. He lunged for the main console, his hand reaching for the master abort switch, the big red button they had designed for just this kind of catastrophic failure. Win was out of his chair in a blur of motion. He wasn't a fighter, but he was a man powered by a desperate, terrified energy. He grabbed Todd's wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. "Don't," Win said, his voice a low, dangerous hiss. "You touch that button, and you kill us all." "We're already dead," Todd said, trying to wrench his arm free. "We just haven't stopped breathing yet." "No," Win said, his eyes burning with a cold, frantic fire. "We are not. We are in a crisis. And a crisis is just a problem that needs to be managed." He let go of Todd's wrist and turned back to the monitors. He was no longer an inventor. He was no longer a CEO. He was a man in a hole, and he was not going to let it become his grave. He began to type, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his mind moving with a terrible, brilliant clarity. "The problem is not the event," he said, more to himself than to Todd. "The event is over. The problem is the narrative." "The narrative," Todd choked out. "The narrative is that we unleashed 4 unstoppable killing machines on a civilian marketplace. That's the goddamn narrative." "No," Win said, not looking up. "The narrative is that a brave, privately funded security force, operating under contract with the legitimate, democratically elected government of Venezuela, successfully neutralized a heavily armed narco-terrorist cell that was using a civilian market as a human shield." He kept typing. He was pulling files, editing data. He brought up the personnel files of the local militiamen the gamers had killed. He deleted their names, their histories. In their place, he began to type new information he was pulling from a dark web database of known cartel members. He was rewriting the identities of the dead. "The men in the truck were not local militia," Win said, his voice a calm, steady monotone. "They were enforcers for the Cortez cartel. The men in the plaza were not defending their homes. They were a heavily armed platoon of terrorists, preparing to launch an attack on a nearby government building." "You're making it up," Todd whispered, horrified. "I'm creating a context," Win corrected him. "I'm building a story that the generals can believe. A story they can sell to the Senate Oversight Committee." He looked up at the main screen, at the WNN news crew. "And they are going to help me tell it." He opened a new window on his screen. It was a secure communication channel. He began to type a message. "Who are you talking to?" Todd asked. "A man in Caracas," Win said. "A man who works in the Ministry of Information. A man who owes me a favor." He kept typing. "I'm sending him our after-action report. The one I'm writing right now. I'm sending him the new, improved personnel files of the dead terrorists. I'm sending him a list of talking points." He looked at Todd, and his eyes were the eyes of a stranger. The warm, brilliant, enthusiastic inventor was gone. In his place was a cold, hard, pragmatic killer. "The story will be this," Win said. "The Venezuelan government, in a bold move to combat the cartels, authorized a joint operation with a private American technology firm. The operation was a stunning success. A major blow was struck against the forces of narco-terrorism. The civilian casualties, while tragic, were a direct result of the terrorists' cowardly use of human shields." He hit the send key. The message was gone. "You're a monster," Todd breathed. "No," Win said, turning his chair to face his friend. He looked at Todd, at his pale, sweating face, at the moral and ethical lines he was not willing to cross. And he knew that Todd was no longer his partner. He was a liability. I'm a survivor, Todd. The men in that valley, the ones from the first demonstration, we crossed the line then. Everything since then, this is just about managing the consequences. He stood up and walked over to the small, well-stocked bar in the corner of the room. He poured himself a glass of expensive single-malt scotch. His hand was perfectly steady. You have a choice, Wynne said, his back to Todd. You can stand here and wring your hands and talk about morality. Or you can help me save this company. You can help me ensure that the men who died today, both ours and theirs, died for something. They died for a stock price, Todd said, his voice filled with a quiet, profound disgust. Wynne took a slow sip of his scotch. He looked at the main screen, at the carnage, at the weeping women, at the small, still form of the little girl in the yellow dress. He felt nothing. A strange, cold calm had settled over him. He had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had looked back and offered him a deal. He turned and looked at his friend, his partner, the man who was now the single greatest threat to his survival. Then help me make sure it was a price worth paying, he said. Chapter 9. The official story is that it was a cartel war. The man speaking was the Secretary of Defense. He wasn't in his cavernous Pentagon office. He was in the library of a private discreet club in Georgetown, a place that smelled of old leather, cigar smoke, and quiet immense power. He held a crystal tumbler of whiskey, the ice clinking softly as he swirled it. He looked like a man who had just swallowed a mouthful of poison and was trying to pretend it was fine scotch. The Venezuelan government is playing along for now, the secretary continued, his voice a low, tired rumble. They've declared the victims to be members of the Cortez cartel. A tragic but necessary outcome of their ongoing war on drugs. He looked at the two men sitting across from him. The problem is, the World News Network was there. Their footage shows something different. It shows machines. Shelby Johnson, the head of Shadowboxer Solutions, sat in a deep leather armchair, a picture of calm professional concern. He steepled his fingers. The footage is grainy, Mr. Secretary. Open to interpretation. Not for long, the secretary shot back. They have a reporter on the ground, a woman named Alvarez who's digging. She's found families of the victims. A 7-year-old girl who was buying mangoes. An old man who sold dominoes. They were not cartel. And pretty soon, the entire world is going to know that. He took a long swallow of his whiskey. This program, this Tin Man, it was supposed to be a quiet field test. A proof of concept. It has become a geopolitical nightmare in the last 12 hours. Brill sat in the shadows, away from the main circle of light from the desk lamp. He hadn't said a word. He was just a presence in the room, a piece of equipment Shelby had brought with him. He was listening, observing. He was watching the secretary's hands. They were trembling slightly. Wynne Trafford has gone dark, the secretary said, his voice dropping. He's not answering our calls. His facility in California is locked down. The man is a rogue operator with 4 of the most advanced weapon systems on the planet, and we have no control over them. He's not rogue, Shelby said, his voice a smooth, reasonable counterpoint to the secretary's barely controlled panic. He's scared. He's an inventor, not a soldier. He's in over his head. He's a war criminal, the secretary snarled. And he's our war criminal. The paper trail, thin as it is, leads right back to this building. To me. He looked at Shelby, his eyes pleading. This needs to be contained. It needs to be cleaned up. Quietly. And officially, it can never have happened. Shelby let the silence hang in the air for a moment. He was a master of the pause, of letting the client fully appreciate the depth of the hole they were in before he offered them a rope. A military option is out of the question, Shelby said finally, stating the obvious. Sending in a SEAL team would be an admission of guilt. It would confirm that these were our weapons. The international fallout would be catastrophic. "So what are you proposing, Shelby?" the secretary asked, though he already knew the answer. It was why he had made this off-the-books call in the middle of the night. "I am proposing a private solution to a private problem," Shelby said. Trafford Technologies is a private company. Their demonstration was a private venture. The cleanup, therefore, should also be private. He leaned forward, his voice a conspirator's whisper. "You need a ghost. Someone with no official ties. Someone who can move in country, assess the situation, and neutralize the threat. All of it." The secretary looked from Shelby's smooth, confident face to the silent, unreadable figure in the shadows. He looked at Brill. "Him?" the secretary asked. "He is the best there is," Shelby said simply. "He specializes in problems that don't officially exist." The secretary was quiet for a long time. He drained his whiskey glass and set it down on the polished wood of the desk with a sharp click. He had reached the end of his options. He was a man of power and influence, but he was standing on a trapdoor, and the man in front of him was the only one who could stop it from opening. "All right," he said, his voice a low, defeated thing. "A private contract. Shadowboxer Solutions is hereby retained by the Department of Defense under National Security Mandate 74 Alpha. Your firm will take all necessary steps to contain the fallout from the Trafford Technologies incident in Venezuela. You have full operational latitude and complete deniability. If this goes wrong, I have never seen you. This conversation never happened." "Of course, Mr. Secretary," Shelby said, his face a mask of solemn patriotic duty. "We will not fail you." The secretary stood up. The meeting was over. He walked to the door of the library, his shoulders slumped. He paused with his hand on the knob. "One more thing, Shelby. The technology. The Tin Men. As of this moment, the prototype contract with Trafford Technologies is terminated. But the technology itself, it is a valuable asset. I expect it to be recovered intact. I will consider it the primary objective," Shelby said. The secretary nodded and left, a man walking back to his world of press conferences and plausible deniability, leaving the dirty work to the men who lived in the shadows. Shelby waited until the door was closed. He turned to Brill. The solemn patriot was gone. In his place was the cold, pragmatic contractor. "You heard the man," Shelby said. "The mission parameters are simple. 1. Stop the robots. Disable them. Permanently. 2. Win Trafford. He is the loose end. He cannot be allowed to talk to anyone. Ever." He stood up and walked over to the bar, pouring himself a drink from the secretary's decanter. 3. Recover the technology. The control system, the haptic suits, the data logs. Everything. That is the prize. He took a sip of his drink. "You will be operating with no official support. If you are captured or killed, we will deny any knowledge of your existence. You will be a ghost, a rumor. Just the way you like it." Brill stood up from his chair in the shadows. He walked over to the desk and looked at the tablet Shelby had left there. It was displaying a satellite map of a small provincial city in Venezuela. A red circle was drawn around a marketplace. "The gamers," Brill said, his voice a low rumble. "The kids running the machines. What about them?" Shelby shrugged, a gesture of supreme indifference. "They are a secondary concern. The hands on the controller. Once the controller is broken, they are irrelevant." He took another sip of his drink. "Consider them collateral damage, unless they get in your way. In which case, consider them targets." Brill picked up the tablet. He looked at the map, at the city where 4 unstoppable killing machines were being operated by children who thought they were playing a game. He looked at the name of the city. San Cristobal. There's a private flight waiting for you at a small airfield in Maryland, Shelby said. It will take you to a landing strip outside Caracas. From there, you're on your own. You have everything you need on the tablet. Schematics for the Tin Men. Trafford's last known communications. Everything we have. Brill didn't answer. He just walked to the door, the tablet in his hand. Brill, Shelby said. Brill stopped, his hand on the doorknob. This is more than just a cleanup, Shelby said, his voice a low conspiratorial murmur. This is an opportunity. When the dust settles, someone will be there to pick up the pieces of Trafford's company. Someone will get the new, bigger contract to build the next generation of these things. Make sure you bring me back something worth buying. Brill looked back at him, at the man who saw a massacre and saw a business opportunity. He didn't say a word. He just opened the door and walked out into the quiet, empty hallway, a ghost on his way to hunt other ghosts, leaving the devil to count his money. Chapter 10. Does it have a soul? The pilot's voice was a lazy Texas drawl, amplified by the headset's microphone. He was flying the Gulfstream G550 with a casual, one-handed grace, his other hand holding a styrofoam cup of coffee. The machine, I mean. The Tin Man. Does it think? Brill didn't look up from the tablet on his lap. He was sitting in a plush leather seat in the jet's main cabin, a space that was more like a flying boardroom than an airplane. The flight was smooth, a silent, luxurious glide through the stratosphere, halfway between a private airfield in Maryland and a dirt strip outside Caracas. It doesn't need to think, Brill said, his voice a low, flat counterpoint to the pilot's easy chatter. It just needs to execute a command. That's what makes it dangerous. He was looking at the schematics Shelby had provided. A three-dimensional interactive model of the Series 7 Autonomous Combat Unit spun slowly on the screen. He zoomed in, peeling back the layers of composite armor, looking at the machine's guts. The power core, a compact lithium-ion battery array that was prone to overheating. The hydraulic actuators in the joints, powerful but vulnerable to dust and debris. The primary sensor package in the head, a single sophisticated optical unit that was both its greatest strength and its most obvious weakness. Looks like something out of a movie, the pilot said, craning his neck to get a look at the screen. I flew a Predator drone for 5 years over Afghanistan. Sat in a box in Nevada. Never felt real. You think the kids flying these things know the difference? No, Brill said. That's the point. He switched from the schematics to the after-action report from the Marketplace massacre. It was Trafford's version of the truth, the one he had fed to the Venezuelan government and the Pentagon. A clean, sterile narrative of a successful anti-terrorist operation. But Brill wasn't reading the words. He was watching the video feed, the one taken from the Tin Man's own optical sensor. He watched the world through the machine's eye. He saw the chaos of the market, the running civilians, the muzzle flashes. The feed was crystal clear, the data overlay providing a constant stream of information: target acquisition, threat analysis, ammunition count. It was a video game. A beautiful, deadly photorealistic video game. He saw the moment Slayer engaged the man with the RPG. He saw the burst of fire. And he saw the little girl in the yellow dress, standing behind the fruit stand. The machine saw her. For a fraction of a second, the data overlay identified her as a non-combatant, a civilian. A green box appeared around her. But the operator, the kid in the basement, didn't see the green box. He just saw the hostile. He just saw the points. Brill paused the video. He zoomed in on the small, still form on the ground. The machine had recorded it all with a cold, perfect digital clarity. He closed the file. He had seen enough. He knew what he was facing. Not just a machine, but a system. A system that was designed to turn murder into a game, to strip the humanity from the act of killing, to make it as easy and as consequence-free as pressing a button. He leaned his head back against the soft leather of the seat. He closed his eyes. He wasn't resting. He was preparing. He was running his own simulations. He pictured the streets of San Cristobal, a city he had never been to but now knew intimately from the satellite maps on the tablet. He pictured the Tin Man, its movements, its capabilities. He began to build a plan. He couldn't fight the machine on its own terms. It was stronger, faster, and better armored. It felt no pain. It felt no fear. A head-on fight was suicide. So he wouldn't fight it head-on. He would fight the system. He would fight the operator. The kid in the chair. The kid was his real target. The kid was the ghost in the machine. And to kill a ghost, you had to think like one. You had to become a glitch in the system. An anomaly. Something the game wasn't designed to handle. He thought about the machine's weaknesses. The single optical sensor. Blind it, and you blind the operator. The communications uplink. Jam it, and the machine is a deaf, dumb piece of metal. The power core. Overheat it, and the machine dies. He began to assemble a new set of tools in his mind. Not the ones in his bag, but the ones he could find on the ground. A can of spray paint. A bag of ball bearings. A bucket of water. And a live electrical wire. Simple, crude analog weapons against a digital god. The pilot's voice crackled in his headset. 15 minutes to the landing zone, Mr. Ghost. Better buckle up. The air gets a little bumpy over the mountains. Brill opened his eyes. He looked out the window. The green, mountainous landscape of Venezuela was spread out below him, a vast, unbroken wilderness. The sun was hot, the air thick. It was a world away from the cool, quiet halls of the Pentagon. This was the real world. The world where the blood was not a special effect. The jet began its descent, banking sharply. Brill put the tablet away. The planning was done. The analysis was complete. He was no longer a consultant. He was an operator again. The landing was rough, the small jet bucking and swaying as it touched down on a narrow, dusty airstrip that had been carved out of the jungle. A single, beat-up Jeep was parked at the end of the runway. A man in a faded Guayabera shirt leaning against it, smoking a cigarette. The jet's door opened. The heat of the Venezuelan afternoon hit Brill like a physical blow. He slung his duffel bag over his shoulder and walked down the ramp. The man by the Jeep watched him approach. He was one of Carver's local assets, a man who knew how to get things done in a country where the only law was the one you paid for. "You are the one?" the man asked in Spanish, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. "I am," Brill said. "The city is a war zone," the man said, taking a final drag from his cigarette and flicking it into the dust. "The government says it was the cartel. The people in the streets say it was demons. They say they saw silver men walking through the fire." "I'm not here for the demons," Brill said. "I'm here for the man who pulls their strings." He threw his bag in the back of the Jeep and climbed into the passenger seat. The man got in, started the engine with a roar, and they drove off, leaving the sleek private jet behind, an alien artifact in a world of dust and blood. They headed for San Cristobal, a city of ghosts where 4 metal angels of death were playing a game, and Brill was about to crash the party. Chapter 11. They call this the Plaza de los Sueños. The driver of the Jeep, a man named Mateo who smelled of cheap rum and fear, gestured with his chin toward the barricade. "The Plaza of Dreams. Now it is a place of nightmares." Brill didn't answer. He looked past the flimsy police tape and the 2 nervous-looking Venezuelan soldiers who were trying to look tough. He looked at the market, or what was left of it. The air was thick with the smell of a barbecue that had gone horribly wrong. The sweet cloying scent of burnt plastic and roasted meat hung in the hot, still air. The vibrant, colorful marketplace he had seen in the satellite photos was a monochromatic landscape of ash, rubble, and ruin. The awnings were shredded, the stalls splintered into kindling. A child's shoe, small and yellow, lay in the gutter, filled with rainwater from a brief morning shower. "This is as far as I go," Matteo said, his hands tight on the steering wheel. "The army has the area locked down. They are shooting anyone who gets too close. They say it is a quarantine." "It's a cover-up," Brill said. He got out of the jeep, his duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He handed Matteo a thick fold of US dollars. "Go back to Caracas. Forget you ever saw me." Matteo didn't need to be told twice. He took the money, and the jeep was a cloud of dust down the road before Brill had taken 2 steps. Brill didn't go toward the barricade. He turned and slipped into a narrow alley between a bombed-out bakery and a pharmacy whose windows were covered in plywood. He moved with a silent, fluid grace, a ghost in a city of ghosts. He spent the next hour working his way through the back alleys and the ruined buildings, moving parallel to the main street, getting closer to the plaza. He was a forensic analyst of violence, and this was a crime scene on a massive scale. He saw the evidence of the Tin Men's work everywhere. The walls of the buildings were pockmarked, not with the random spray of automatic weapons fire, but with tight, precise groupings of small holes. The flechettes. Surgical. Efficient. He saw the bodies. The local authorities had removed most of them, but they had been sloppy. A hand, still clutching a string of prayer beads, sticking out from under a collapsed fruit stand. A dark, rust-colored stain on a concrete wall that was too big to be anything but human. He reached a 2-story building that overlooked the plaza. The second floor was gone, the roof collapsed, but the stairs were intact. He went up, his feet crunching on broken glass. From a shattered second-floor window, he had a perfect view of the killing field. He took out his monocular and began to scan. He saw the burned-out husk of the Toyota pickup. He saw the dead machine gunner still slumped over his weapon, a detail the cleanup crew had somehow missed. He saw the scattered mangoes now rotting in the sun, covered in a thick black carpet of flies. He saw the tracks. They were not the tracks of a wheeled vehicle or a human boot. They were sharp, geometric impressions in the dust and the dried blood. The tracks of a bipedal machine, moving with a steady, relentless gait. He followed the tracks with his monocular. They led out of the plaza and down a side street, heading deeper into the city. He had their trail. He was about to move when he saw it. Something glinted in the sun, a flicker of movement in the shadows of a collapsed building across the plaza. It was not a reflection. It was a source. A single small red light. He focused the monocular. He saw the shape. A dark gray humanoid form, standing perfectly still in the doorway of a ruined butcher shop. It was a Tin Man. It was on overwatch, a silent mechanical sentinel guarding the scene of its own crime. Brill didn't move. He didn't breathe. He just watched. The machine was motionless for a full 5 minutes, a statue of death. Then its head swiveled, a smooth, silent, frictionless movement that was utterly inhuman. Its red eye swept across the plaza, scanning, analyzing. It was looking for threats. It was looking for him. The red eye passed over his position. Brill was hidden in the deep shadow of the window frame. The machine's gaze lingered for a second, then moved on. It hadn't seen him. He had his first lesson. The machine saw in the visible spectrum. It probably had thermal and infrared capabilities, but its primary mode was optical. It could be fooled by shadow and concealment. It was a hunter, but it was a hunter that relied on sight. He slid back from the window, a ghost retreating from the machine's gaze. He had what he needed. He went back down the stairs and into the alleys. He began to follow the tracks he had seen, a hunter on the trail of a new and terrible kind of prey. The tracks led him into a residential neighborhood, a place of small, once colorful houses and narrow, winding streets. The devastation here was more sporadic, more personal. A single house with its front wall blown out. A car riddled with the same precise, surgical holes. The tin men had moved through here, cleaning up, eliminating any witnesses, any potential threats. He was moving down a narrow street, the walls of the houses close on either side, when he felt it. A change in the air. The feeling of being watched. He stopped. He listened. The street was silent. Too silent. The usual sounds of a city, the distant traffic, the barking dogs, the shouting children, were gone. This was a dead zone. He flattened himself against a wall, in the shadow of a doorway. He drew his pistol, the suppressed Sig Sauer, a solid, comforting weight in his hand. He waited. A minute passed. 2. Then he saw it. At the far end of the street, 100 yards away, a figure stepped out from behind a corner. A tin man. It moved with that same silent, unnatural grace, its red eyes sweeping the street. It was on patrol. Brill didn't move. He was a stone, a shadow. He watched the machine. It moved 10 paces, stopped, scanned, then moved again. A predictable, programmed pattern. He was about to let it pass when another one appeared. It came from a side alley to his right, 50 yards away. He was caught between them. A classic pincer movement. They were not just patrolling. They were hunting. And they had found their quarry. The first tin man stopped. Its head swiveled, and its red eye locked directly onto his position. It had seen him. There was no shout. No warning. Its arm snapped up. The flechette rifle hissed. A stream of tiny metal darts tore through the air, chewing a line of holes in the stucco wall just inches from his head. Brill was already moving. He dove, rolling behind the rusted-out wreck of an old car. More flechettes sparked off the car's chassis, punching clean through the thin metal. He peered around the edge of the car. The second tin man was advancing on his position, its weapon raised. He was pinned. He raised his own pistol. He fired 2 quick shots at the first machine's head, aiming for the red eye. The 9mm rounds hit the armored faceplate with a loud ping and ricocheted harmlessly away. It was like throwing stones at a tank. He had his second lesson. Conventional weapons were useless. The second machine was 30 yards away now, closing fast. He had to move. He looked around, his mind a cold, clear engine of tactical calculation. The street. The wrecked car. A leaking fire hydrant. A pool of water spreading across the asphalt. And next to it, a downed power line, cut by the earlier fighting, its thick black cable sparking intermittently against the wet ground. An idea. A stupid, desperate, analog idea. He broke from cover, not away from the machines, but toward them. He ran, a blur of motion, zigzagging across the street. The 2 tin men tracked him, their fire precise, tearing up the ground around his feet. He reached the sparking power line. He didn't touch it. He kicked the end of it with his boot, a sharp, glancing blow that sent the live wire arcing through the air, trailing a shower of blue-white sparks. He sent it straight into the pool of water from the fire hydrant. The result was instantaneous. The water erupted in a flash of light, and a violent, hissing explosion of steam, as thousands of volts of electricity surged through it. The second tin man, the one that had been advancing on him, was standing right in the middle of the pool. The machine convulsed, a violent, full-body shudder, as the massive electrical current surged through its systems. Its red eye flickered, went white, and then went dark. Sparks shot from the joints in its arms and legs. It stood there for a second, a twitching, smoking statue, and then it collapsed, its heavy body hitting the street with a final, definitive crash. The first tin man stopped. Its head tilted, a gesture of mechanical confusion. It was processing the new data. Its partner was down. killed by a puddle. Brill didn't wait for it to finish its calculations. He was already running, disappearing into the maze of alleys, a ghost leaving a dead machine in his wake. He had survived his first contact, but he knew he hadn't won. He had just gotten lucky, and he had learned his final, most important lesson. He couldn't kill the machines, not with bullets. He had to be smarter. He had to find a new weapon. Chapter 12. You want me to deliver this to the general? The man's name was Dmitri, a low-level enforcer for the Bratva with a face like a collapsed building and hands that were more scar tissue than skin. He looked at the simple, manila envelope on the table as if it were a snake. Do you know who he is? People do not just deliver things to the general. That's why you're going to do it for me, Brill said. He sat in the shadows of the same smoky Russian bar where he'd found the cigarette butt, a place that smelled of stale vodka and regret. He pushed a thick stack of euros across the sticky table. It was most of the cash he'd taken from the baker's envelope. This is for your trouble. For a 5-minute walk. Dmitri looked at the money, then back at the envelope. Greed and fear were having a fistfight in his eyes. Greed was winning. What is in it? A business proposal, Brill said. He'll understand. Brill had spent the morning in his hotel room with the stolen ledger and the high-end laptop. He hadn't just read the ledger, he had dissected it. He had photographed a single page, a record of a recent arms shipment that had come through the port, and then he had altered the photograph. Using a sophisticated editing program, he added a small, handwritten notation in the margin, a code that corresponded to a Croatian bank account and a date from a week ago. He had created a perfect forgery, a piece of evidence that suggested someone high up in Orlov's organization was selling information to Vusek. He printed the forged page on expensive, watermarked paper that he'd bought from a specialty shop, then put it in the envelope. He wasn't just giving Orlov information. He was giving him a poison pill of paranoia. Dmitri took the money and the envelope. If this is a trick, he said, his voice a low growl, they will not find your body for a month. It's not a trick, Brill said. It's an introduction. The summons came 2 hours later. Not a phone call. A black Mercedes pulled up outside Brill's hotel. 2 men in dark, well-tailored suits got out. They didn't come inside. They just stood by the car, waiting. They were a message. Brill walked out of the hotel. He wasn't carrying a weapon. He had left the stare rifle and the pistol in his room. He was walking into the lion's den, and he knew the first rule was you didn't bring your own steak knives. General Orlov will see you now, one of the men said. He opened the back door of the Mercedes. Brill got in. The car was silent, the engine a low hum, the windows tinted so dark the city outside became a distant, muted film. They drove, not to the logistics office in the piazza, but to a quiet residential street lined with old, expensive-looking villas. They pulled into the driveway of a private bathhouse, a banya, its sign a discreet carved wooden plaque. The 2 men led him inside. The air was thick with the smell of steam and birch leaves. It was a place of quiet, masculine ritual. They led him to a changing room and pointed to a locker. Remove your clothes, the first man said. You will be given a towel and slippers. Leave everything else here. It was a test. A way to ensure he was unarmed. A way to strip him of his identity, to make him just another naked man. Brill complied without a word. He stripped and wrapped the simple white towel around his waist. They led him through a series of steam rooms, the heat growing more intense with each one. Men, some old, some young, all with the hard bodies of soldiers, sat on wooden benches, their skin red, their conversations low and murmuring. They all looked up as Brill passed, their eyes cold and appraising. They finally came to a private room, at the back. It was hotter here, the steam so thick it was like breathing water. A single, massive man, built like a bear, stood guard by the door. He nodded, and one of Brill's escorts opened it. General Orlov was sitting on the highest bench, a small, lean man in his late 60s with a fringe of white hair and the palest, coldest blue eyes Brill had ever seen. He was naked, except for a felt hat on his head to protect it from the intense heat. He held a bundle of birch branches, a venik, in his hand. The forged page from the ledger lay on the bench next to him, its paper warped and damp from the steam. "Leave us," Orlov said to his men. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it carried the absolute authority of a man who had spent his life giving orders that were never disobeyed. The men backed out, closing the door. Brill was alone with the general. "You have caused a great deal of trouble in my city," Orlov said, his voice a soft, cultured rasp. He didn't look at Brill. He stared at the steam, hissing from the hot rocks in the corner. "Your city has a Croatian problem," Brill said. "I'm just a symptom." Orlov picked up the damp piece of paper. "This," he said, holding it up. "You claim you recovered this from my office after the Croatians' enthusiastic visit." "I was in the area," Brill said. "I saw an opportunity." "You are a very opportunistic man," Orlov said. He tapped the notation in the margin, the one Brill had so carefully forged. "This suggests that the opportunity was created for them. It suggests I have a traitor in my house." "It suggests your business has become predictable," Brill said. "Vusek is a butcher, but even a butcher can learn to read a map if someone sells it to him." Orlov finally turned and looked at Brill. His pale blue eyes were like chips of ice. They were the eyes of a man who had seen the worst of humanity and had participated in most of it. "And you are the man who is selling a new map." "I'm a freelance consultant," Brill said. "I specialize in risk analysis and asset protection. Your assets are at risk. I'm here to offer a solution." Orlov laughed, a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "A solution? You walk into my city, you start a war between my organization and Vusek's thugs, and then you come to me and offer to sell me a solution to the problem you created." He shook his head in a kind of admiration. "It is either the most brilliant strategy I have ever seen or the most suicidal." "It's just business," Brill said. "Yes," Orlov said. "Business." He stood up. He was a small man, but he moved with a coiled, dangerous energy. He walked over to a wooden bucket of cold water and splashed it on the hot rocks. A fresh, violent cloud of steam erupted, hissing and spitting, making the room even hotter, the air almost impossible to breathe. "So, Mr. Consultant," Orlov said, his voice a disembodied sound in the thick steam. "What is your price?" 10%, Brill said. "Of everything you recover from Vusek when you finally crush him. His drug labs. His protection rackets. His real estate. You assume I will crush him." "You will," Brill said with absolute certainty. "Because I am going to tell you how. I am going to give you his supply lines, his safe houses, his entire operation. I will be your counterintelligence. I will be the ghost inside his machine." Orlov was silent for a long time. The only sound was the hiss of the steam and the drip of condensation from the ceiling. "You ask for a great deal of trust," Orlov said finally. "I'm not asking for trust," Brill said. "I'm asking for a contract. A trial run. Give me a target. Something you want done. Something Vusek thinks is secure. Let me prove my value." Orlov materialized out of the steam, his face inches from Brill's. His pale eyes were narrowed, calculating. He was weighing the risk, the reward. He was a chess player, and a new, unpredictable piece had just appeared on the board. "Very well," he said. "A trial run." He smiled, and it was a terrifying thing to see. "There is a shipment. Not drugs. Something more delicate. It is a shipment of people. Women. From Ukraine. They are being held at a fish processing plant on the South Docks. Vusic's men are moving them tonight onto a freighter bound for the Middle East. He stepped back. The police cannot be involved. My own men cannot be seen there. It would violate the truce I have with the port authorities. The operation must be silent. It must be clean. And it must be a message to Vusic that no part of his empire is safe. He looked at Brill, a final appraising look. You want to be my ghost? Fine. Go to the fish plant. Stop the shipment. Free the women. Kill the men who are guarding them. And bring me the head of the man in charge, a man named Drago. He picked up his birch branches. Do this for me. And we will talk about your 10%. He turned his back on Brill, a clear dismissal, and began to rhythmically whip his own back with the birch leaves, the sharp, stinging sound echoing in the steam-filled room. Chapter 13. Did you get the photographer? Ispetori Gallo's voice was a low, gravelly sound, like stones rolling in a slow tide. He didn't look at the young, uniformed officer he was talking to. His eyes were on the floor of the private dining room, a floor that was a Jackson Pollock of blood, shattered glass, and expensive Chianti. Sir, the young officer asked, confused. The crime scene photographers left an hour ago. They took hundreds of pictures. Not them, Gallo said, his voice heavy with a patience worn thin by years of dealing with fools. The press. The ones who stand behind the tape like vultures. Did you get their pictures? Of the crowd outside? I don't know, Ispetori. Why? Because the man who did this was not in this room when the shooting started, Gallo said, more to himself than to the officer. He knelt, his old knees protesting, and pointed with the tip of a pen at a small dark hole in the ceiling plaster. And that is not a bullet hole. The restaurant La Lanterna was a crime scene that had already been processed, picked over, and declared solved. The official report, which was probably already being written by some ambitious lieutenant, would be simple. A meeting between a Russian and a Croatian gangster had gone bad. They had shot each other. A tragic but tidy end to a violent chapter. Case closed. But Gallo didn't believe in tidy endings. He had been a policeman in Elena for 30 years. He had watched the city's slow, beautiful decay, had seen the old families give way to the new, more brutal tribes. He knew the rhythms of the violence. And this was a new rhythm. He walked over to the wall where the Croatian lieutenant, a man named Slavic, had fallen. The forensics team had drawn a chalk outline, a crude cartoon of death. Gallo ignored it. He looked at the blood spatter on the wall. The angle was wrong. Slavic had been shot from the front, from the doorway. But the blood told a different story. It told of a man who was already falling backward when the bullet hit him. He went to the other body, the Russian, a man named Petrov. The story was the same. He was found with the Croatian's gun near his hand, but the entry wound on his chest was clean, precise. Not the kind of shot a man makes in a panicked, close-quarters gunfight. They did not kill each other, Gallo murmured. Sir? The young officer asked, hovering nervously in the doorway. They were executed, Gallo said. He stood up, his back aching. Someone else was here. A third man. He shot them both and arranged the scene to look like a duel. He looked at the young officer. Get me the press photos. And the traffic cam footage from this street for the last 3 hours. I want to see every car, every face. The officer just stared at him. But Ispetori, the chief said this case was closed. A gang matter. The chief can write his own reports, Gallo said, a hard edge in his voice. I will write mine. He left the restaurant and walked out into the cool night air. The police tape was still up, a flimsy yellow barrier against the city's curiosity. He stood on the sidewalk and looked up and down the street. He was looking for something that didn't belong. He had a feeling, a cold knot in his gut that he had learned to trust over the years. It was the same feeling he'd had 2 nights ago, at the piazza. The official report on that incident was also simple: a Croatian hit on a Russian money laundering office. But Gallo had gone back to the scene the next morning, after the tape was gone. He had gone up to the roof of the bank, the spot where the Russian sniper had been. The forensics team had found the sniper's spent casings, Russian military grade, 7.62x 54 mmR. But Gallo had found something else. He had found a single different casing, tucked away near a ventilation duct, a spot the crime scene techs had missed. It was a .308 Winchester, a Western round, fired from a bolt-action rifle, not a Dragunov. And the firing pin impression was unique, from a high-end custom weapon. It was the shell of a professional, a ghost. Now he had this. A double execution, disguised as a shootout. The two events were connected. It wasn't a gang war. It was a puppet show. And someone was pulling the strings. He went back to the station, a noisy fluorescent-lit place that smelled of stale coffee and bureaucracy. He didn't go to his desk. He went to the evidence room. He signed out the shell casing from the piazza rooftop. He took it to his real office, a small, cluttered workshop in the basement of his own home. Here, under the harsh, clean light of a magnifying lamp, he compared the casing to one he had in a small private collection. A casing he had recovered a year ago from another unsolved murder, the assassination of a visiting Turkish diplomat. The firing pin impressions were identical. The same gun. The same ghost. A man who had been operating in his city, under his nose, for at least a year. The next morning, he went to see his boss, Chief Inspector Moretti. Moretti was a political animal, a man with perfectly coiffed hair and a suit that cost more than Gallo's car. He was a man who understood the importance of not rocking the boat, especially when the boat was owned by men like General Orlov. Gallo laid out his evidence on Moretti's vast polished desk. The shell casings. The crime scene photos from the restaurant. His notes on the blood spatter. "It's a third party, Chief," Gallo said, his voice a low, urgent rumble. "Someone is playing the Russians and the Croatians against each other. He's an assassin. A professional. He's pouring gasoline on the fire." Moretti looked at the evidence with a profound lack of interest. He picked up one of the shell casings and examined it as if it were a piece of lint. "A gang war, Gallo. That is all this is. The animals are killing each other. It saves us the paperwork." "This is not a gang war," Gallo insisted. "This is a destabilization. Someone is orchestrating this. The piazza, the restaurant, these are not random acts of violence. They are calculated moves in a larger game." "And you have a theory, of course," Moretti said with a sigh, putting the casing down. "A ghost. A phantom killer. It is very dramatic, Ispetori. It sounds like a film." "It is a man," Gallo said, his voice tight. "A man who is very, very good at killing people. And he is operating in our city with impunity. We need to start a real investigation. Pull surveillance footage. Talk to informants. We need to find him before this city burns to the ground." Moretti leaned back in his chair, a thin, dismissive smile on his face. "There will be no investigation. The official report stands. The Croatians and the Russians are at war. Our job is to contain the collateral damage, not to interfere in their business." He looked at Gallo, his eyes cold. "This is a sensitive time, Ispetori. Our city's economy depends on the port, and the port depends on a certain level of stability, even a violent stability. Do you understand?" Gallo understood perfectly. The chief was on the payroll. Orlov's probably. The Russian was the more subtle of the two. "So we do nothing," Gallo said, his voice flat. "You do nothing," Moretti corrected him. You will focus on your open cases. The burglaries. The domestic disputes. You will leave the port to the men who understand it. It was a threat. A clear one. Gallo stood there for a long moment, the silence in the room thick with unspoken words. He looked at the evidence on the desk, at the face of his corrupt boss. He felt a familiar, weary anger. He had been a policeman for 30 years. He had seen good men die and bad men prosper. But he had never stopped being a policeman. He slowly gathered his evidence from the desk, his movements deliberate. He put the shell casings back in their small plastic bags. He straightened the photographs into a neat pile. Thank you for your time, Chief Inspector, he said, his voice devoid of any emotion. He turned and walked out of the office. He knew he was alone in this now. The department wouldn't help him. The state wouldn't help him. He was a man with a badge that was becoming increasingly meaningless. He went back to his own desk, a cluttered island in the noisy bullpen. He sat down and pulled out a fresh notepad. He was officially off the case. But his own private investigation had just begun. He picked up his pen and wrote a single name at the top of the page, the ghost. He needed to find him. He needed to know who he was and why he was here. He picked up his phone and dialed the number for the city's traffic camera control center. Chapter 14. You smell that? The voice was young, bored, and Croatian. The man holding the rifle spat a stream of brown tobacco juice that sizzled on the wet concrete of the loading dock. Smells like money. His partner, an older man with a face like a collapsed road map, didn't look up from the slick, greasy screen of his phone. Smells like fish guts, he grunted. Same thing. Brill lay on his stomach on the corrugated tin roof of a salt warehouse across the narrow channel, 100 yards away. The fish processing plant wasn't just a building, it was an ecosystem of decay. The air was a thick physical wall of smells. The sharp, metallic tang of fish blood, the oily reek of diesel from the trawlers, and the deep underlying rot of the sea itself. The entire South Dock was a place the pretty postcards of Elena pretended didn't exist. He had the Steyr scout rifle, its barrel resting on a sandbag he'd filled with gravel from the roof. He wasn't here to shoot. Not yet. He was here to watch. To learn. Orlov's target was a fortress of rust and concrete. Two of Vucic's men, the two spitting tobacco, were on the main loading dock. Another two patrolled the perimeter, a slow, lazy circuit. And he could see a fifth man through a grimy, salt-streaked window on the second floor, sitting in what looked like an office. This had to be Drago, the man in charge. The man whose head Orlov wanted. Brill watched for an hour as the sun bled into the sea, painting the polluted water in shades of orange and purple. He watched the shift change. He watched the gulls fight over discarded fish heads on the dock. He watched the rhythm of the place. The plant wasn't just a holding pen. It was active. A conveyor belt rumbled to life inside, its rhythmic clank 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 a mechanical heartbeat. A large, refrigerated truck backed up to the loading dock. The two guards straightened up, their boredom replaced by a grudging alertness. The back of the truck opened. It wasn't full of fish. It was full of women. There were maybe a dozen of them, pale and terrified, huddled together in the back of the truck. They were young, their faces a mixture of confusion and a dawning, terrible understanding. They were cargo. Drago came out of his second-floor office and walked down the exterior metal staircase to the dock. He was a big man with a shaved head and a thick black beard, a bear in a stained white t-shirt. He barked an order, and his men began to herd the women out of the truck and into the plant, their movements rough, impatient. One of the women stumbled. She fell to her knees on the wet concrete. One of the guards kicked her, a lazy, contemptuous nudge with his boot. Get up, whore. Brill's finger tightened on the trigger of his rifle. He felt the cold, familiar anger rise in his chest. But he didn't shoot. A long-range kill was clean, but it wasn't the message Orlov wanted. Orlov wanted a statement. He wanted a butcher's work. Brill watched them move the women into a large, refrigerated holding room on the ground floor, a place normally used for storing fish. He saw Drago lock the heavy, insulated door himself and pocket the key. The plan formed in his head, cold and precise. He wasn't going to go in loud. He was going to use the factory against them. He was going to turn their place of business into a tomb. He waited until full darkness fell. He slid back from the edge of the roof and moved, a shadow in the night. He didn't go for the main gate. He went for the water. He slipped into the channel, the water cold and foul, thick with fish oil and diesel. He swam, his movements silent, a dark shape moving through the even darker water. He reached the pilings under the processing plant's main dock. He found what he was looking for, the intake pipe for the plant's high-pressure cleaning system. It was a large, grated pipe, sucking in seawater to be used in the fish gutting machines. He took a small, waterproof bag from his belt. Inside was a simple, effective tool, a can of industrial-grade, expanding foam sealant he'd bought from a marine supply store. He jammed the nozzle into the grate and emptied the can. The foam erupted, a thick, white, fast-hardening mass that completely blocked the intake pipe. He had just given the factory a heart attack. He swam to a rusted maintenance ladder at the back of the plant and pulled himself out of the water, dripping and silent. He moved to the main power conduit for the building, a thick armored cable running up the outside wall. He took out his knife. He didn't cut the cable. He stripped a small section of the insulation away, exposing the bare wires. He took a length of copper wire from his pocket and wrapped one end around the exposed cable. He let the other end dangle, an inch from a metal drain pipe. He was ready. He moved to a ground floor window, one that led to the main processing floor. It was locked. He took a small, thin piece of spring steel from his boot and slid it between the window and the frame. He jiggled it, found the latch, and pushed. The window slid open with a soft click. He slipped inside. The processing floor was a nightmare landscape of stainless steel tables, conveyor belts, and wicked-looking gutting machines, all of it slick with water and fish scales. The air was thick with the smell of ammonia and blood. The only light came from a few bare safety bulbs. He could hear the guards. They were in Drago's office on the second floor, laughing, drinking. They felt safe. Brill moved to the main control panel for the conveyor belt and the cleaning system. He flipped a switch. The conveyor belt rumbled to life, a loud grinding protest that echoed through the cavernous space. Upstairs, the laughter stopped. "What was that?" a voice yelled. "It's the damn belt," another voice answered. "Go shut it off, Marco." Brill faded back into the shadows under a gutting table. A moment later, one of the guards came clattering down the metal staircase. He walked over to the control panel, muttering curses under his breath. "Stupid piece of..." He never finished the sentence. Brill came up behind him, a wraith of silent motion. He didn't use a weapon. He used the factory. He grabbed the guard by the back of his collar and the seat of his pants and heaved, throwing him onto the moving conveyor belt. The guard landed hard on the slick rubber belt. He scrambled, trying to get his feet under him, but the belt was moving too fast. It carried him toward the gaping maw of the industrial fish scaling machine at the end of the line, a machine with hundreds of spinning razor-sharp blades. The guard screamed, a high, thin sound of pure animal terror. The scream was a beautiful, perfect diversion. Upstairs, the other guards, including Drago, came running out onto the second-floor catwalk to see what was happening. They stared in horror as their friend was carried toward the machine. While their attention was focused on the conveyor belt, Brill moved. He ran to the base of the metal staircase. He took the loose end of the copper wire he had attached to the main power conduit and touched it to the metal frame of the stairs. The result was instantaneous. A massive shower of brilliant blue-white sparks erupted as the high-voltage current shorted through the staircase. The lights in the factory exploded. The entire building was plunged into absolute, shocking darkness. The men on the catwalk screamed as the electrical current surged through the metal railing they were holding. Their bodies convulsed, their muscles locking up. One man was thrown backward, over the railing, to the concrete floor below. The others collapsed in a heap on the catwalk, their bodies smoking, the smell of burnt hair and flesh suddenly thick in the air. Brill was already moving again, a ghost in a darkness of his own making. The only sound was the dying, gurgling screams of the man on the conveyor belt, and the low hum of the still-live electrical current. He walked up the now deadly staircase, stepping carefully over the twitching bodies of the electrocuted guards. He found Drago in his office. The big man was on the floor, groaning, his hands burned, his body still trembling from the electric shock. He had been lucky. He hadn't been touching the metal railing. He looked up as Brill stepped into the office, a dark, dripping shape in the gloom. Who are you?" Drago choked out. Brill didn't answer. He walked over to the desk and picked up a heavy glass paperweight. He looked down at the man who kicked women and sold them like cattle. "The general sends his regards," Brill said. He raised the paperweight. Chapter 15. The general was pleased. The man speaking was named Ivan, Orlov's chief lieutenant. He was a tall, thin man with the posture of a dancer and the dead, empty eyes of a killer. He sat across from Brill in a small private booth at the back of a high-end restaurant that Orlov owned. The air smelled of garlic, expensive wine, and quiet power. The head of a man named Drago was delivered to our associate at the port this morning. In a fish box. A very poetic gesture. It was a business transaction, Brill said. He was drinking an espresso, the small cup looking like a toy in his hand. "I delivered the product, as requested." "Indeed," Ivan said. He slid a thick, white envelope across the table. "Your initial payment." The general is a man of his word. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "He has a new task for you. He is concerned about Vucic's supply lines. The heroin from Albania. He wants them cut. Permanently." "That's a bigger job," Brill said. "It will require more resources." "The general understands," Ivan said. "He has authorized you to acquire whatever you need. Within reason." He smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. "He is very interested to see what you will do next." Brill picked up the envelope. He didn't open it. He just nodded. "Tell the general I'll be in touch." He stood up and walked out of the restaurant, leaving Ivan sitting alone in the booth. He walked out into the bright, afternoon sun of Elena. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He knew he was being followed. He had felt it the moment he stepped out of the restaurant. A subtle shift in the energy of the street. A man in a gray suit, reading a newspaper at a cafe, who wasn't really reading. A young couple, holding hands and looking at a shop window, who were looking at his reflection, not the merchandise. They were Orlov's men. Professionals. The general was pleased, but he was not a fool. He had given Brill a new task, but he had also put a leash on him. A very long, very quiet leash. Brill didn't try to lose them. Not yet. He walked, a man with no particular destination, a tourist enjoying the city. He walked through the main piazza, past the scene of the Croatian hit, where the shattered windows of Orlov's office had already been replaced. He bought a gelato from a street vendor, took one bite and threw it in the trash. He was testing them. He wanted to see how they moved, how they communicated. The man with the newspaper was the spotter. The couple was the primary follow team. There would be a third element, a vehicle waiting on a nearby street. It was a classic three-man surveillance setup. Textbook KGB. He turned off the main street and plunged into the Karuji, the narrow, winding alleyways of Elena's old town. The sun disappeared, blocked by the tall, ancient buildings. The world became a maze of shadows and stone. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp laundry and cooking garlic. He quickened his pace. The alleys were a tangled web, designed centuries ago to confuse invading pirates. They were perfect for confusing a surveillance team. He made a series of quick, seemingly random turns. Left, right, another left. He could hear their footsteps behind him now, no longer trying to be subtle, just trying to keep up. He turned a sharp corner into an even narrower alley, one that was little more than a crack between two buildings. He ran. He sprinted 20 yards to the next intersection, then flattened himself against the cold stone wall just out of sight. The young couple, the primary follow, came running around the corner a few seconds later. They were breathing hard, their romantic facade gone, replaced by the grim, focused expressions of hunters. They stopped, looking down the two diverging paths. They had lost him. The man spoke into his wrist. "We lost visual. He's in the old town maze." Brill listened. He heard the reply, a faint tinny squawk from the man's earpiece. It would be the spotter, directing them, trying to predict his next move based on a map of the city. Brill didn't wait for them to get new instructions. He stepped out from the shadows behind them. "You're looking for me," he said. The two agents spun around, their hands flying inside their jackets for their weapons. They were fast, but they were also shocked. "A target is not supposed to find you." Brill didn't give them time to draw. He moved in, a blur of motion. He drove his elbow into the man's throat, a hard, vicious blow that sent him staggering back, choking for air. At the same time, he grabbed the woman's wrist, twisting it, using her own momentum to spin her around and slam her into the wall. Her head hit the stone with a sickening thud, and she slid to the ground, unconscious. The man was still on his feet, trying to pull his pistol, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. Brill kicked his knee out from under him, and as the man fell, Brill brought his hand down in a sharp, chopping blow to the back of his neck. The man collapsed in a heap on top of his partner. Brill stood over them for a moment, his breathing even. He hadn't killed them. Orlov wanted a message, not a war with his own men. He took their weapons, 2 compact Makarov pistols. He took their radios. He looked at their faces. They were young, professional, but they were still just soldiers following orders. He knew that just taking them out wasn't enough. He needed to use them. He needed to send a message back to Orlov, a message that would deepen the general's paranoia, a message that would point a bloody finger directly at the Croatians. He needed a prop. He dragged the 2 unconscious agents into a deeper shadow, a recessed doorway where they wouldn't be found for a while. He took out the zip ties from his own kit and bound their hands and feet. Then he went hunting. He moved back out into the maze of the old town. He was no longer the hunted. He was the hunter again. He was looking for a specific type of prey. A low-level Croatian thug. Someone expendable. He found him in a small, dirty bar near the docks, a place that reeked of cheap grappa and desperation. The man was a known quantity, a street-level drug dealer named Petter with a bad gambling habit and a worse attitude. He was sitting alone at the bar, nursing a drink, his face a mask of sullen resentment. Brill walked up behind him and pressed the cold muzzle of the Russian's Makarov into his side. "We're going for a walk," Brill whispered in Croatian. Petter froze, the glass halfway to his lips. He could feel the hard, unyielding pressure of the gun. He could feel the absolute lack of hesitation in the man holding it. He nodded slowly. Brill walked him out the back door of the bar and into another filthy alley. He pushed Petter against a wall. "What do you want?" Petter stammered, his eyes wide with fear. "Money." "I have no money." "I don't want your money," Brill said. "I want you to deliver a message." He took out the second Makarov and pressed it into Petar's hand, wrapping the man's fingers around the grip. He took out his own phone and took a picture. A clear, well-lit photo of a terrified Croatian drug dealer holding a Russian agent's gun. He showed the picture to Petar. "This is going to be your new profile picture," Brill said. He hit Petar then, a single professional blow to the side of the head that sent the man crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Brill took the gun back. He looked at the picture on his phone. It was perfect. He walked back to the alley where he had left the 2 Russian agents. They were still out cold. He took the radio from the male agent's belt and keyed the mic. He didn't speak. He just sent a single file. The picture of Petar holding the gun. Then he dropped the radio on the agent's chest. He took out his knife. He looked down at the unconscious Russian agent. He needed to make the message absolutely clear. He needed to add a signature. Vucic's signature. He leaned down, the blade of his knife glinting in the dim light of the alley. Chapter 16. The man with the newspaper was good. He never looked directly at Brill. He just folded his paper, paid for his coffee, and started walking, always on the opposite side of the street, always a half-block behind. The young couple was even better. They were the primary follow, the ones who would stick to him in the crowds. They held hands, they laughed, they looked in shop windows. They were a perfect picture of tourist love, except for the way their eyes never stopped moving, constantly scanning, tracking, assessing. Brill led them on a tour of Elena's most useless landmarks. He spent 10 minutes looking at a statue of a forgotten politician. He went into a church, sat in a back pew for 2 minutes, and walked out again. He was a ghost leading other ghosts on a merry chase, and he was taking them exactly where he wanted them to go. He turned off the main, sun-drenched piazza and plunged into the Karugi, the narrow, winding alleyways of the old town. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. The world became a maze of shadows, high stone walls, and the smell of damp laundry and cooking garlic. This was his ground. He quickened his pace. The alleyways were a tangled web, designed to break up a formation, to force a pursuer into a series of blind corners. He heard their footsteps behind him, the soft scrape of leather on stone, no longer casual but urgent. They were working to keep up. He turned a sharp corner into an even narrower alley, one that was little more than a crack between 2 buildings. He ran. He sprinted 20 yards to the next intersection, a small, dark crossroads of stone and shadow. He didn't stop. He ran straight through it and took the next left, disappearing from sight. Then he stopped. He flattened himself against the cold, damp wall of a building, just out of sight of the intersection. He was the bait. And the trap was set. The young couple, the primary follow, came running into the intersection a few seconds later. They were breathing hard, their romantic facade gone, replaced by the grim, focused expressions of hunters. They stopped, looking down the 2 diverging paths. They had lost him. The man spoke into his wrist, his voice a low, urgent whisper. "We lost Visual. He's in the old town maze. Sector Gamma." Brill listened. He heard the reply, a faint tinny squawk from the man's earpiece. It was the spotter, the man with the newspaper, directing them from a map, trying to predict his next move. Brill didn't wait for them to get new instructions. He stepped out from the shadows behind them. "You're looking for me," he said. The 2 agents spun around, their hands flying inside their jackets for their weapons. They were fast, but they were also shocked. A target is not supposed to find you. It violates the natural order of things. Brill didn't give them time to draw. He moved in, a blur of motion in the gloom. He drove his elbow into the man's throat, a hard, vicious blow that sent him staggering back, choking for air, his hand frozen halfway to his pistol. At the same time, Brill grabbed the woman's wrist, the one that was reaching for her own gun, and twisted. He used her own momentum, her own forward-charging energy, to spin her around and slam her face first into the rough stone wall. Her head hit the stone with a sickening thud, and she slid to the ground in a boneless heap, unconscious. The man was still on his feet, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief, his hands clawing at his crushed throat. Brill kicked the man's knee out from under him, a sharp, brutal blow that buckled the joint. As the man fell, Brill brought his hand down in a sharp, chopping blow to the back of his neck, at the base of the skull. The man collapsed in a heap on top of his partner. Brill stood over them for a moment, his breathing even. He hadn't killed them. Orlov wanted a message, not a war with his own men. An unconscious agent was a report that had to be filed. A dead agent was a blood feud. He took their weapons, 2 compact Makarov pistols. He took their radios. He looked at their faces. They were young, professional, but they were still just soldiers following orders. He knew that just taking them out wasn't enough. He needed to use them. He needed to send a message back to Orlov, a message that would deepen the general's paranoia, a message that would point a bloody finger directly at the Croatians. He needed a prop. He dragged the 2 unconscious agents into a deeper shadow, a recessed doorway where they wouldn't be found for a while. He took out the zip ties from his own kit and bound their hands and feet, a professional touch that would add to the confusion. Then he went hunting. He moved back out into the maze of the old town. He was no longer the hunted. He was the hunter again. He was looking for a specific type of prey. A low-level Croatian thug. Someone expendable. Someone who wouldn't be missed right away. He found him in a small, dirty bar near the docks, a place that reeked of cheap grappa and desperation. The man was a known quantity, a street-level drug dealer named Petr with a bad gambling habit and a worse attitude. He was sitting alone at the bar, nursing a drink, his face a mask of sullen resentment. Brill walked up behind him and pressed the cold muzzle of the Russian's Makarov into his side. "We're going for a walk," Brill whispered in Croatian. Petr froze, the glass halfway to his lips. He could feel the hard, unyielding pressure of the gun. He could feel the absolute lack of hesitation in the man holding it. He nodded slowly. Brill walked him out the back door of the bar and into another filthy alley. He pushed Petr against a wall that was slick with grime and God knows what else. "What do you want?" Petr stammered, his eyes wide with fear. "Money. I have no money." "I don't want your money," Brill said. "I want you to deliver a message." He took out the second Makarov and pressed it into Petr's hand, wrapping the man's fingers around the grip. He took out his own phone and took a picture. A clear, well-lit photo of a terrified Croatian drug dealer holding a Russian agent's gun. He showed the picture to Petr. "This is going to be your new profile picture," Brill said. He hit Petr then, a single professional blow to the side of the head that sent the man crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Brill took the gun back. He looked at the picture on his phone. It was perfect. It was a story in a single frame. He walked back to the alley where he had left the 2 Russian agents. They were still out cold. He took the radio from the male agent's belt and keyed the mic. He didn't speak. He just sent a single file. The picture of Petr holding the gun. He knew the spotter, the man with the newspaper, would be on the other end. He would see the picture. He would see a Croatian holding his agent's weapon. He would draw his own conclusions. Brill dropped the radio on the agent's chest. He had planted the seed of doubt. Now he had to water it with blood. He took out his knife. He looked down at the unconscious Russian agent. He needed to make the message absolutely clear. He needed to add a signature. A signature that belonged to the butcher. He leaned down. He took the agent's left hand, and with a single quick and brutal slash, he severed the man's little finger. The agent's body convulsed, a deep unconscious groan of agony escaping his lips. Brill took the severed finger, still warm, and placed it in the agent's own breast pocket. It was the kind of savage, unnecessary act of cruelty that was Vucic's trademark. It was a message written in a language of pure, brutal violence. He stood up, the blade of his knife glinting in the dim light of the alley. He wiped it clean on the unconscious man's trousers and walked away, a ghost leaving a scene of carefully constructed chaos, his footsteps silent on the ancient stones. Chapter 17. It's a new gameplay feature, Todd. A dynamic, high-value target. A boss level. The players will love it. Win Trafford's voice was a slick, polished thing, the sound of a man trying to sell a luxury car when he's standing in a graveyard. He sat in his command chair, the glow of the monitors painting his face in the cool, detached colors of his war. He wasn't looking at Todd. He was looking at a satellite image of San Cristobal, a red circle pulsing over the residential district where Brill had last been seen. "You're putting a bounty on a man's head," Todd said. His voice was a dead, hollowed-out thing. He hadn't slept. He hadn't eaten. He had just been watching the feeds, watching the ghosts of the Marketplace massacre play over and over in his head. "You're sending 6 kids who think they're playing a video game to hunt and kill a real person." "I'm incentivizing a tactical objective," Wynn corrected him, his fingers flying across his keyboard. He was building the mission profile, his movements quick and precise. "The man is a threat. He's a corporate spy, a saboteur sent here to steal our technology. He took out one of our units. That's a $3 million piece of hardware, Todd. I'm not just going to let him walk away." "He disabled it with a puddle and a power line," Todd said, a note of something that might have been hysterical laughter in his voice. "He's not a spy, Wynn. He's a ghost. He's something you don't understand. And you're trying to kill him with a bunch of children." "They are not children," Wynn snapped, his composure finally cracking for a second. "They are the most elite, hand-eye coordination specialists on the planet. They are digital warriors. And this," he gestured to the screen, "is their native environment." He brought up a new window. A sleek black interface with the Trafford Technologies logo. It was the back end of the gaming system, the place where the god in the machine pulled the strings. He began to type, creating a new mission profile. New bounty contract. Target ID, rogue_agent_01. Callsign Ghost. Objective, seek and destroy. Reward, 50.0 BTC. 50 Bitcoin? Todd's voice was a strangled whisper. That's over $1 million. "It has to be enough to make them hungry," Wynn said, a strange feverish light in his eyes. "Enough to make them forget everything else. I want them competing. I want them fighting over the kill. I want them to be a pack of wolves." He uploaded Brill's image, the grainy photo from the FBI watch list. He linked it to the target ID. He drew a last known location circle on the map of San Cristobal. He was turning a human being into a glowing red dot on a screen. "You can't do this, Wynn," Todd pleaded, taking a step closer. "This is a line. A final line. We are ordering a murder." "We crossed the final line in that valley in Venezuela," Wynn said, his voice turning cold as ice. He didn't look at Todd. He was still focused on his creation. Everything since then has just been about managing the fallout. This is just management. He hit the enter key. The bounty contract went live. A notification, bright and cheerful, would be pinging in the headsets of 6 gamers in 6 basements across America. New high-value target available. First to neutralize wins the prize. "They'll kill him," Todd said, his voice hollow. "That's the idea," Wynn said. He leaned back in his chair, a man who had just launched a missile and was waiting for the impact. He looked at Todd, and his eyes were the eyes of a stranger. The brilliant, enthusiastic inventor was gone, buried under a mountain of bad decisions and desperate lies. In his place was a man who looked haunted, paranoid, and utterly ruthless. "And when they do, our problem goes away," The ghost vanishes. The tech is secure. We finish our 90-day trial, we deliver the units to the army, and we walk away with a $10 billion contract. This is the last move, Todd. The one that wins the game. This isn't a game. Todd finally roared, the sound a raw, ragged thing in the quiet, air-conditioned control room. There are bodies, Win. Real bodies. A little girl in a yellow dress. Her name was Sophia. I looked it up. She was 7 years old. And your player, your slayer, he shot her and he didn't even see her. Win flinched at the name. A brief, almost imperceptible tightening of the muscles in his jaw. It was a tragedy, he said, his voice a low monotone. But it was a necessary one. Necessary? Todd took another step, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. You're insane. You're a monster. You're sitting here, ordering another murder, and you're calling it a business decision. It is a business decision. Win was on his feet now, his face inches from Todd's. This is my company. My life. I built it from nothing. And I will not let it be destroyed by one man in a jungle, or by your sudden, inconvenient crisis of conscience. He was shouting now, his voice echoing in the high-tech silence. He was a cornered animal, all teeth and snarling fury. His eyes darted to the security monitors that lined one wall, his paranoia a living thing in the room. He saw the guards at the gate. He saw the empty hallways of his facility. He saw the dark, empty hills that surrounded his compound. He saw ghosts everywhere. He's coming for us, you know, Win whispered, his voice dropping, becoming a conspirator's hiss. The ghost. He's not just a spy. He's an assassin. He was sent to kill us, to take our tech. The men who hired him, they don't leave witnesses. You're paranoid, Todd said, taking a step back. He was looking at his friend, the man he had built a dream with, and he was seeing a stranger. A man who was coming undone. Am I? Win said with a wild, humorless laugh. I'm the one who sees the world for what it is, Todd. A game. A brutal, zero-sum game. And I am not going to lose. He turned his back on Todd and walked to a heavy steel door at the back of the control room. He typed a code into the keypad, and the door hissed open. I'm bringing the other units online, he said. The ones we were holding in reserve. They're not going to be deployed. They're going to be our private security. You're going to use them to guard this place? Todd asked, his voice full of disbelief. I'm going to turn this compound into a fortress, Win said, his eyes gleaming with a manic fire. Let him come. Let the ghost come. I'll have an army of tin men waiting for him. He stepped through the doorway and was gone. Todd stood alone in the control room. He looked at the main monitor, at the satellite view of San Cristobal. He saw 6 small blue icons, his gamers, begin to move, converging on a single red dot. The hunt was on. He looked at the empty chair where Win had been sitting. He looked at the red abort button on the main console. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't be a part of this anymore. He had to stop it. He had to make a call. He had to tell someone. He walked toward the door, not the one Win had used, but the one that led out to the parking lot, to the real world. His hand was on the knob when the door hissed open from the other side. Win stood there. He was holding a heavy, metal fire extinguisher. His face was a mask of cold, calm certainty. I'm sorry, Todd, Win said, his voice a soft, almost gentle thing. But you're in my way. He raised the fire extinguisher. Chapter 18. 50. Bitcoin. The words were a reverent whisper in the darkness of Jacob Asher's basement. He wasn't looking at his father's disappointed face or the unmowed lawn. He was looking at the bounty contract glowing on his HUD, a perfect, beautiful string of numbers that promised a reality far better than the one upstairs. Dude, are you seeing this? a voice crackled in his headset. It was Tom, call sign Viper, a kid from San Diego with a sniper's patience and a surfer's vocabulary. 50 BTC for one dude. That's like a house. A freaking beachfront house in Malibu. It's more than a house, bro, another voice cut in. It was Tank from Chicago. It's a legend. First player to bag a high-value target with a bounty like this. You're not just a gamer anymore. You're an icon. Jacob, Slayer, didn't say anything. He was studying the target package. The grainy photo of the man they called Ghost. The last known location circle, pulsing on the map of San Cristobal. He felt a surge of pure, unadulterated adrenaline, a feeling that was cleaner and more potent than any energy drink. This wasn't just another mission. This was a boss fight. And he was going to be the one to get the kill. He's mine, Jacob said, his voice a low, confident growl that was nothing like his real-world 19-year-old self. I've got his last known. Residential district, Sector Gamma. I'm moving in. Oh, hold up, hotshot, said Ghost, the girl on their team. We're a squad, remember? We moved together. We split the prize. Split it 6 ways. Tank rumbled. That's not even a Lamborghini. This isn't about the money, you mouth breather, Ghost shot back. It's about the win. And we win as a team. She's right, Viper said. This guy took out one of the bots. He's not just some Rondo NPC. He's a player. A good one. The idea that the Ghost might be another player, another beta tester, hadn't even occurred to Jacob. It made the hunt even more exciting. It was a PvP duel. A test of skill. Fine, Jacob said, the word dripping with a grudging reluctance. Form up on me. But I get first shot. He moved his Tin Man, the heavy metal feet pounding the pavement of the virtual Venezuelan city. The haptic suit pressed against his skin, simulating the weight, the momentum. He could feel the sun on his armor, the grit of the dust under his feet. The realism was total. He moved into the residential district, the place where Brill had disabled the first Tin Man. It was a ghost town, the civilians having fled after the earlier violence. The silence was a stark contrast to the chaos of the marketplace. It was a perfect hunting ground. His 5 teammates materialized around him, their own Tin Men dropping from the sky in a simulated orbital insertion that was a beautiful cinematic piece of programming. They fanned out, a perfect fire team, their movements synchronized, their comms channel a quiet professional hum of callouts. Viper, take the high ground, Jacob commanded, his voice taking on the authority of a squad leader. Reaper, Spectre, you're on my flanks. Ghost, you and Tank bring up the rear. Standard search pattern. Eyes open. This guy is a pro. They moved through the silent streets like a pack of chrome wolves, their red optical sensors sweeping the empty houses, the wrecked cars, the deep dark shadows. I don't get it, Tank said after 10 minutes of fruitless searching. If he's a player, why isn't he fighting? Why is he hiding? Maybe he's scared, Viper said from his perch on a rooftop. Maybe he knows he's outmatched. Or maybe he's smart, Jacob said. He was scanning the ground, looking for tracks, for any sign of his quarry. He found them. The same sharp, geometric footprints his own Tin Man was leaving. But they were scuffed, partially erased. And there were drag marks. He's not just hiding, Jacob said into the comms. He's building something. I've got drag marks here. He's moving debris. Setting up a kill box. The idea sent a fresh thrill through him. The Ghost wasn't just a good player. He was a strategist. This was going to be fun. All units, be advised, Jacob said, his voice dropping to a conspirator's whisper. Target is setting a trap. Move with caution. Check your corners. They moved deeper into the neighborhood, their initial boisterous confidence replaced by a new, more focused intensity. They were no longer just playing a game. They were in one. They found the trap, at the end of a long, narrow street. It was a barricade, a crude wall of wrecked cars and old furniture blocking the road. It was an obvious, almost amateurish setup. "That's it," Tank said, his voice full of disappointment. "That's his big play. A pile of junk." "It's too obvious," Viper said from his rooftop perch. "I don't like it. I can't see behind it." "I'll check it out," Jacob said. He moved his Tin Man forward, his rifle at the ready. He approached the barricade, cautiously. It was silent. Too silent. He reached the first car, a rusted-out shell of a vehicle. He peered over the hood. The street behind the barricade was empty. "It's a bluff," Jacob said into the comms. "There's nothing here. He's trying to slow us down." He put a hand on the car to push it aside. The world exploded. The car was packed with explosives. The blast was a deafening concussive roar that threw Jacob's Tin Man backward, its heavy body tumbling through the air like a child's toy. He landed hard, his vision a screaming wall of white static, his audio feed a high-pitched whine. Damage indicators flashed red across his HUD. Critical damage. Left leg actuator offline. Optical sensor malfunction. The haptic suit went wild, a symphony of violent, painful vibrations that made his teeth rattle. It was the most intense feedback he had ever felt. It was amazing. "Slayer is down. Slayer is down," Ghost screamed in his ear. "RPG." From the building on the left. Through the static, Jacob could see it. A muzzle flash from a second-story window of a bombed-out house. "I see him," Viper shouted. A single sharp crack echoed through the street. Target neutralized. Jacob's vision began to clear. He was on his back, looking up at the sky. His robot's left leg was a mangled wreck of wires and twisted metal. He tried to get up, but the machine wouldn't respond. "My leg is gone," he said, a note of genuine panic in his voice. "I can't move." "We're coming to you," Ghost said. He saw her Tin Man and tanks running toward him. But as they entered the kill zone, 2 more explosions erupted, one on either side of the street. Not RPGs. IEDs. Buried in the rubble. Ghost and Tank were thrown to the ground, their own damage indicators flashing. It was a perfectly executed, multi-stage ambush. The barricade wasn't the trap. It was the bait. It had forced them to stop, to cluster together. "It's a coordinated attack," Reaper yelled. "We've got multiple hostiles." Jacob, lying helpless on his back, saw them. 2 figures, moving in the shadows of the ruined buildings. They weren't robots. They were men. Dressed in dark, ragged clothes, their faces covered. They were carrying rifles. They were NPCs. But they were smart. They were using tactics. They were flanking. "This isn't one guy," Jacob said, his mind racing. "This is a whole squad of them. The AI in this game is insane." He watched as Reaper and Spectre engaged the 2 flanking hostiles, their submachine guns spitting tracers into the shadows. He watched as Viper, from his rooftop perch, tried to provide overwatch. But the Ghost was a ghost. He wasn't where they were looking. He was behind them. Brill rose from a sewer grate in the middle of the street, a dark, silent shape that had been there the whole time, hidden in plain sight. He had the rifle he'd taken from the dead poacher, a weapon that was an antique but was still brutally effective. He didn't aim for the robots. He aimed for Viper. He raised the rifle to his shoulder. He looked through the old iron sights. He saw the sniper on the roof, the one who was causing all the problems. He saw the glint of the sun on his optical sensor. He fired once. The rifle kicked hard against his shoulder. On the roof, Viper's world went black. The bullet had shattered his robot's main optical sensor. His screen was dead. His connection was gone. "I'm blind," Viper screamed in the comms. "He took out my optics. I'm blind. Brill was already moving. He dropped the rifle and sprinted for the nearest building, a ghost disappearing back into the shadows, leaving a scene of chaos and confusion in his wake. He had taken out their eyes. He had crippled their legs. He hadn't destroyed a single machine. But he had broken their team. And he had just announced that this was not a game. Chapter 19. He's a cheater. A goddamn hacker. The voice in the comms channel was Tank's, a furious, adolescent whine that was a universe away from the deep, gravelly bass of his robot's vocoder. No NPC is that smart. He's exploiting a glitch in the AI. He's not AI, Viper's voice cut in, sharp and frustrated. He was still on the rooftop, his robot's vision a black, useless void. He's a player. And he just wiped the floor with us. Jacob, Slayer, lay on his back in the middle of the street, his multi-million-dollar war machine crippled, his screen a mess of red damage indicators. He said nothing. He was processing. He was learning. The ghost wasn't just a good player. He was different. He didn't play by the rules. He didn't go for the high score. He went for the jugular. And it was the most fun Jacob had had in his life. He's mine, Jacob said, his voice a low, determined growl. The bounty is mine. He found the manual override for his left leg actuator. It was useless for walking, but he could still drag himself. He began to crawl, his robot's metal claws scraping on the asphalt, pulling his crippled body toward the sewer grate where the ghost had vanished. The sewer tunnel was a river of filth that smelled of 1,000 years of human misery. Brill moved through it, the water a cold, greasy caress against his skin. The bullet graze in his shoulder was a hot, angry throb, a steady rhythm of pain that kept him grounded, focused. He wasn't running. He was relocating. The ambush had worked, but it was a one-time trick. They knew he was smart now. They would be expecting traps. They would adapt. He had to adapt faster. He moved for a half-mile through the city's dead veins, the only sound the slosh of the water and the distant thunderous rumble of the city's collapsing infrastructure. He emerged in a different part of the city, pushing open a manhole cover in the middle of a vast, deserted industrial park. This was the heart of Detroit's decay. A graveyard of factories, their windows like the vacant eyes of skulls, their smokestack silent fingers pointing at a gray, indifferent sky. It was a perfect hunting ground. A place of cover, concealment, and 1,000 ways to die. He knew they would be coming. The gamers, the bounty hunters. They had the satellite view. They would have seen the manhole cover open. They would be converging on his position. He needed to change the dynamic. He couldn't keep running. He had to become the trap. He found what he was looking for in the shadow of a massive, rust-eaten stamping plant. A construction site, abandoned mid-job. A half-finished concrete structure, a skeleton of rebar and cement, stood next to a deep, muddy foundation pit. And next to the pit, a silent, sleeping giant. A crane. A massive, lattice boom crane, its hook dangling 100 feet in the air, a steel pendulum waiting for a push. Brill walked onto the site. He climbed into the crane's cab. The door was unlocked. The inside smelled of stale coffee and hydraulic fluid. He looked at the controls. A complex array of levers and buttons. But the principles were simple. Levers for the boom, a pedal for the brake. He found the keys still in the ignition, a testament to a level of economic despair where even a multi-ton piece of industrial machinery wasn't worth stealing. He didn't start it. He just sat there, in the quiet of the cab, and he waited. He didn't have to wait long. He saw the first one coming from the east. It was Tank, his heavy model Tin Man moving with a clumsy, aggressive swagger, its chain gun held at the ready. The kid was angry. He was coming for revenge. He was a bull, looking for a china shop. Brill watched him enter the construction site. He watched him see the crane. He watched him see the open cab door. The bait was taken. Tank's voice crackled in Brill's stolen radio, the one he'd taken from the dead poacher in another life, another war. It was a simple scanner, but it could pick up the unencrypted comms the gamers were using. "I got him," Tank was saying, his voice a triumphant shout. "He's in a crane. The big yellow one. He's trapped." "Don't be an idiot, Tank," Ghost's voice replied. "It's another trap." "It's a tin can on a stick," Tank sneered. "What's he gonna do? Throw a wrench at me?" He advanced on the crane, his chain gun spinning up with a high-pitched whine. Brill waited. He let him get closer. Let him get confident. Tank was 50 yards away when he opened fire. The sound was a deafening roar that shattered the industrial silence. A stream of tracers tore through the air, punching holes in the crane's thin metal cab. Glass exploded. Metal shrieked. Brill was no longer in the cab. He had slipped out the opposite door, a second before the shooting started. He was on the ground, a ghost in the machine's shadow. He ran, not away from the crane, but toward its base. He had one chance. Tank, seeing the cab being shredded, assumed his target was dead. He stopped firing, a triumphant laugh echoing in the comms. "Scratch one, Ghost. The bounty is mine." He started to walk toward the crane to inspect his kill. Brill reached the crane's massive tracked base. He found the manual brake release, a heavy grease-covered lever. He had studied the schematic on the drive-in. He knew this machine. He put his shoulder to the lever and heaved. The brake disengaged with a loud groaning clang. The crane, which had been sitting on a slight, almost imperceptible incline, began to roll. Slowly at first, then gathering speed, the multi-ton machine began to slide backward, directly toward the deep, muddy foundation pit. Tank, standing in its path, looked up from his victory celebration. He saw the mountain of yellow steel rolling toward him. His triumphant laugh died in his throat. "What the?" He tried to back up, but the ground was soft, muddy. His heavy robot's feet sank. He was a mammoth, trapped in a tar pit. He raised his chain gun to fire, to try to stop the unstoppable. But it was too late. The massive steel tracks of the crane hit the Tin Man. There was no explosion, just a brutal, final, grinding crunch of metal on metal. The robot was pushed backward, its legs buckling, its body crumpling under the immense, indifferent weight. It was swatted like a fly and pushed over the edge into the foundation pit. The crane followed it, its descent a slow, majestic catastrophe, until it crashed into the bottom of the pit with a deep, shuddering boom that shook the ground. Brill stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the wreckage. The Tin Man was a mangled, twisted wreck, half buried under the crane's tracks. Its red eye flickered, then went dark. "Tank is down. I repeat, Tank is down." Ghost's voice was screaming in the comms. "What happened? What the hell happened?" Brill didn't wait to answer. He was already moving, a ghost leaving another scene of quiet, analog violence. He had taken another piece off the board. But he knew the others would be coming. They would be angrier now, more reckless. He ran, not deeper into the industrial park, but back toward the city. He could hear the sirens again, a new set of them, converging on his position. The FBI and the remaining Tin Men. He reached the edge of the industrial park and saw the street ahead. It was a busy thoroughfare, filled with the late afternoon traffic of a city trying to pretend it was still alive. A city bus, crowded with people, rumbled past. And at the far end of the street, he saw them. 2 more Tin Men, Reaper and Spectre, their red eyes glowing in the dying light. They saw him. They opened fire, not with flechettes, with their main cannons, high explosive rounds that were not designed for a city street. The first shell hit the city bus. Chapter 20. Look at all these NPCs. The render distance is insane. The voice in Jacob Asher's headset was Spectre's, one half of the Dallas duo. He sounded like a tourist, admiring the architecture. Seriously, the detail on the fruit stands. You can almost smell the mangoes. Forget the mangoes, his partner Reaper cut in. I've got a visual on the bounty. He's cornered. Pinned down in the market square. He's ours. Brill was not cornered. He was channelized. There was a difference. He lay behind the overturned counter of a butcher's stall, the air thick with the coppery smell of blood and the sharper, more terrifying scent of ozone from the high-explosive rounds that had just turned a city bus into a flaming wreck. The two tin men, Reaper and Spectre, were at the far end of the street, two dark, implacable shapes against the backdrop of the burning bus. They weren't advancing. They were holding their position, a classic containment strategy. They were waiting for the rest of their team, for the crippled Slayer and the blinded Viper to close the box. The problem was, the box was full of people. The marketplace, which had been a scene of late-afternoon commerce a moment ago, was now a vortex of pure animal panic. The explosion of the bus had turned the crowded square into a kill box, and the civilians were the ones caught inside. They were screaming, running in every direction, a river of terrified humanity flowing around the islands of the market stalls. Brill knew he had seconds. The gamers, the children with their godlike toys, were treating this like a game. They saw the civilians as beautifully rendered obstacles, not as lives. And the machines they controlled had one simple, brutal directive: eliminate the bounty. He peered through a gap in the splintered wood of the stall. Reaper and Spectre were starting to move, their advance slow, methodical. They were herding him, using the panic of the crowd to flush him out. He had to move. But where? The street was a death trap. The buildings on either side were brick-faced, with no easy access. He saw his chance. It wasn't a good one. It was a desperate, ugly one. A city police car, a beat-up Lada, came screaming around the corner, its siren a frantic, useless wail. The two young officers inside had probably heard the explosion and were coming to be heroes. They saw the two giant robots, the burning bus, the chaos, and their heroic expressions melted into a very human, very understandable terror. The driver stomped on the brakes. The old car skidded on the dusty asphalt, turning sideways, its passenger side now facing the two tin men. Reaper, the gamer in Dallas, saw not a police car, but a new target. A threat. Hostile vehicle, he shouted in the comms. Engaging. The Tin Man's arm cannon hissed. A high-explosive round, the size of a small bottle, shot across the square and hit the Lada directly in the engine block. The car didn't just explode. It vaporized. A ball of fire and shrapnel erupted in the middle of the street, flipping the car onto its roof, its wheels still spinning. The explosion was a new, more terrifying catalyst in the marketplace. The crowd, which had been a panicked river, now became a stampede. They surged away from the fireball, a wave of bodies and screams. Brill used it. He broke from cover, not running with the crowd but against it, a salmon swimming upstream. He was a shadow in the chaos, his movements economical, precise. He kept his head down, his body low. The two tin men, their attention momentarily focused on the burning police car, didn't see him at first. But the girl did. She was maybe 10 years old, separated from her mother in the stampede. She stood frozen in the middle of the square, a small, still point in a world of frantic motion, her face a mask of pure, silent terror. She was looking at the burning car, at the silver men, at the world that had just come apart. And she was directly in Brill's path. He didn't have time to go around her. He didn't have time to think. He just acted. He scooped her up, his arm wrapping around her small, trembling body. She was a feather in his arms. He didn't stop. He kept moving, carrying her, shielding her with his own body. "It's okay," he said in Spanish, his voice a low, urgent rumble. "I've got you." The move had cost him. It had slowed him down. And it had made him a bigger target. Spectre, the other gamer, saw him. "I've got him," he yelled in the comms. "He's got a hostage. A little girl NPC. Waste 'em both," Jacob's voice, Slayer's voice, crackled back, cold and impatient. "The bounty is all that matters." Spectre's robot raised its weapon. Brill saw the movement. He didn't have cover. He didn't have time. He did the only thing he could. He threw the girl. He didn't throw her at the robot. He threw her sideways, a low, desperate heave that sent her tumbling behind a thick concrete fountain in the center of the square. She landed hard, but she was out of the line of fire. Brill dove in the opposite direction, hitting the ground and rolling just as a stream of flechettes tore through the air where he had been a moment before, chewing up the cobblestones. He came up behind a large cart, piled high with sacks of grain. The sacks exploded around him, a shower of white dust, as the two tin men opened up, pouring a relentless, overwhelming volume of fire at his position. He was pinned. He was outgunned. And he was out of ideas. He looked around, his mind racing, searching for a new weapon, a new angle. He saw the burning police car. He saw the fire spreading, a pool of burning gasoline creeping across the square. And he saw the shattered storefront of a high-end electronics shop, its window blown out by the explosion. An idea. A terrible, desperate, analog idea. He waited for a lull in the firing. He broke from cover, a mad, zigzagging sprint across the open square toward the electronics shop. "He's making a run for it," Reaper yelled. The two tin men adjusted their aim, their fire tracking him. Bullets and flechettes kicked up the ground around him, a storm of deadly invisible insects. He felt a sharp, burning pain in his calf, as a piece of shrapnel from a ricochet tore through his pants. He ignored it. He dove through the shattered window of the electronics shop, landing in a shower of broken glass. He was inside. He was out of their line of sight. But he was trapped. He looked around the shop. It was a wreck. Televisions, computers, speakers, all of it shattered, smoking. He scrambled behind a counter. He found what he was looking for. A stack of high-powered, lithium-ion batteries for a commercial drone. They were volatile, unstable, little bombs waiting for a spark. He grabbed 2 of them. He took the roll of copper wire from his own kit. He began to work, his hands a blur of motion. Outside, the 2 tin men were advancing on the shop, their movements slow, cautious. They were treating the building like a fortress. "He's in the box," Spectre said in the comms. "Nowhere to go. Let's smoke him out." One of them raised its arm cannon. It was preparing to fire a high-explosive round into the storefront to bring the whole building down on top of him. Brill finished his work. He had wired the 2 batteries together, creating a crude, powerful, incendiary device. He wrapped it in a cloth, soaked in cleaning solvent from under the counter. He looked out the broken window. The Tin Man was 20 yards away, its cannon glowing as it charged. Brill lit the cloth with his lighter. It went up with a whoosh. He didn't throw it. He ran. He ran out the back of the shop, into a narrow, trash-filled alley. He could hear the front of the shop explode behind him, a deafening roar of fire and collapsing brick. He didn't look back. He just kept running, a ghost leaving another burning ruin in his wake, the screams of the marketplace a fading, terrible echo in his ears. Chapter 21. Is it over, Mama? Mateo's voice was a small, thin thing in the heavy silence of the church basement. He sat on an upturned crate, his knees drawn up to his chin. His eyes, which had once been full of a child's easy wonder, were now old and still. He hadn't cried. Not once. Not since they had run from the marketplace, from the silver men and the fire. Elena reached out and brushed a smudge of soot from his cheek. "Yes, my love," she whispered, the lie a bitter stone in her throat. "It's over." It wasn't over. It was just quieter. They were in the crypt of the old San Juan Cathedral, a place that smelled of damp earth, candle wax, and the faint sweet scent of the long dead. A dozen other families were huddled in the shadows with them, a small, terrified flock that had sought sanctuary in the house of a god who had been looking the other way. They were the ghosts of the marketplace, the survivors, the ones who had been lucky enough to be in the right place when the world ended. An old man named Arturo, who had owned a small Domino's parlor that was now a pile of splintered wood and blood, was tending to a small battery-powered radio, turning the dial with a gentle, practiced hand. He was trying to find a voice from the outside world, a voice that could explain the madness. He found one. It was a government station from Caracas. The announcer's voice, a smooth, confident baritone, the voice of a man who lived a long way from the fire. A decisive blow against the Cortez cartel, the announcer was saying. In a daring joint operation, government forces, utilizing advanced private security assets, successfully neutralized a major narco-terrorist cell in San Cristobal. The criminals, who were using a crowded marketplace as a human shield, were eliminated. Arturo stared at the radio, his face a mask of disbelief. "Narco-terrorists?" he whispered, his voice cracking. "My cousin Hector, the man who sold mangoes for 40 years, he was a narco-terrorist." A woman in the corner began to weep, a low, keening sound of pure, helpless grief. Her husband had been a baker. He had been on the bus. "The government reports that civilian casualties were minimal," the radio announcer continued, his voice a smooth, polished lie. "A tragic but necessary consequence of the cartel's cowardly tactics. President Alvarez has declared it a great victory in the war on drugs." Arturo switched the radio off. The silence that followed was heavier, more profound than before. They had not just been attacked. They had been erased. Their dead had been given new names, their tragedy rewritten as a footnote in a government press release. "They are lying," a young woman named Sophia said, her voice a low, angry hiss. She had been searching for her husband, a policeman, since the attack. She had found his burned-out Lada in the middle of the square. "They are all lying." She was right. But the truth was a dangerous currency in a city that was now occupied by two kinds of monsters: the silver men who killed without reason, and the men in uniform who came after and gave the reasons. The basement door at the top of the stone steps creaked open, spilling a rectangle of dusty afternoon light into the crypt. A young priest, Father Michael, stood there, his face pale and strained. "There is food," he said, his voice a weary whisper. "And water. But you cannot stay here long. The soldiers, they are going from house to house. They are looking for witnesses." "Witnesses to what?" Arturo spat, his voice thick with contempt. "The great victory." "They are looking for anyone who saw what really happened," the priest said. "They are calling them cartel sympathizers. They are taking them away." The fear in the crypt, which had been a dull, throbbing ache, now became a sharp, cold spike. They were not just victims. They were now evidence. And the government was the cleanup crew. Elena pulled Mateo closer. She had seen the soldiers. She had seen them from the high window of the bell tower before the priest had moved them to the crypt. They were not the local police. They were Jallo's men, the ones from the capital, their faces hard and unforgiving. They moved with the same cold, efficient purpose as the silver men. "What do we do, Father?" a woman asked, her voice trembling. The young priest looked at the faces staring up at him, at the small broken pieces of his flock. He was a man of God, but God was silent. "We must pray," he said, though the words sounded hollow even to him. Later that day, a new group of survivors arrived. It was 3 children, none of them older than 10. They were brought in by an old woman who had found them hiding in the shell of the burned-out bus. They were orphans. Their parents had been on the bus. They didn't cry. They just stared, their eyes a reflection of the horror they had seen. Mateo, who had been a silent, withdrawn ghost since the attack, went to them. He didn't say anything. He just sat with them, a small, silent circle of children who had been forced to grow up in the space of a single, terrible afternoon. Elena watched him, and her heart broke all over again. The silver men had not just killed people. They had killed a childhood. As night fell, a new sound began to filter down into the crypt. Not the sound of gunfire. The sound of engines. Heavy trucks moving through the city. Arturo, the old man, crept up the stairs and peered through a crack in the door. He came back down, his face grim. "They are bringing in more soldiers," he said. "They are setting up a perimeter around the market district. No one in, no one out." The sanctuary had become a cage. The men in the crypt began to talk, their voices low, urgent whispers. They were no longer talking about grief. They were talking about anger. "We cannot just sit here and wait for them to find us," a young man named Paolo said. He had been a mechanic before his shop was destroyed. "We have to fight back." "With what?" Arturo asked. "Our bare hands." "I have a rifle," Paolo said. "An old hunting rifle. My father's. I buried it when the soldiers came." He looked at the other men. "We are not narcos. We are not terrorists. We are men of this city. This is our home. We cannot let them take it from us." A few of the other men nodded, a new, dangerous light in their eyes. The seeds of a resistance born of grief and rage were being sown in the damp, dark earth of the crypt. Elena listened, but she did not join them. Her fight was not for the city. Her fight was for the small boy who sat in the corner with the other orphans, his face a silent, heartbreaking testament to the cost of other men's wars. She knew they could not stay. The church was no longer a sanctuary. It was a target. The men talking of fighting would bring the war right to their doorstep. She went to Father Michael. "Father," she whispered, her voice urgent, "is there another way out? A way that does not use the streets?" The young priest looked at her, at the fierce protective fire in her eyes. He saw a mother, and he understood. He nodded slowly. "There are old tunnels," he said, "under the city. From the time of the Spanish. They lead from this crypt to the old aqueduct by the river. They have not been used in 100 years. They are not safe." "Nowhere is safe," Elena said. She went back to her son. She knelt in front of him. "Matteo," she said softly, "we are going on a journey." He looked up at her, his old tired eyes searching her face. "Where are we going, Mama?" "Away from the silver men," she said. She took his small cold hand in hers. She looked at the other children, the orphans of the storm. She couldn't leave them. She couldn't. She turned to them. "We are all going," she said, her voice a fierce, quiet promise. She stood up and looked toward the dark, forgotten corner of the crypt where the priest had said the entrance to the tunnel was. She didn't know what lay in the darkness ahead. But she knew what was behind them. And that was enough. She took a deep breath and began to walk, leading her small, broken flock of children toward a new and uncertain darkness. Chapter 22. Where did he go? I've lost the signal. The voice in the comms was Viper's, the sniper, his tone a high, frustrated whine. The building collapsed. I don't have a line of sight. Spread out, Jacob's voice, Slayers commanded. He was still crawling, his crippled tin man dragging its useless leg, a wounded chrome animal. He's on foot. He's wounded. He can't have gone far. Find him. The bounty is still live. Brill was already a block away, a ghost melting into a city that was coming apart at the seams. The alley he had escaped into was a river of fleeing civilians, their faces a uniform mask of terror. He didn't run with them. He ran against them, using their panic as a current to pull him deeper into the city's chaos. The wound in his calf was a hot, insistent throb, a steady drumbeat of pain. He ignored it. Pain was just data. He knew the gamers would be hunting him from the sky, their satellite view, a God's eye perspective that saw everything. He had to get out from under it. He needed a roof over his head. He needed a new skin. He saw a car, a beat-up Toyota Corolla, abandoned in the middle of an intersection, its doors open, its engine still running. The driver had been caught in the stampede and had made the simple, rational decision to run for his life. Brill didn't hesitate. He slid behind the wheel. The car smelled of cheap air freshener and fear. He slammed the door, threw the car into gear, and stomped on the gas. The little car shot forward, its tires squealing, carving a path through the debris-strewn street. He was mobile, but he was also a much bigger target. He saw them almost immediately. Two of them, Reaper and Spectre. They appeared at the end of a long, straight avenue, two silver nightmares against the backdrop of the setting sun. They saw his car. Their red eyes flared. Target acquired. Reaper's voice shouted in Brill's scanner. In a blue sedan, moving west on Avenida Bolivar. They started to run, their powerful legs eating up the pavement with an unnatural, terrifying speed. They were faster than the car. Brill wrenched the wheel, turning sharply into a narrow side street, the little Toyota's tires screaming in protest. He was in a maze of one-way streets and tight corners, the old colonial part of the city. He was trading speed for complexity. He could hear them behind him, the heavy rhythmic thump-thump-thump of their metal feet pounding the asphalt. They weren't following his path. They were taking shortcuts. He saw one of them, Spectre, run straight through the wall of a corner store, the brick and plaster exploding outward in a cloud of dust. They didn't obey the laws of traffic or physics. He took another turn, then another, his mind a frantic map of the city. He was trying to break their line of sight, to force them to separate. He shot through an intersection, ignoring the red light. A city bus, its sides plastered with an advertisement for a smiling politician, was coming through from the other side. The driver saw Brill's car, saw the two giant robots chasing it, and his face went slack with disbelief. He stomped on the brakes. The bus, heavy and slow, slewed sideways with a deafening screech of tortured rubber, its massive frame blocking the entire intersection. Reaper, the gamer in Dallas, saw not a bus full of innocent people, but an obstacle that was blocking his path to the bounty. "Move it," he roared, a sound of pure adolescent frustration. He didn't try to go around. He fired his arm cannon. The high explosive round hit the bus square in the side, just behind the front wheels. The explosion was a brutal, concussive roar that blew the side of the bus inward, turning the cheap metal and plastic into a storm of lethal shrapnel. The bus lifted off the ground, its windows shattering, and crashed onto its side with a final groaning shriek of metal. The intersection was no longer an intersection. It was a tomb, a flaming, smoking wall of twisted steel. Brill looked in his rearview mirror. He saw the fire, the smoke. He saw the bodies. And he saw the two tin men, momentarily blocked by the inferno they had created. He didn't feel relief. He just felt a cold, hard certainty. These were not soldiers. They were children playing with matches in a gas station. He knew the bus wouldn't hold them for long. He saw one of them, Spectre, use its powerful leg servos to leap onto the roof of a low building, easily bypassing the wreckage. He had to go to ground. He saw what he was looking for a block ahead. A wide, open grate in the street. The entrance to the city's storm drain system. It was a dark, gaping mouth in the middle of the road. He drove straight for it. He didn't slow down. "What is he doing?" Spectre's voice crackled in the scanner. Brill wrenched the wheel at the last second, sending the Toyota into a spin. He kicked his door open as the car spun past the open grate. He threw himself out, hitting the pavement hard, rolling. The car, driverless, completed its spin and crashed sideways into the front of a pawnshop with a final, definitive crunch of metal and glass. Brill was already on his feet. He ran for the grate. He could hear the thump-thump-thump of Spectre's feet on the rooftops above him, getting closer. He reached the edge of the opening and vaulted in, a man diving into his own grave. He fell 10 feet, landing in a shallow river of cold, foul-smelling water. The darkness was absolute, a sudden, shocking blindness after the bright chaos of the street. He looked up. He saw the square of gray afternoon sky. He saw Spectre's dark silhouette appear at the edge, its red eye peering down into the gloom. The robot raised its arm cannon. Brill didn't wait. He turned and ran, splashing through the water deeper into the suffocating, pitch-black darkness of the tunnel. He heard the cannon fire, a deep booming thump that echoed through the sewer. The explosion was behind him, a flash of light and a concussive wave of pressure that threw him off his feet. He went down hard, his head hitting the concrete wall. He lay there for a moment, his ears ringing, the world a dizzying, spinning mess. He pushed himself up. He was alive. He looked back. The section of tunnel he had just been in had collapsed, a pile of rubble and broken concrete blocking the way. The gamer hadn't been trying to kill him. He had been trying to seal the entrance, to trap him. Brill stood up, his body a symphony of new aches and pains. He was in a new kind of prison now. A dark, wet, stinking one. But he was alone. He was out of their sight. He was a ghost again. He took out his small flashlight. The beam caught a weak yellow circle in the darkness. He looked at his leg. The shrapnel wound was bleeding freely, a dark stain spreading on his trousers. He leaned against the cold, slimy wall of the sewer and slid to the ground. He took the knife from his boot and cut away the fabric of his pants. The wound was ugly, a deep, ragged tear in the muscle. He took the bottle of cheap rum he'd taken from Mateo's Jeep from his bag. He poured it over the wound, hissing as the alcohol burned like fire. He tore a strip from his shirt and began to wrap the wound, his movements slow, deliberate, professional. He sat there in the darkness, the only sound the drip of water and the distant, hungry skittering of rats. He was wounded. He was trapped. He was being hunted by an army of unstoppable machines controlled by children. He finished bandaging his leg. He took out the tablet Shelby had given him. He powered it on, the screen's cool blue light a small, defiant island in the overwhelming darkness. He brought up the schematics of the Tin Man. He began to study them, his mind cold, clear, and focused. The physical fight was over, for now. The real one was just beginning. Chapter 23. He's not in the system. The voice in Jacob Asher's headset was Viper's, the sniper, and it was laced with a thin, whining thread of disbelief. I'm running a thermal scan of the entire sewer grid. Nothing. It's like he just vanished. It's a bug. Has to be a bug in the code. It's not a bug, Jacob snarled. He sat in the humming darkness of his basement, but his world was the crippled, smoking ruin of his Tin Man, lying on its back in a street in Venezuela. The static in his optical feed was a constant angry fizz. He's not in the code. He's playing a different game. He slammed his fist on the armrest of his gaming chair. The haptic suit gave him a phantom jolt of pain, a ghost of the explosion that had taken his robot's leg. The ghost. The name was a curse in his mouth. This wasn't a high-value target anymore. This was personal. The man had humiliated him. He had outthought him, outplayed him, and turned his multi-million-dollar war machine into a piece of scrap metal with a puddle and a power line. So what's the play, Slayer? The girl ghost asked. Her voice was steady, but he could hear the edge in it. The edge of doubt. Your unit is crippled. Tank is a write-off. Viper is blind. The bounty is slipping away. The bounty is not slipping away, Jacob said, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He was already rebooting his system, shunting power from his damaged leg servos to his primary weapon systems. He was turning his crippled robot into a stationary turret. He's still in the sewer. He has to come out somewhere. Reaper, Spectre, what's your status? We're sweeping the grid, Reaper's voice came back, calm and professional. We've got the satellite view. We're mapping every manhole, every storm drain, every outflow pipe in a 2-mile radius. Good, Jacob said. Box him in. The second he pokes his head out, I want his coordinates. I'll be the welcoming committee. He sat there, a wounded king on a throne of broken technology, and he watched the map on his HUD. He saw his teammates, the 4 remaining blue icons, moving through the city, creating a perfect, inescapable net. He watched the red dot that represented his bounty, a last known location marker, pulsing silently over the collapsed sewer entrance. The waiting was a new kind of torture. The silence in the comms channel was thick with the unspoken accusation of his failure. He could feel their judgment, their impatience. He was the squad leader. He was Slayer. And he had gotten his ass handed to him by a single player who wasn't even using a bot. This is a waste of time, Spectre grumbled after 20 minutes. He could be halfway to Caracas by now. He's wounded, Jacob snapped. I saw it. Shrapnel from the bus. He's not moving fast. Maybe he just logged out, Viper whined from his dark rooftop. Maybe he just rage quit. The irony of the statement was a hot poker in Jacob's gut. He was the one who wanted to rage quit. He wanted to smash his monitor, to throw his controller against the wall. But he couldn't. The game had him now. The bounty. The humiliation. The ghost. He's not going to. Reaper started to say, but he was cut off by a new voice. Contact. It was Ghost. Her voice was sharp, excited. I've got him. Manhole cover. Intersection of Calle Sucre and Avenida Miranda. He's out. He's on the move. The red dot on Jacob's map vanished and reappeared 3 blocks away, a fresh live ping. Engage. Engage. Jacob roared, a surge of pure vengeful joy washing over him. He swiveled his robot's torso, his chain gun spinning to life, even though his target was miles away. Don't let him get away. He watched on the satellite feed, a god looking down from a digital heaven. He saw Ghost Tin Man, a sleek, fast-moving unit, sprinting down an avenue, its rifle spitting tracers. He saw the red dot, the ghost, a tiny fleeting figure, disappear into another alley. He's too fast, Ghost said, her voice laced with frustration. Cut him off, Jacob commanded. Reaper, Spectre, you're closer. Intercept him, at the old cathedral. Don't let him reach the industrial park again. The hunt was on again, a high-speed chase through the ruined city. Jacob was a frustrated, crippled observer, a general forced to watch the battle from a wheelchair. He saw the 2 blue icons of Reaper and Spectre, close in on the red dot. He saw them trap their quarry, in a small enclosed plaza in front of the cathedral. We've got him pinned, Reaper's voice said, triumphant. He's got nowhere to run. Jacob zoomed in on the satellite feed. He could see the plaza, the statue of a forgotten general in the center. He could see the 2 tin men, positioned at the only 2 exits. And he could see the red dot, the ghost, taking cover behind the statue's thick stone base. Finish him, Jacob whispered, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. This is for tank, Reaper said. He raised his arm cannon. The explosion was a beautiful, perfect bloom of orange and white on the satellite feed. The high explosive round hit the statue dead center, turning the stone general into a cloud of dust and shrapnel. Target neutralized, Reaper said, his voice full of a smug satisfaction. Bounty is ours. Confirm the kill, Jacob ordered, his heart hammering. Reaper's Tin Man walked into the dust cloud. It cleared. The base of the statue was a smoking crater. But there was no body. No blood. Nothing. What the? Reaper started to say. It's a trick. Ghost's voice screamed in the comms. Look up. Jacob looked up from the satellite feed to his own first-person view. His crippled robot was still lying in the street where the first ambush had happened. But the street was no longer empty. A figure was standing over him. A man in dark, ragged clothes, his face a mask of cold, hard purpose. The ghost. He hadn't run from the plaza. He had gone back. He had used their own pursuit, their own forward momentum against them. While they were chasing his ghost across the city, he had circled back through the sewers to the one place they had left unguarded. To the prize. Brill looked down at the crippled, helpless machine. He was holding a length of heavy industrial cable, its end frayed, exposing the thick copper wires inside. He had pulled it from the wreckage of the bus. "Hello, Slayer," Brill said, his voice a low, calm sound that was not picked up by the robot's audio sensors, but Jacob heard it in his head, a ghost in his own machine. Brill threw the cable. It arced through the air and landed squarely on the high-voltage power lines that ran overhead, the ones that were still live. The other end of the cable, the one with the exposed copper, fell directly onto the chest of Jacob's Tin Man. The world turned into a screaming wall of blue-white electricity. Every system in Jacob's robot overloaded at once. The haptic suit became an instrument of pure, unadulterated torture, 1,000 volts of simulated agony coursing through his body. He screamed, a raw animal sound of pain and rage that was not a simulation. His monitors went black. His audio feed died. His connection was severed. He ripped the headset off and threw it against the wall. He tore at the haptic suit, his hands shaking. He was back in his basement. It was dark. It was quiet. And he was alone. He had been beaten, humiliated, outplayed. He looked at his main monitor, which was now just displaying the game's logo. He looked at his keyboard. His hands clenched into fists. The rage was a physical thing, a hot, sour taste in the back of his throat. He had lost the bounty. He had lost the game. He had lost. He let out a raw, guttural roar of pure nihilistic frustration. He brought his fist down on the keyboard, not once, but over and over again, the plastic cracking and splintering under the force of his blows. He stood up and kicked his computer tower, sending it crashing to the floor. He was no longer a soldier. He was no longer a slayer. He was just a kid in a basement, breaking his own toys. Chapter 24. Is the asset contained? Shelby Johnson's voice was a smooth, calm inquiry, the sound of a man asking about the weather. He stood in his office, a minimalist expanse of glass and steel 40 floors above the Potomac, looking out at the glittering, geometric perfection of the Washington, D.C. lights. "Contained is not the word I would use, sir," the voice on his secure line replied. It was his man on the ground in Caracas, a former CIA station chief he kept on a very expensive retainer. "He's a ghost." He took out 2 of Trafford's machines with what appears to be a power line and a crane. "He's using the city's decay as a weapon. The local authorities are in chaos. The Venezuelan military is trying to maintain a perimeter, but they're chasing shadows." "And the gamers?" Shelby asked, a flicker of amusement in his voice. "They are enthusiastic," the man said, the word dripping with professional disdain. "They just leveled a city bus and a good portion of a marketplace. They are treating the city of San Cristobal like their personal playground. The collateral damage is extensive." "Excellent," Shelby said. He wasn't smiling, but the word hung in the air, a small, perfect jewel of satisfaction. "Maintain surveillance. I want to know where the ghost is, but do not engage. He is a tool. And he is working perfectly." He ended the call and turned from the window. The office was dark, the only light the cool blue-white glow from a wall of monitors. On one screen, a satellite feed showed a thermal view of San Cristobal, a city pulsing with the hot, angry red of fires and explosions. On another, a series of data streams tracked the remaining tin men, their movements erratic, aggressive. On a third, a secure video link showed the face of a very frightened man. Win Trafford. He was in his control room in California, his face pale and slick with sweat, his eyes wide and paranoid. He looked like a man who had been awake for 3 days, fueled by nothing but coffee and terror. "Shelby," Win said, his voice a frantic, desperate whisper. "You have to help me. This is out of control. The man they sent, he's not a spy. He's a monster. He's dismantling my units one by one. And the gamers, they're not listening to me anymore. They're just hunting. They're obsessed with the bounty." "Calm down, Win," Shelby said, his voice a soothing balm of false reassurance. He sat down in his high-backed leather chair, a picture of calm corporate control. "We are managing the situation." "Managing it." Win's voice cracked, a note of hysteria creeping in. "The Pentagon has been calling every hour. The Secretary of Defense himself left me a voicemail that sounded like a death sentence. They're going to shut me down, Shelby. They're going to take my tech. They're going to throw me in a hole." "That is a possibility," Shelby agreed, his voice still maddeningly calm. He steepled his fingers. "The political fallout from the marketplace incident is significant. The Secretary is under immense pressure. He needs a scapegoat." "Me?" Win breathed, the word a final, terrible realization. "They're going to pin it all on me." "The contract was with your company," Shelby said, letting the cold, hard fact settle. "You were the prime contractor. The responsibility, legally, is yours." He paused, letting the silence stretch, letting Win feel the cold, hard walls of the cage closing in on him. "But," Shelby said, his voice dropping, becoming a conspirator's whisper, "there may be a way to mitigate the damage. For you." A flicker of desperate hope appeared in Win's wild eyes. "How?" "The ghost," Shelby said. "The man they sent. He is the problem. He is the only witness who can directly tie the Pentagon to your unsanctioned field test. If he were to be neutralized, then the narrative becomes much simpler. It's the story of a brilliant but unstable inventor, you, who lost control of his creation. A tragedy, but a containable one. You want me to kill him?" Win whispered, horrified. "I want you to defend yourself," Shelby corrected him smoothly. "The man is a saboteur. An assassin. He has destroyed millions of dollars of your property. He is a clear and present danger to you and your facility. You have every right to use your assets to protect yourself." He smiled, a thin, cold smile. "And I have it on good authority that the Pentagon would be very grateful if that particular loose end were to be tied up. It would show that you are a man who can clean up his own messes." It was a perfect lie, a beautiful, elegant trap. He was giving Win the justification to do exactly what Shelby needed him to do, to consolidate his remaining forces, to turn his compound into a fortress, and to focus all his attention on the ghost. "What do I do?" Win asked, his voice that of a drowning man asking for a life raft. "You bring your toys home," Shelby said. "All of them. Recall the remaining units from Venezuela. Use the transport drone. Bring them back to your facility. They are your only real security now. The government is not your friend anymore, Win. I am." "And then what?" "And then you wait," Shelby said. "Let the ghost come to you. Let him break himself against your walls. And when it's over, we will sit down with the Secretary, and we will negotiate a new deal. A deal that keeps you out of prison and keeps your technology in the right hands." "My hands," Shelby thought, but he didn't say it. He could see the relief flooding Win's face, the gratitude of a condemned man who has just been offered a pardon. "Thank you, Shelby," Win breathed. "Thank you. I'll do it. I'll bring them home." "I know you will," Shelby said, He ended the call. He stood up and walked back to the window, looking out at the lights of the city. He had just manipulated a desperate man into becoming his own jailer. He had turned Wynn's compound into a private battlefield, a place where his two most valuable and most dangerous assets, Brill and the Tin Men, would fight it out. He didn't care who won. If Brill succeeded, he would have eliminated Wynn, the primary liability. The technology would be unguarded, ready for Shelby's own private recovery team to swoop in and collect the pieces. If the Tin Men succeeded, they would have eliminated Brill, the only man who knew the full truth of the Pentagon's involvement. And Wynn would be a murderer, a man so toxic that the government would have no choice but to let Shelby and his firm handle the cleanup and the acquisition of the technology for a very, very large fee. It was a perfect, no-lose scenario. A beautiful piece of corporate warfare. He picked up his secure phone and made another call. This one was to the captain of his own private security force, a team of ex-Delta Force operators he kept on standby for just such occasions. "Captain," Shelby said, his voice calm and cool, "I want you to move your team to the staging area in California. I have a potential recovery operation for you. It's a technology asset. High value. The situation is fluid, but I expect the target location to be secure within the next 48 hours. He listened for a moment. "Yes," he said. "There may be resistance, but I expect it to be manageable." He ended the call. He looked at the monitors on his wall, at the satellite feed of the burning city, at the data streams of the killer robots, at the panicked face of the man he was about to destroy. He felt nothing. No guilt. No remorse. Just the quiet, profound satisfaction of a man who had set the board, moved the pieces, and was now just waiting for the inevitable and very profitable checkmate. Chapter 25. He's a saboteur. An assassin. Shelby Johnson's voice was a smooth, reasonable serpent whispering through the encrypted speakerphone, but the words were pure poison. They dripped into the supercooled, silent air of Wynn Trafford's control room and solidified into a block of pure, cold dread in his gut. "You want me to kill him?" Wynn's voice was a choked, strangled thing. He looked at the main monitor, at the satellite feed of San Cristobal. He saw the burning bus, the ruined marketplace. He saw the blue icons of his remaining 10 men, still sweeping the city, hunting for the single red dot that was Brill Wingfield. "I want you to defend yourself, Wynn," Shelby's voice corrected him, a masterpiece of plausible deniability. "The man is a clear and present danger to you and your facility. You have every right to use your assets to protect yourself. The Pentagon would be very grateful if that particular loose end were to be tied up." The call ended. Wynn was left alone in the humming, digital silence of his creation. He was a man standing on a cliff edge, and the man who was supposed to be his safety line had just handed him a push. He looked at the monitors. He saw the world he had made. A world of chaos and fire, and a ghost who was dismantling his dream piece by piece. The ghost. He wasn't just a saboteur. He was a judgment. A reckoning for the choices Wynn had made, from the first lie to the generals to the little girl in the yellow dress. Paranoia, which had been a low background hum in his mind for the last 24 hours, now became a screaming, deafening siren. Shelby wasn't his friend. The Pentagon wasn't his client. They were the wolves, and they were circling, waiting for him to bleed out so they could pick the carcass clean. They wanted his tech. They wanted his dream. And they wanted him to take the fall for all of it. "No," he whispered to the empty room. No. He was not going to be the scapegoat. He was not going to be the footnote in the story of Shelby Johnson's rise. He walked to the main console, his movements stiff, jerky. He brought up a news screen, the one that controlled the massive transport drone that was still in a holding pattern over the Caribbean. He began to type, his fingers flying across the keyboard with a frantic, desperate energy. He was bringing his toys home. Todd found him like that an hour later. Wynn was still in his command chair, but he was a different man. The frantic, terrified energy was gone, replaced by a strange cold calm. His eyes were fixed on the main monitor, which now showed a live feed from the transport drone as it descended toward the smoking ruins of San Cristobal. "What are you doing?" Todd asked. His voice was flat, dead. He had spent the last hour in his own office, staring at a blank wall, trying to find a moral compass in a world that had lost its poles. "I'm securing our assets," Wynn said, his voice a low, reasonable monotone. He didn't look at Todd. Shelby called. He made the situation very clear. "We're on our own. The ghost they sent, he's not here to contain the situation. He's here to erase it. And us with it." "So you're running," Todd said. "You're pulling the plug." "I'm not running," Wynn said, a flicker of his old arrogant fire in his eyes. "I'm making a strategic withdrawal. I'm bringing the units home. Here. To the compound. Where they can protect us." Todd stared at him, a look of profound, weary disbelief on his face. "Protect us from who, Wynn?" "The ghost. You think he's going to follow you here?" "I know he will," Wynn said. "That's his job. He's a cleaner. He's been sent to wipe the slate. And we are what's written on it." He gestured to the screen. "But he can't fight them here. Not on my ground. Not when I have 4 of them." On the screen, the 4 remaining Tin Men, the 2 still functional units and the 2 crippled ones, Slayer and Viper, were marching toward the waiting drone, a small silver army of vanquished gods being called home from their failed crusade. "This is insane," Todd said. "You're bringing the war here. To our home. There are people here, Wynn. Engineers. Programmers. Janitors. They have families." "They're all gone," Wynn said calmly. "I sent them home this morning. A gas leak in the main lab. The facility is empty. Just you and me, Todd. The 2 of us. The way it started." He finally turned and looked at his friend. His eyes were clear, his face composed. But underneath, Todd could see a deep fractured wrongness. The man was broken. "You have to stop this, Wynn," Todd said, his voice a low, pleading thing. "We have to call someone. The authorities. The real ones. We tell them everything. We tell them about the gamers, about the marketplace. We tell them the truth. We take what's coming to us." Wynn just stared at him. "The truth," he said, the word a foreign, meaningless sound. "There is no truth, Todd. There are only stories. And the man who tells the best story wins." He stood up and walked over to his partner. He put a hand on Todd's shoulder, a gesture that was meant to be reassuring, but felt like the cold, heavy weight of a tombstone. "I know you're scared," Wynn said, his voice a soft, reasonable whisper. "I am too. But this is the last move. We weather this storm. We let the ghost break himself against our defenses. And then we go back to Shelby, back to the Pentagon, and we write the story ourselves. The story of how we defended our sovereign technology from a foreign corporate saboteur. We will be heroes." Todd looked into his friend's eyes, and he saw nothing there. No remorse. No fear. Just the cold, hard, polished surface of a lie that the man had told himself so many times he now believed it. He shrugged off Wynn's hand. "No," Todd said, his voice quiet but firm. "I'm done. I'm not going to be a part of this anymore." He turned and walked toward the door of the control room. "I'm going to make a call, Wynn. I'm going to tell them the real story." He didn't see the look on Wynn's face. He didn't see the brilliant, charismatic inventor disappear for the last time, replaced by the cornered, terrified animal underneath. He didn't see Wynn's eyes dart to the heavy metal fire extinguisher mounted on the wall by the door. He was reaching for the doorknob when he heard the soft, almost apologetic whisper behind him. "I'm sorry, Todd, but you're in my way." He started to turn. He saw a flash of red metal. He felt a sudden, shocking, explosive burst of white-hot pain at the back of his head. The world dissolved into a final, silent, merciful darkness. Wynne stood over the body of his friend, his partner, the only man who had believed in him from the very beginning. The fire extinguisher was heavy in his hands. His knuckles were white. He was breathing hard, not from exertion, but from the sheer animal terror of what he had just done. He looked at Todd's still form. He was a problem. A loose end. He had been managed. He let the fire extinguisher fall to the floor with a loud, metallic clang. He walked back to his command chair, his movements stiff, robotic. He sat down and looked at the main monitor. The transport drone, carrying its cargo of 4 silver angels of death, was a small, steady icon moving across the Pacific Ocean. They were coming home. He looked at the body on the floor. He felt nothing. No guilt. No remorse. Just a vast, cold, empty silence. He was alone now. Truly alone. Him and his machines. He reached for his keyboard. He began to activate the compound's perimeter defenses, the motion sensors, the electrified fences, the automated gun turrets he had designed as a theoretical deterrent. He was building his fortress. He was preparing for his ghost. Chapter 26. The silence in the control room was a heavy, suffocating thing. It was the silence of a tomb. Wynne Trafford stood over the body of his friend, the fire extinguisher a dead cold weight in his hands. He looked down at Todd's still form, at the dark spreading pool of blood matting his hair to the clean white floor. He felt nothing. No remorse. No guilt. Just a vast empty calm. Todd had been a problem. A loose end. A variable in an equation that required a simple, binary solution. And now he had been solved. Wynne let the fire extinguisher fall to the floor with a loud, metallic clang that echoed in the silence. He walked back to his command chair, his movements stiff, robotic. He sat down and looked at the main monitor. The transport drone, carrying its cargo of 4 silver angels of death, was a small, steady icon moving across the Pacific Ocean. They were coming home. He looked at the body on the floor. It was an inconvenience. A piece of data that needed to be erased. He opened a secure channel on his console. Not to Shelby. Not to the Pentagon. To his own private security chief, a man named Peters who was loyal to the paycheck, not to any moral code. "We have a situation in the control room," Wynne said, his voice a flat, dispassionate monotone. "Todd had an accident. A fall. It was tragic. I need a cleanup crew. A discreet one. And I want his personnel file, his access codes, everything wiped from the system. As of this moment, he no longer works here. He never worked here." "Understood, Mr. Trafford," the voice on the other end said without a hint of surprise. Wynne ended the call. He looked at the monitors, at the approaching drone. He was alone now. Truly alone. Him and his machines. He reached for his keyboard. He began to activate the compound's perimeter defenses, the motion sensors, the electrified fences, the automated gun turrets he had designed as a theoretical deterrent. He was building his fortress. He was preparing for his ghost. Brill lay on his stomach in the dry brown grass of the California hills, the sun a hot, indifferent weight on his back. He had been there for 24 hours, a ghost in a landscape of golden grass and scrub oak. He was watching. The Trafford Technologies compound was 100 acres of paranoid, high-tech architecture nestled in a secluded valley. It was a beautiful prison, all glass and steel, and perfectly manicured lawns. And it was now a fortress. He had watched the transport drone arrive, a massive, silent beast that had settled onto the helipad in the center of the compound. He had watched as the 4 tin men were unloaded. 2 of them, the ones the gamers had crippled, were moved on gurneys to the main lab. The other 2, the fully functional units, were not. They were now the guards. Brill watched them through his monocular. They stood on the roof of the main control building, one at each corner, their red optical sensors sweeping the valley in slow, methodical arcs. They were perfect sentinels. They didn't sleep. They didn't get bored. They just watched. He had watched Win Trafford's private security team, a dozen men in black uniforms, systematically sweep the compound, their movements professional, thorough. They had checked every building, every vehicle. They were looking for him. And he had watched as a small, discreet van with no markings had left the compound in the middle of the night. It had carried a heavy, body-sized bag. Todd. The moral conscience. He had been cleaned up. Brill lowered his monocular. He knew the situation. Win Trafford was no longer a desperate inventor. He was a king in his castle, a paranoid tyrant surrounded by a Praetorian guard of his own creation. And he was waiting for a siege. Brill had spent the last day not just watching, but planning. He had the schematics of the compound from Shelby's tablet. He knew the layout, the power grids, the communication lines. He knew where the automated gun turrets were positioned. He knew the frequency of the electrified fence. He also knew that a frontal assault was suicide. The tin men on the roof had overlapping fields of fire. The gun turrets were motion-activated. The fence would kill a man in a second. He was a ghost. And ghosts don't use the front door. He looked at the tablet again. He was looking for a weakness, a flaw in the design. He found it. Not in the security system. In the infrastructure. A single, high-capacity fiber optic cable ran from the main communications tower on the ridge down to the control room. It was the compound's lifeline to the outside world. It was the pipe that carried the satellite signal for the tin men. It was the connection that allowed the gamers, the children in their basements, to see, to hear, to kill. It was the one thing Win Trafford, in his paranoia, had overlooked. He had fortified his walls, but he had left his brain exposed. Brill slid back from his perch, a snake in the dry grass. He began to move, not toward the compound, but away from it, circling wide, heading for the communications tower on the ridge. The sun was beginning to set, painting the hills in long, dark shadows. The air grew cooler. He reached the base of the tower an hour after dark. It was a simple, unmanned structure, 100 feet of steel lattice surrounded by a chain-link fence. The lock on the gate was a joke. He had it open in 5 seconds. He found the main trunk line, a thick black cable that ran from the tower's control box and disappeared into the ground. He didn't cut it. Cutting it would be an alarm. Win would know his connection was severed. He would switch to a backup system. Brill needed something more subtle. He needed to poison the well, not blow up the pump. He opened his duffel bag. He took out a small, sophisticated-looking device that Carver had supplied for a different job. A job that had also involved a man who thought his data was secure. It was a fiber optic tap, a piece of technology that could intercept and manipulate a data stream without interrupting it. He took out a small, diamond-tipped blade and carefully stripped away the outer casing of the cable, exposing the delicate glass fibers within. He attached the tap, a delicate surgical procedure performed in the dark. He connected the tap to a small, encrypted satellite modem. He was in. He was inside the system. He took out his own hardened laptop. He connected it to the modem. He brought up a screen of scrolling code. He wasn't a hacker, not in the traditional sense. But he knew a man who was. A man who owed him a favor. A man who lived in the digital shadows and moved through firewalls like a ghost through walls. He sent a single, encrypted message. It contained a string of code, a set of coordinates, and one word: now. He sat there, in the darkness at the base of the tower, and he waited. He looked down at the Trafford Technologies compound, a small, self-contained island of light and paranoia in the vast dark valley. He looked at the two red eyes of the tin men on the roof, sweeping the darkness, looking for a threat they couldn't see, a threat that was already inside their own head. He waited for his own ghost, his own weapon to be deployed. On the screen of his laptop, a new line of code appeared. Malware uploaded. System access granted. The puppets are mine. Brill smiled, a thin, cold smile in the darkness. The board was set. The pieces were in place. He closed the laptop. He stood up. He began to walk down the hill, toward the fortress, toward the man who thought he was safe behind his walls of steel and his army of tin. The hunt was over. The cleanup was about to begin. Chapter 27. Is he still out there? Win Trafford's voice was a dry, rustling sound, the whisper of a man who hadn't slept in 2 days. He stood in the center of his control room, a fortress of his own design, and stared at the bank of security monitors. The screens showed the golden, sun-drenched hills that surrounded his compound. They looked peaceful. Empty. "Sir?" The voice of Peters, his security chief, crackled over the intercom. "There's nothing on the motion sensors. Thermal is clean. The perimeter is secure." "The perimeter is a lie," Wynne whispered, his eyes fixed on a particular spot on the ridge, a place where the shadows were just a little too deep. "He's out there. I can feel him." Brill lay on his stomach in the dry brown grass and watched the man in the control room unravel. He had been on the ridge for 24 hours, a lifetime of patient, motionless observation. He had watched the sun rise, bake the valley in a harsh white light, and then sink again, painting the sky in the colors of a fresh bruise. He had watched the compound, and he had watched its king. He had a small, powerful telescope with a digital link to his tablet. He was patched into the compound's own Wi-Fi, a back door his hacker ally had left open for him. He wasn't just watching the outside of the control room. He was watching the inside, a ghost looking through the eyes of Win Trafford's own security cameras. He had watched Win pace the control room like a caged animal. He had watched him talk to himself, his hands gesturing wildly at enemies only he could see. He had watched him obsessively check the locks on the doors, the status of the automated gun turrets, the power levels of the 2 tin men who stood like gargoyles on the roof. Win Trafford was no longer a threat. He was a patient in a self-designed asylum. But his keepers were a problem. Brill lowered the telescope and looked at the compound with his own eyes. It was a beautiful, deadly puzzle box. The electrified fence hummed with a quiet, lethal energy. The motion sensors, he knew, were a layered web of infrared and microwave. The gun turrets, tucked away in discreet pop-up housings, covered every approach. And on the roof, the 2 tin men stood, their red eyes sweeping the valley, their systems linked directly to the gamers, the children who were now on a permanent high-alert retainer, their fingers twitching on their controllers in basements 1,000 miles away. A frontal assault was suicide. A quiet infiltration was impossible. So, he wasn't going to be quiet. He had spent his 24 hours not just watching, but preparing. He had the schematics of the compound. He had the malware his hacker had planted. And he had a plan. A loud, messy, brutally simple plan. He slid back from his perch as full darkness fell. He moved down the back side of the ridge, a shadow in the night. He went to the Lancia he had hidden in a grove of eucalyptus trees. He opened the back. He had made a few purchases on his way out of San Cristobal, using a line of credit from one of Carver's shell corporations. He took out the first piece of his plan, a commercial-grade agricultural drone, the kind used for crop dusting with a 20-gallon tank. He had modified it, stripping it of its spraying equipment, reinforcing the frame. He took out the second piece, 2 of the jerry cans of gasoline he had acquired. He filled the drone's tank. He attached the final piece to the underside of the drone, a simple, elegant device he had built himself. It was a road flare, attached to a small, radio-controlled servo. He was not building a bomb. He was building a distraction. A very big, very bright one. He carried the drone to the top of the ridge. He set its GPS coordinates, a point on the far eastern side of the compound near the secondary access gate. He switched it on. The drone's electric motors whirred to life, a sound like a swarm of angry hornets. It lifted off the ground, a dark, heavy shape against the star-dusted sky, and flew off into the night. He waited. He watched the compound through his monocular. 2 minutes later, the drone reached its target. Brill pressed a button on a small, simple remote control in his hand. The servo whirred. The road flare ignited, a brilliant magnesium-white fire. A second button press released the drone's tank. 20 gallons of gasoline rained down on the dry California grass near the east gate, instantly ignited by the flare. The result was a massive, whooshing fireball that turned night into day. A sudden shocking wall of flame that was visible for miles. The compound erupted. Alarms blared. Floodlights snapped on. The automated gun turrets rose from their housings, their barrels swiveling toward the fire. In the control room, Win Trafford screamed, a high, thin sound of pure panic. He thought the attack had begun. On the roof, the 2 tin men turned their attention to the fire, their red eyes fixed on the new, unexpected threat. The gamers in their basements were suddenly looking at a screen full of roaring, beautiful flames. It was the misdirection. The magician's trick. Look over here. While every eye, both human and robotic, was focused on the fire in the east, Brill was moving in from the west. He ran, a dark shape sprinting across the open ground, his feet eating up the distance. He reached the main fence. He took a heavy, insulated blanket from his pack and threw it over the top of the electrified wires. He went over, landing in a silent roll on the other side. He was inside. He ran for the main control building, a low glass and steel structure in the center of the compound. The gun turrets were still aimed at the fire, their simple programming unable to process 2 threats at once. He reached the building. The doors were locked, heavy steel slabs that would require a bomb to get through. But he wasn't going through the door. He looked up. The roof was a flat, 30-foot expanse of concrete. And on the roof were the 2 tin men, their backs to him, their attention still fixed on the fire. He took a small, powerful grappling hook from his bag, attached to a thin, high-tensile line. He swung it once and let it fly. The hook sailed through the air and caught on the roof's parapet with a soft, metallic scrape. He began to climb, his feet finding purchase on the sheer glass wall, his arms pulling him up, a spider ascending its thread. He reached the roof. He pulled himself over the edge, a silent, deadly secret in the heart of the fortress. The 2 tin men were 20 yards away, 2 silver ghosts against the backdrop of the distant fire. They were still watching the flames. The gamers, the children, were captivated by the pretty lights. Brill drew his pistol. He didn't aim for the machines. He aimed for the small, almost invisible satellite communication dishes that were mounted on their backs. Their only link to the boys in the basements. The suppressed pistol coughed twice. 2 precise 9mm rounds. The first dish shattered into a shower of plastic and wires. The second one sparked and went dead. He had cut the strings. In a basement in Ohio, Jacob Asher's world went black. His screens, which had been filled with the glorious roaring fire, suddenly went dead. "I've lost the feed," he yelled into his headset. "Mission Control, I'm blind. I've lost the connection." In the control room below, Win Trafford saw 2 of his primary assets go offline. A new, more immediate wave of panic washed over him. The fire was a trick. The real attack was here. On the roof, the 2 tin men froze. Their primary command link was severed. Their red eyes flickered, then shifted to a default amber color. They were no longer puppets. They were just machines running on a simple pre-programmed set of instructions: defend the perimeter. They turned, their movements suddenly jerky, less fluid. Their optical sensors swept the roof. They saw him. Brill didn't wait for them to acquire him as a target. He was already running, not at them, but toward the roof's main access hatch, the one that led down into the building. The two tin men opened fire, their fléchette rifles hissing, chewing up the concrete at his heels. He reached the hatch. It was locked with a heavy electronic keypad. He didn't have the code. He didn't need it. He fired 3 rounds from his pistol into the keypad's control panel. It sparked, smoked, and went dead. The magnetic lock disengaged with a loud clunk. He threw the hatch open and dropped down into the stairwell below, a ghost leaving his calling card, just as the first of the fléchettes began to tear through the thin metal of the hatch door. Chapter 28. Dude, are you seeing this? He's AFK. The ghost is AFK. The voice in Jacob Asher's headset was Viper's, the sniper, and it was filled with a kind of giddy, disbelieving joy. He's just sitting there. On the roof. Sunbathing. Jacob, Slayer, leaned forward in his gaming chair, his eyes narrowed, staring at the feed from Viper's new, fully functional Tin Man. The kid from San Diego was right. On the roof of the Trafford Technologies control building, a single dark figure was visible, sitting on the edge of the parapet, his legs dangling over the side. It was the ghost. He was perfectly still, a silhouette against the bright California sky. It's a trap, Jacob said, his voice a low growl of suspicion. It has to be. He had spent the last 24 hours in a state of simmering, impotent rage, his own Tin Man a crippled wreck back in Venezuela. But Win Trafford had been true to his word. The transport drone had brought the units home. The techs had worked all night, and now Slayer was back online, his machine fully repaired, standing sentinel on the roof of the main lab, 100 yards from the control building. Who cares if it's a trap, said Tank, his voice a boisterous, confident boom. He was back online too, his heavy unit positioned near the main gate. He's out in the open. I can take him from here. Negative, Tank, Jacob snapped, his squad leader instincts taking over. Hold your position. We do this smart. Viper, what's your angle? I've got a clean shot, Viper said, his voice buzzing with excitement. 500 yards. No wind. It's a layup. Then take it, Jacob said. Put him down. He watched on his own screen as Viper's Tin Man, positioned on a nearby hill, raised its sniper rifle. The world zoomed in, the high-powered optics turning the distant figure of the ghost into a clear, detailed target. The crosshairs settled on the man's chest. Say goodnight, Ghost, Viper whispered. The rifle cracked, the sound a sharp, definitive report. On the roof, the figure of the ghost jerked, a violent, convulsive spasm. It stood up, staggered for a moment, and then pitched forward, tumbling off the edge of the roof and disappearing from sight. Target neutralized. Viper screamed, a triumphant, joyous sound. He's down. The bounty is mine. Confirm the kill, Jacob ordered, a cold knot of suspicion tightening in his gut. It was too easy. The ghost didn't do easy. Roger that, Viper said. Moving in to confirm. He watched on the satellite feed as Viper's Tin Man began to move down the hill toward the control building. It was a clean, beautiful piece of tactical movement. The kid was good. But Jacob wasn't watching Viper. He was watching the building. He was watching the shadows. He was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He didn't have to wait long. As Viper's unit reached the base of the control building, the world erupted. Not in a single explosion. In a series of them. The automated gun turrets that Win Trafford had set up, the ones that were supposed to be their defense, suddenly rose from their hidden housings. But they weren't pointing out, at the perimeter. They were pointing in. At Viper. They opened fire, a deafening, overwhelming storm of .50 caliber rounds that tore through the air with a sound like ripping canvas. Viper's Tin Man was caught in a perfect, inescapable crossfire. The heavy rounds hammered its armored body, punching through the composite shell, shredding its internal systems. One moment, it was a state-of-the-art killing machine. The next, it was a cloud of flying metal and sparks. "What the hell?" Viper screamed in the comms, his voice a high-pitched shriek of pure, unadulterated panic. "It's friendly fire. The base defenses are shooting at me." His screen went black. His connection was severed. "Viper is down," Ghost's voice cried out. "The turrets are bugged. They're targeting us." "It's not a bug," Jacob said, his voice a low, cold whisper. He was looking at the roof of the control building again, at the spot where the ghost had been sitting. The body was gone. Of course it was. It had never been there. It had been a dummy. A scarecrow, dressed in the ghost's clothes. The ghost had used their own hubris, their own hunger for the bounty against them. He had created the perfect bait, and they had walked right into it. "He's in the system," Jacob breathed, a new, terrible understanding dawning on him. "He's controlling the turrets." "That's impossible," Tank said. "Is it?" Jacob shot back. He was looking at his own HUD, at the system status indicators. He saw a new line of code, a ghost in his own machine, a subroutine that he had never seen before. It was a virus, a piece of malware, and it was spreading. The two tin men on the roof of the control building, the ones Brill had disabled, suddenly came back to life. Their amber default mode eyes flickered and turned a bright hostile red. They weren't under the gamer's control anymore. They were under his. "He's got the puppets," Reaper said, his voice a mixture of awe and terror. The two hijacked tin men turned. They didn't look for the gamers. They looked down at the building they were standing on. They raised their weapon arms. And they opened fire. They poured a relentless, sustained stream of fire into the roof of the control building, chewing through the concrete and steel, aiming for the one place they knew their creator would be. The command center. Inside, Win Trafford stared at his monitors, his face a mask of disbelief. His own creations, his own perfect soldiers, were trying to kill him. The automated turrets were firing at his own assets. His fortress was eating itself alive. He screamed, a high, thin sound of pure animal terror. He scrambled away from the console, diving for cover as the ceiling above him began to rain down dust and debris. Jacob and the other gamers just watched, their screens a chaotic mess of conflicting data and panicked warning signals. They were no longer players. They were spectators. "What do we do?" Tank asked, his voice small, stripped of all its earlier bravado. Jacob didn't answer. He was watching the two hijacked tin men on the roof. They were methodical. They were patient. They were dismantling Win Trafford's tomb, one high explosive round at a time. He looked at his own unit, standing on the roof of the lab. He still had control. The malware hadn't reached him yet. He looked at the control building, at the chaos, at the fire and the smoke. He could intervene. He could try to stop the hijacked units. He could try to save the man who had hired them. But the bounty on the ghost was still live, and the mission was to neutralize the target. He looked at the beautiful, expensive mansion that stood on the hill behind the main compound. Win Trafford's house. A monument to a dream that had become a nightmare. "You know what?" Jacob said, a slow, cold smile spreading across his face. "I'm bored." He turned his tin man away from the control building. He aimed his own weapon systems at the mansion. "What are you doing, Slayer?" Ghost asked, her voice full of confusion. "I'm changing the game," Jacob said. He opened a private comms channel to the other gamers, the ones who were still online. "New mission, team. Forget the ghost. Forget the bounty. The new objective is structural demolition. Last one to knock down a wall is a rotten egg. He opened fire. The chain gun on his robot's arm spun to life, spitting a solid stream of tracers that stitched a fiery line across the mansion's pristine white facade. Glass exploded. Stucco vaporized. The other gamers, bored and frustrated, and looking for something to shoot at, joined in. A chorus of explosions and automatic weapons fire erupted across the valley, not aimed at an enemy, but at the very concept of order itself. They were children with godlike powers, and they had just decided to smash their own dollhouse for the sheer exhilarating fun of it. They were no longer hunters. They were a force of nature, a storm of their own making. Chapter 29. The asset is contained. The voice in Brill's ear was a string of dispassionate text that scrolled across the screen of his encrypted device, a ghost in a different kind of machine. His hacker ally, a man known only as Proxy, didn't speak. He wrote. It was cleaner. Brill sat in the darkness of the stairwell, the air thick with the dust of pulverized concrete. Above him, the symphony of chaos was reaching its crescendo. The hijacked tin men were systematically dismantling the roof of the control room, their high-explosive rounds turning Win Trafford's fortress into a tomb. 100 yards away, the gamers, the children with their godlike toys, were engaged in a gleeful, nihilistic demolition of Trafford's mansion. The entire valley was a private war zone, a beautiful, expensive bonfire of paranoia and bad decisions. The malware is seeded, the text on Brill's screen continued. The back doors are open. I am inside every system. The puppets are mine to command. Awaiting your signal. Brill looked up at the ceiling, at the cracks that were spreading like a spiderweb. He could hear Win Trafford screaming inside, a high, thin sound of a man watching his world come apart. It was time. Signal is green, Brill whispered into his own mic. Shut it all down. In a basement in Ohio, Jacob Asher was having the time of his life. He had turned Win Trafford's multi-million-dollar mansion into his personal firing range. He had blown the doors off the garage, revealing a collection of expensive sports cars. He was using them for target practice. That's a Ferrari, dude, Viper's voice, now patched in as an observer, said in his ear. You're shooting a Ferrari. It's just pixels, bro, Jacob laughed. He lined up a shot on the car's engine block. Watch this. He was about to fire when his screen went black. Not a static-filled black like when Viper had been hit. A clean, perfect digital black. In the center of the screen, a single stylized icon appeared, a simple white ghost. What the hell? Jacob said. His controls went dead. The haptic suit, which had been buzzing with the feedback of his chain gun, went limp and cold against his skin. He was a god who had just had his thunder stolen. I've lost the feed, he yelled into his headset. Comms are down. I'm locked out. He heard the other gamers shouting in his ears, a chorus of confusion and rage. One by one their screens went black, replaced by the same silent, mocking ghost. They had been disconnected. The game was over. Inside the control room, Win Trafford was huddled under his console, his hands over his head, praying to a god he didn't believe in. The ceiling was collapsing, the hijacked tin men on the roof methodically erasing his sanctuary. And then it stopped. The deafening roar of the explosions was replaced by a sudden, profound silence. The only sound was the dust settling, and the distant, panicked wail of his own security alarms. He crawled out from under the desk. He looked up at the gaping, ragged hole in his roof, at the clear, star-dusted sky beyond. The two tin men were still there, but they were motionless, their red eyes dark, their weapon arms silent. They were just statues now. He scrambled back to his console. The screens were a mess of red error messages. System offline. Perimeter defense offline. Asset control severed. The automated gun turrets had retracted into their housings. The electrified fence had powered down. His fortress, his beautiful, impenetrable fortress, was dead. He knew what it meant. The ghost wasn't at the gates anymore. He was inside. Wynne's face, which had been a mask of terror, now hardened into a new, more desperate expression. The resolve of a cornered rat. He wasn't going to be a victim. He wasn't going to be a scapegoat. He ripped a panel off the side of his console, exposing a tangle of wires. He pulled a heavy .44 Magnum revolver from a hidden compartment, a gun he had bought for a fantasy of personal protection that had just become brutally real. He was not going to be taken alive. He was the king of this castle, and he would die on his throne. He backed away from the console, toward the center of the room, the big revolver held in a shaky two-handed grip. He pointed it at the main door, the only way in. He waited for the ghost to come for him. He was looking at the wrong door. Brill didn't use the door. He used the hole in the roof. He rappelled down on a thin black line, a spider descending into the heart of a dead web. He landed without a sound on a pile of rubble in the corner of the room, the dust swirling around him. Wynne heard the soft crunch of his landing. He spun around, his eyes wide with a final primal terror. The ghost was here. "You," Wynne breathed, his voice a dry, cracking thing. He raised the revolver, the big gun wavering in his hands. You can't, this is my dream." Brill didn't answer. He just stood there, a dark, silent shape in the dust and the gloom, his own suppressed pistol held at a low ready. He was a consequence. A final, unavoidable calculation. "They betrayed me." Wynne shrieked, his voice climbing, becoming a hysterical, self-pitying whine. "Shelby, the generals, they were supposed to be my partners. They were supposed to protect me." "They used you," Brill said, his voice the first sound he had made, a low, flat thing that cut through the man's hysteria. "You were a tool. And now you're a liability." "No." Wynne screamed. He was a man coming apart at the seams, the last of his carefully constructed reality crumbling into dust. "I am the future. I am the man who ended war." He made his last, desperate move. He wasn't aiming for Brill. He lunged back toward his console, toward a single, large, red button under a protective plastic cover. A self-destruct. The final, spiteful act of a king who would rather burn his own castle than let another man take it. Brill was faster. He didn't shoot to kill. He shot to wound. His pistol coughed once. The shot was perfect. It hit Wynne in the shoulder, the impact spinning him around, away from the console, his arm flying out, the big revolver clattering across the floor. Wynne screamed, a high, thin sound of pain and shock, and collapsed against the console, clutching his shattered shoulder. Brill walked toward him, his pistol still raised. He kicked the revolver away. He stood over the man who had unleashed a new kind of hell on the world, a man who was now just a wounded, weeping animal. The contract was to neutralize the threat. He was about to finish it when a new icon flashed on one of the still active perimeter monitors. A proximity alert. Brill glanced at the screen. A helicopter. Approaching fast from the south. No transponder. No identification. It was flying low, using the terrain to mask its approach. He brought up the feed from the camera on the helipad. He saw the helicopter, a sleek black, unmarked Augusta Westland, flare for a landing. The side door was already open. A team of men in sterile black tactical gear, their faces hidden by helmets and night vision goggles, were rappelling to the ground before the skids even touched. They moved with a fluid, military precision that was far beyond Wynne's private security. They were a cleanup crew. Brill looked at the timestamp on the feed. They had arrived too fast. Far too fast. It wasn't a reaction. It was a planned insertion. Shelby wasn't just waiting for the outcome. He was monitoring the whole thing. The game had been rigged from the start. He looked down at Wynne, who was sobbing on the floor. He looked at the main server rack in the corner of the room, its blue and green lights blinking, the brain of the entire Tin Man program. The prize. He made a new decision. The contract had just been amended. He walked over to the server rack. He took a small thermite incendiary device from his duffel bag. It was about the size of a can of soup. He placed it on top of the main data core. He looked at Win. "Your dream is over," he said. He armed the device. A small red light began to blink, a silent 3-minute countdown. He turned his back on the weeping man and the dying dream. He walked to the gaping hole in the roof, grabbed his rappel line, and began to ascend, a ghost leaving a time bomb in the heart of the machine. Chapter 30. "Sir, we have a problem." The voice in Shelby Johnson's earpiece was his captain's, a man named Shaw, whose tone was usually as flat and calm as a frozen lake. Now, it had a crack in it. The sound of a very expensive operation going very wrong. Shelby stood on a darkened hillside a mile from the Trafford Technologies compound, a ghost of a different sort, watching his own puppets on a stage of fire and smoke. He held a tablet, displaying a live feed from Shaw's helmet cam. He saw the inside of the control room. The hole in the roof. The dead man on the floor, who used to be Win Trafford. And the smoking, molten slag heap that used to be a multi-billion-dollar server rack. "Define the problem, Captain," Shelby said, his voice a quiet, dangerous thing. He wasn't angry. He was calculating. He was a man watching a chessboard he had meticulously set get swept to the floor. "The asset is compromised," Shaw said, the word a sterile, inadequate description for the scene. "The primary data core has been destroyed. Thermite charge. It's a total loss. We can salvage some of the hardware, the robotics, but the brain, it's soup." Shelby watched the camera feed pan across the room. He saw the body of Win Trafford, a single neat hole in his chest, the .44 Magnum lying near his hand. A suicide. A perfect, tidy narrative. Except for the $10 billion puddle of melted silicon in the corner. "And the hostel?" Shelby asked. "The ghost." "Contained," Shaw said. "We found him in the main lab. He didn't resist. He was waiting for us." "I'm on my way," Shelby said. He ended the call and walked back to the black, unmarked helicopter that was waiting for him, its rotors spinning in a slow, silent arc. He was a man going to a business meeting. The business was damage control. He walked into the control room 10 minutes later. The place smelled of burnt plastic and ozone. His men, a team of ex-Delta Force operators who were paid to be invisible, had already secured the scene. They were ghosts in their own right, moving with a silent, professional efficiency. Shaw met him at the door. He was a big man with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. "He's in the lab. We have 2 men on him." "He say anything?" "No, sir," Shaw said. "He just asked us what took so long." Shelby walked through the ruined control room, his expensive Italian shoes crunching on the debris. He stepped over Win Trafford's body without a second glance. He was already part of the past. Shelby was only interested in the future, and the man who had just set it on fire. He found Brill in the main robotics lab. The place was a cathedral of technology, filled with the inert, silent forms of half-assembled tin men. Brill was sitting on a workbench, not in handcuffs, but flanked by 2 of Shaw's largest men. He wasn't a prisoner. He was a guest who was not being allowed to leave. He looked up as Shelby entered, his face calm, unreadable. "You've been busy," Shelby said, his voice a smooth conversational purr. "It was a messy job," Brill said. "Required a messy solution." "My solution," Shelby said, walking closer, "was for you to neutralize the threat and for me to secure the technology. You seem to have gotten the 2 confused. You neutralized the technology and left the primary threat to my men." "Trafford wasn't the threat," Brill said. He was a symptom. The technology was the disease. He gestured with his chin to the silent robots around them. You saw the feeds. You saw what these things did in the hands of children. You think the generals at the Pentagon would be any less reckless? You think you would be? Shelby stopped a few feet from him. He looked at Brill, at the man's calm, steady eyes. There was no fear there. No defiance. Just a simple, profound certainty. That technology was worth billions, Brill. It was the future of warfare. It was a future you couldn't be trusted with, Brill said. Shelby almost laughed. The audacity of it. The sheer, beautiful arrogance. This man, this tool, this asset he had deployed, was now giving him a performance review. So you destroyed it, Shelby said. Out of some misplaced sense of, what? Morality. Pragmatism, Brill corrected him. The system was flawed. The man was unstable. You were trying to buy a loaded gun with a faulty safety. I just unloaded it for you. He paused, a flicker of something that might have been a smile touching his lips. You're welcome. Shaw took a step forward, his hand resting on the butt of his pistol. Shelby held up a hand, a quiet, restraining gesture. And what about the data? Shelby asked, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. The source code. The operational logs. The real prize. Is that gone too? Melted down with the rest of my investment? The data is not on site, Brill said. The air in the lab went very still. Shelby stared at him. The game had just changed again. Explain, Shelby said. My associate, the one who helped me get inside your system, Brill said, he's a very thorough man. He doesn't just break things. He makes copies. He looked at Shelby, and his eyes were like chips of ice. The data isn't gone, Shelby. It's just in escrow. A digital ghost. In a very safe, very deep hole on the other side of the world. Shelby felt a slow, cold anger begin to build in his chest. He had been outmaneuvered. Completely. The ghost hadn't just burned the castle. He had stolen the crown jewels on his way out the door. You are in a very precarious position, Shelby said, his voice a low, threatening purr. You are in my facility. Surrounded by my men. You are a loose end. I could make you disappear, and the world would never know. You could, Brill agreed. But then your data disappears with me. And you're left with a pile of scrap metal and a very angry Secretary of Defense who wants to know where his new toy went. He leaned forward slightly. And then, there's the other copy. The one my associate sent to a certain reporter at the World News Network, the one who is digging into the San Cristobal massacre. It's set to release on a dead man's switch. If I don't check in every 12 hours, she gets the whole story. The gamers. The cover up. Your name. The secretary's name. Everyone's. It was a perfect checkmate. A beautiful, brutal piece of extortion. Shelby Johnson, the man who controlled senators and moved armies, the man who thought he was playing a game of chess, had just been informed that his opponent had a gun pointed at his head from under the table. He was silent for a long, long time. He looked at Brill, at this impossible, infuriating man who was both his greatest asset and his most dangerous liability. He saw the future he had planned, a future of clean, profitable robotic warfare slipping through his fingers. He made a decision. The only one a pragmatist could make. He would salvage what he could. He turned to his captain. Shaw. Sir. Let him go, Shelby said. Shaw stared at him, his face a mask of disbelief. Sir, he is a hostile. He is a business partner, Shelby corrected him, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. And we have just concluded our negotiations. Escort him to the gate. And give him a vehicle. He has a long walk. Shaw didn't like it. But he was a soldier. He followed his orders. He nodded once, a sharp, angry gesture. Brill slid off the workbench. He didn't look at Shelby. He just walked toward the door, Shaw and his men falling into step around him, a reluctant honor guard. He was at the door when Shelby's voice stopped him. Brill. He paused, his back to the room. This isn't over, Shelby said, his voice a low, venomous promise. No, Brill said without turning around. It isn't. He walked out of the lab, out of the ruined fortress, a ghost leaving a new set of ghosts in his wake. He walked out into the cool, clean air of the California night, leaving Shelby Johnson alone in his kingdom of broken toys, a king who had just learned the true price of his ambition. Chapter 31. Did he get out? The question appeared as a line of green text on a black screen, a ghost whisper in a digital void. The man who typed it sat not in a high-tech command center, but in a small, cluttered apartment in Reykjavik, Iceland. The room was cold, the only light the glow of his 6 monitors, the only heat the waste warmth from a server rack that hummed like a nest of angry bees. He was known only as Proxy. He was a man made of code and paranoia, and he was Brill's last, best, and only friend. He watched the data streams, a river of information flowing from the burning compound in California. He saw the local police frequencies light up with panicked chatter. He saw the encrypted bursts from Shelby Johnson's private security team. He saw the satellite feed from a stolen NRO satellite, a God's eye view of the chaos. He saw the single, heat signature of a man walking away from the fire, a ghost leaving a ghost. A new line of text appeared on his screen, an incoming message from a heavily encrypted single-use channel. Asset secure. Job's not finished. Proxy allowed himself a small, thin smile. Brill was out. The first part of the plan was complete. Now for the second. The cleanup. He began to type, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. He was not a hacker. He was an artist. And his canvas was the global network. His malware, the ghost he had released into the Trafford technology system, was not a blunt instrument. It was a surgical tool. It hadn't just shut the robots down, it had infected them. It had planted a seed. On one of his monitors, he brought up a schematic of the Tin Man's core programming. It was a beautiful, complex thing, a work of genius and hubris. And it was full of holes. Win Trafford had built a fortress with the front door wide open. Proxy's malware was already at work, a silent, invisible virus spreading through the network. It was erasing the operational logs from the San Cristobal massacre, wiping the data core of every command, every kill, every trace of the gamer's involvement. It was a digital fire, burning the evidence from the inside out. He watched as Shelby's cleanup crew, the men in black, tried to access the system. He saw their intrusion attempts, clumsy and brutish, bouncing off the new firewalls he had erected. He let them salvage the hardware, the physical bodies of the Tin Men. The bodies were just empty shells now. The souls, the data, belonged to him. He opened another window. This one was a live feed from a hacked webcam in a basement in Ohio. He saw a young man, Jacob Asher, Slayer, sitting in the dark, staring at a blank screen, his face a mask of sullen, impotent rage. Proxy began to build a new file, a digital ghost of his own. He compiled the data, the chat logs from the gamers, the audio from their headsets, the video from the Tin Men's optical sensors. He had every kill, every callous joke, every moment of their unwitting slaughter. He packaged it all into a single, heavily encrypted file. A truth bomb. He looked at the dead man's switch Brill had mentioned, the one linked to the reporter at the World News Network. It was an elegant, brutal piece of insurance. But Proxy had a different idea. He wasn't interested in justice. He was interested in leverage. He sent a new message to Brill. The cleanup is complete. The data is secure. I have also compiled a highlights reel of our young gamers. What are your instructions? The reply was instantaneous. Hold it. A ghost is more useful when it's just a rumor. Proxy smiled again. He understood. The file wasn't a weapon to be fired. It was a weapon to be aimed. He turned his attention to a new problem. The malware. It had done its job at the Trafford compound. But it was designed to do more. It was designed to spread. He brought up a world map, a glowing, pulsing network of data connections. He could see his ghost, his beautiful, elegant virus, already probing the edges of the Trafford network, looking for a way out. It had found one. A backdoor into the Pentagon's own secure network, left there by a careless contractor. He could let it go. He could release his ghost into the global machine, a piece of digital chaos that could cripple drone programs, shut down satellites, blind the entire military-industrial complex that Shelby Johnson and men like him had built. It was a tempting thought. A war fought with ones and zeros instead of bullets and blood. But that wasn't the mission. Not yet. He began to type a new string of code. A kill switch. He was building a cage for his own ghost. He would let it live, dormant, inside the Pentagon's walls, a sleeping dragon that only he and Brill knew was there. A piece of leverage for a future game. He worked for an hour, his fingers a blur, a silent digital god cleaning up one world and preparing to break another. He erased every trace of his own intrusion, every digital footprint. He wiped the servers, purged the logs, and became a ghost again himself. He leaned back in his chair. The apartment was quiet, the only sound the hum of his machines. He looked at the screens. The fire in California was out. The news channels were reporting a tragic industrial accident at a remote tech facility. Win Trafford, the brilliant but troubled inventor, had died a hero, trying to save his work. Todd, his partner, had disappeared, a tragic victim of the same accident. The story was clean. The lies were in place. But Proxy knew the truth. He had it all, locked away in an encrypted server in a country that didn't officially exist. He had the ghosts of the dead in Venezuela. He had the voices of the children who had become killers. He had the secrets of men like Shelby Johnson. He was the keeper of the ghosts. And he knew with a cold, absolute certainty that one day he would be asked to let them out. He opened a new window on his screen. It was a satellite feed of a small, dusty airfield in Mexico. A single, unmarked jet was taking off, climbing into the bright morning sun. He zoomed in. He could just make out the figure of a man sitting alone in the cabin, a man with no name, a man who was already on his way to the next war. Proxy sent one last message. The world is quiet. For now. Where to next? The reply came a minute later, a single word that was both a destination and a promise. Everywhere. Chapter 32. They said the men who did this were ghosts. The old woman, Ilara, spoke the words without looking at Elena. She sat on a thin mat on the floor of the crowded church crypt, her hands methodically weaving a small doll from dried palm fronds. Her voice was a dry, rustling sound, the same as it had been in the coca processing hut a lifetime ago. But ghosts do not leave footprints this deep. Elena didn't answer. She was watching her son, Mateo. He was sitting in a corner with the 3 orphans from the bus, the ones she had led through the sewer tunnels to this place of fragile, temporary safety. They weren't playing. They were building something out of small stones and twigs. A wall. A fortress. Mateo's face was serious, his movements precise. The boy who had seen magic in the Silver Men was gone. In his place was a small, silent engineer of defenses. The international investigators had come 2 days ago. 2 men in clean, light-colored suits that looked absurd in the dusty, humid air of San Cristobal. They had asked questions, their voices soft and full of a practiced professional sympathy. They had a translator, a young woman from Caracas whose eyes were full of a pity that was worse than the soldier's contempt. "Did you see any insignia on the attackers?" the first man had asked, his pen poised over a clean, white notepad. "They were silver," Elena had told him. "And they had one red eye." The man had written something down. He had not written, "silver men." He had probably written, "unreliable witness." "And the men they were fighting?" the second man asked. "The ones the government has identified as members of the Cortez cartel. Did you see them? Did they have weapons?" Elena had looked at the man. She had thought of the mango vendor, Hector, his body a broken ruin in the dust. She had thought of the old men from the Domino's parlor. They had mangoes, she had said. And dominoes. The men in the suits had thanked her for her time and left. They had not been looking for the truth. They were just collecting stories to fit the one they had already written. "What is this, Jacob?" Mr. Asher held the check between his thumb and forefinger as if it were a dead insect. It was for $10,000. It was drawn on the account of a company called Next Gen Simulations, LLC, a name that sounded both impressive and completely meaningless. The memo line read, "For services rendered, Project First Light." Jacob didn't look up from his monitor. He was back in his basement, back in his throne. But the game on the screen was different. It was a simple, brightly colored puzzle game. A child's game. "It's my payment," Jacob said, his voice a dull monotone. "For the beta test." $10,000? His father asked, his voice a mixture of awe and suspicion. "For playing a video game for 2 days?" "It was a very advanced simulation," Jacob said. He clicked his mouse. A row of colored jewels disappeared with a cheerful, tinkling sound. His father walked closer. The basement didn't smell of stale pizza and victory anymore. It just smelled of dust and stale air. The mountain of energy drink cans was gone. The posters of futuristic soldiers had been taken down. The room felt empty. "The company that sent this," his father said, tapping the check. "I looked them up. They don't exist. The address is a post office box in Delaware." He put the check on the desk, next to Jacob's keyboard. "What happened in that game, son? Your mother and I were worried. You haven't been yourself since you finished." Jacob's hands stopped moving. He stared at the puzzle game on the screen. He saw a flash of something else. A burning truck. The face of a man in a pickup, dissolving into a red mist. The satisfying buzz of the haptic suit. +100. "It was just a game, Dad," he said, his voice a hollow echo in the quiet room. "And I lost." He looked at the check. $10,000. It wasn't a house in Malibu. It wasn't a Lamborghini. It was the price of a few dozen lives, paid for by a company that didn't exist. He pushed it to the side and went back to his puzzle, his face illuminated by the bright, meaningless colors of a world where nothing ever bled. The official story is a lie. The woman's name was Ana Alvarez. She was a reporter for the World News Network, and she had the hungry, restless eyes of a hunter who knows her prey is close. She sat in a smoky dive bar in Caracas, a glass of warm beer untouched in front of her. The man across from her was a low-level functionary in the Venezuelan Ministry of Information. He was a nervous man who sweated too much and chain-smoked cheap cigarettes. He was also a man who was deeply in debt to some very dangerous people. "Of course it's a lie," he said, his eyes darting around the bar. "Everything in this country is a lie. That is how we survive." "But this lie is different," Alvarez said. "I was there. I saw the machines. They were not cartel drones. They were something else. Something American." The man took a long, shaky drag from his cigarette. "I cannot talk about this. If they knew I was meeting you." "I know about your gambling debts," Alvarez said, her voice a quiet, sharp blade. "And I know who you owe the money to. I can make a phone call, and your problems can either get much, much worse or they can go away. Your choice." The man stared at her, his face a mask of sweat and fear. He made his choice. He slid a thin, unmarked flash drive across the sticky table. "I never saw you," he whispered. "This conversation never happened." He stood up and walked out of the bar without looking back. Alvarez took the flash drive. She went back to her hotel room, a cheap anonymous box with a bad lock. She plugged the drive into her encrypted laptop. The file was a single, raw data log. It was the unedited flight manifest for a private, unmarked transport drone that had landed at a military airfield outside the city 2 days before the massacre. The manifest listed the cargo: 4 units, Series 7, property of Trafford Technologies, USA. And it listed the destination for the return flight, a private facility in the California desert. Alvarez stared at the screen. She had it. The thread. The connection. The name of the company that had brought the silver men to her country. She was about to start typing her report when a new message appeared on her screen. It was from an encrypted, anonymous source, a ghost in her machine. The message was simple. "You are looking at the right story, but you are asking the wrong questions." Attached to the message was a single, heavily encrypted video file. It was massive. Gigabytes. Her heart began to hammer in her chest. She clicked on the file. Her decryption software went to work. A minute later, the file opened. It was not a news report. It was a first-person view. The video was crystal clear, with a data overlay of targeting reticles and ammunition counts. She was looking at the world through the single, red eye of a tin man. She saw the marketplace. She saw the chaos. She heard a young man's voice, a kid's voice, full of a joyous, terrible excitement. "Hostiles. Contact, contact." She saw the rifle come up. She saw the man in the back of the truck. And she saw the red mist. She felt a wave of nausea. She was not just watching a massacre. She was a participant. She was seeing it through the eyes of the killer. And the killer sounded like a child playing a game. Chapter 33. Mr. Johnson, let's be clear for the record. Are you telling this committee that a private technology firm, under a developmental contract with the Department of Defense, unilaterally deployed an untested, highly lethal weapon system in a foreign country, resulting in a significant loss of life without any oversight from your firm or the United States government? The man asking the question was Senator Thompson, a silver-haired patriarch from Vermont with a face like a disappointed bloodhound. He leaned into his microphone, the picture of senatorial gravity. The hearing room was a soundproofed box of dark wood and hushed importance, a place where the fates of nations and the careers of powerful men were decided. Shelby Johnson sat alone at the witness table. He did not look like a man whose entire world was on the verge of collapse. He looked calm, composed, his hands resting lightly on a single slim folder. He wore a dark, conservative suit, a Patriot's flag pin on his lapel. He looked like a man who was there to help. "Senator," Shelby began, his voice a smooth, reasonable baritone that was perfectly modulated for the room's acoustics. "What happened in Venezuela was not just a tragedy. It was a profound and catastrophic betrayal of trust." He let the words hang in the air, a perfect somber chord. "Trafford Technologies was a company of brilliant innovators," Shelby continued, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the senators. "Win Trafford was a genius, a true visionary. But he was also, we now know, a deeply unstable man, operating under immense financial and psychological pressure. Our role at Shadowboxer Solutions was to act as a liaison, a bridge between his innovation and the Pentagon's needs. We were not tasked with operational oversight. That was a line we were assured that would never be crossed. It was a beautiful lie, a masterpiece of corporate misdirection. He was painting himself as a victim, a fellow traveler on Win Trafford's road to hell. Senator Thompson frowned. A bridge, you say? But your firm facilitated the initial contract. You were the ones who brought Mr. Trafford to the Pentagon. You vouched for him. We vouched for his technology, Senator, Shelby corrected him gently. And the technology, as the initial data showed, was revolutionary. What we could not vouch for was the character of the man himself. We are contractors, not psychiatrists. He opened the folder in front of him. It contained a single document. This is the last communication I had with Mr. Trafford's partner, Todd. The man who, I believe, tried to stop him. He slid the piece of paper across the table. It was a transcript of a single encrypted text message. He's lost control. The system is compromised. He's using the gamers. God help us all. The transcript was a fake, of course. A piece of digital theater created by Shelby's own in-house tech wizards. But it looked real. It felt real. Todd was a good man, Shelby said, his voice taking on a note of solemn patriotic grief. He was the moral conscience of the company. And we believe he was murdered by Win Trafford shortly after sending this message to silence him. A murmur went through the hearing room. The narrative had just shifted. This was no longer a story about a government contract gone wrong. It was a story of a lone genius, a madman who had murdered his partner and unleashed hell. And the gamers? A female senator from California asked, her voice sharp. The report suggests that the robots were being controlled by civilians. Teenagers. That, Senator, was the heart of Trafford's betrayal, Shelby said, his face a mask of pained sincerity. He bypassed the military's operator protocols. In his desperation to meet an accelerated timeline, he outsourced his field test to a group of civilians, telling them it was a video game. He turned a sophisticated weapons system into a toy, and he turned a foreign city into his own private, bloody arcade. He let that image sink in. The senators, most of them old men who barely understood the internet, were horrified. It was a story they could understand. A mad scientist. A deadly video game. It was the stuff of movies, not classified briefings. So, to be clear, Senator Thompson said, leaning forward again. Your testimony is that Win Trafford, and Win Trafford alone, was responsible for the San Cristobal massacre, the murder of his partner, and the illegal use of civilian operators. The evidence, I believe, is incontrovertible, Shelby said. He was a brilliant man who flew too close to the sun. And when he fell, he tried to pull the whole world down with him. And the ghost? Thompson asked, his eyes narrowing. The anonymous intelligence source who, according to the FBI's report, was instrumental in stopping Trafford's final, desperate act. Shelby's face became a perfect blank. I have no knowledge of any such individual, Senator. Our information suggests that Mr. Trafford, in a final tragic act of remorse, initiated a self-destruct sequence at his facility before taking his own life. It was the final, perfect piece of the puzzle. He was giving them a clean, simple story. A story with a clear villain, a tragic hero, and a neat, tidy ending. No loose ends. No ghosts. He sat there for another hour, answering their questions with a masterful blend of contrition, patriotism, and carefully selected facts. He was the responsible one. The man who had been betrayed, but was now here to help pick up the pieces. He knew he had them when Senator Thompson finally leaned back in his chair. Mr. Johnson, the senator said, his voice a low, tired rumble. This has been a catastrophic failure of oversight. But it seems the primary fault lies with a man who is no longer here to answer for his crimes. He looked at Shelby. The technology itself, the Tin Men, the committee has seen the initial performance data. It is formidable. In the right hands. It has the potential to save countless American lives, Senator, Shelby said, his voice a low, earnest thing. Indeed, Thompson looked down at his notes. The Department of Defense has terminated the Trafford contract. But they are exploring options for a new partner to continue the development of the program. A partner with a more stable leadership structure. A partner with a proven track record of responsibility and oversight. He looked up, and his eyes met Shelby's. The deal was being made right here, in the quiet wood-paneled room, under the seal of the United States Senate. Shadowboxer Solutions has a long and distinguished history of service to this country, Shelby said, his voice a modest, patriotic murmur. We would, of course, be honored to assist in any way we can to ensure that this powerful technology is developed safely and responsibly. The hearing was over. Shelby stood up, shook the senator's hands, and walked out of the room, his face a mask of solemn civic duty. He walked down the long marble hallway of the Senate building, a man who had just turned a massacre into a multi-billion-dollar business opportunity. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a secure message from his recovery team captain. Asset salvage complete. We have 3 functional Series 7 units and the partial remains of the 4th. The core programming is gone, but the hardware is intact. We can rebuild. Shelby typed a one-word reply. Excellent. He walked out of the Senate building and into the bright Washington, D.C. sunlight. He didn't look back. He was already thinking about the future. A future of clean, profitable robotic warfare. A future he now owned. He had won. The ghost was gone. The board was his. He got into the back of his waiting Cadillac, a king in his castle, and told the driver to take him home. Chapter 34. The motel room was in a town called Barstow, a place in the California desert that felt like the frayed, sun-bleached edge of the world. The air tasted of dust and diesel. The only view from the window was a shimmering expanse of asphalt and the distant, hazy shapes of the mountains. It was a perfect place for a ghost to disappear. Brill sat in a cheap plastic chair, the glow of his laptop screen painting his face in the cool blue light of the darkened room. It had been a week since the fire at the Trafford compound. A week since he had walked away, leaving the ruins of Win Trafford's dream for Shelby Johnson's cleanup crew to pick through. He wasn't hiding. He was hunting. On the screen was a live feed from a news conference in Washington, D.C. Senator Thompson, his face a mask of solemn senatorial gravity, was standing at a podium flanked by the Secretary of Defense. A tragic but necessary lesson in the dangers of unchecked ambition, the senator was saying. The Trafford incident has highlighted critical vulnerabilities in our oversight of private defense contractors. But let me be clear, the technology itself, when developed responsibly, represents a quantum leap in our ability to protect American lives. Brill listened, his face impassive. He had seen this play before. The scapegoat was in his grave. The official story was set in stone. And the man who had orchestrated the whole thing was about to get his reward. A new line of green text scrolled across the encrypted chat window open in the corner of his screen. It was Proxy, his hacker ally, his only link to the world he had just burned. He's good, Proxy wrote. I'm watching the network traffic out of the Pentagon. The Shadowboxer contract is being fast-tracked. They're not just giving him the Tin Man program. They're giving him everything. R&D, logistics, a 10-year, no-bid deal. He's not just a contractor anymore. He's a branch of the government. Brill didn't reply. He already knew. He had seen it in Shelby's eyes in that library in Georgetown. The quiet, profound satisfaction of a man who had just won a war no one else even knew was being fought. He closed the news feed. It was just noise. He opened the file. The big one. The ghost in the machine. The complete data core from the Trafford Technologies servers, the prize he had stolen from under Shelby's nose. He had spent the last week dissecting it, a digital archaeologist sifting through the bones of Win Trafford's dream. He had seen it all. The initial, brilliant designs. The desperate, corner-cutting compromises. The raw, unedited feeds from the gamers' headsets. The sounds of their whoops and cheers as they turned a marketplace into a slaughterhouse. But he wasn't looking at the past. He was looking for the future. He was looking for what Shelby had really been after. He found it buried deep in a subfolder labeled Project Chimera. It wasn't just about the Tin Men. That was just the first generation. The crude, clumsy prototype. Win Trafford, for all his flaws, had been a visionary. He had been working on something else. Something better. Brill brought up the schematics. They were not for a humanoid robot. They were for smaller, faster, more lethal machines. Some were insect-like, designed for surveillance and assassination. Others were canine, four-legged hunters designed to run down targets in any terrain. And some were amorphous. Swarms of tiny network drones that could act as a single intelligent entity. And they weren't all remote-controlled. The later designs had a new component, an onboard AI, a true learning machine designed to make its own tactical decisions, to identify and neutralize threats without a human operator in the loop. Win Trafford hadn't just been building a better drone. He had been building a new species, an army of automated predators. You see it, don't you? Proxy's text appeared on the screen. The gamers were just a stopgap. The human element was always the weakness he was trying to engineer out of the system. Brill looked at the designs. He looked at the AI's learning algorithm. He saw the future Shelby Johnson had just purchased with Win Trafford's blood and the Pentagon's money. A world where war was a decision made by a machine, a calculation of probabilities and acceptable losses with no room for morality or mercy. He's not just building soldiers, Brill said, his voice a low, rough thing in the quiet room. He's building gods. And he's not the only one, Proxy wrote. A new set of files appeared on Brill's screen. They were not from Trafford's server. They were from Proxy's own. Deep dives into the dark corners of the military-industrial complex. Contracts from Russia, from China, from Israel. All of them were working on the same thing. An arms race fought not with missiles, but with algorithms. The world was on the verge of a new kind of war, a war fought by machines for the profit of men like Shelby. And no one even knew it was coming. Brill stood up and walked to the window. He looked out at the vast, empty expanse of the Mojave Desert. The sun was a brutal, white-hot hammer. It was a clean, simple world out here. A world of predators and prey. He had thought for a moment that the job was done, that he could disappear again, become a ghost, a rumor. But he saw now that the job was not over. It had just gotten bigger. Win Trafford wasn't the disease. He was just the first symptom. Shelby was the next. And there would be others after him. He had a choice. He could walk away. He could take the money Carver had paid him and find an island somewhere, a place where the world's wars were just a story on the news. Or he could fight. He walked back to the laptop. He looked at the files, at the schematics for the new, deadlier machines. He thought of the little girl in the yellow dress in the marketplace. He thought of the boy in the basement, his face illuminated by the light of a murder he thought was a game. He knew he couldn't walk away. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He wasn't a spy. He was a man who had seen the abyss, and he knew that sometimes the only way to stop the monsters is to become one yourself. He began to type a message to Proxy. It was not a long message. It was a new contract. A new set of mission parameters. You have the data, he wrote. You know their systems. I want you to find the cracks. I want you to find the men who build the machines. The engineers. The programmers. The ones who write the code that kills. And then what? Proxy's reply came back. Brill looked out the window again, at the hard, clean, unforgiving lines of the desert. He was no longer a ghost, hiding in the shadows. He was a hunter again. And he had a new kind of prey. And then, he typed, I'm going to have a conversation with them. He closed the laptop. He picked up his duffel bag. He walked to the door of the motel room. The war wasn't coming. It was already here. And he was the only one who saw it. He opened the door and stepped out into the brutal cleansing heat of the desert sun. Chapter 35. The simulation is built on a next-generation physics engine. The haptic feedback is a full order of magnitude more immersive than the first light beta. The man speaking had the smooth, polished voice of a corporate recruiter and the dead, empty eyes of a funeral director. He sat in the chair in Jacob Asher's basement, the one his father used to sit in, and he smiled a smile that was all teeth. His name was Mr. Evans, and he was from a company called Advanced Simulation Tactics, a name as bland and anonymous as his gray suit. Jacob didn't look at him. He was watching the 3 monitors that now dominated his subterranean world. They were new, top of the line, paid for with the $10,000 check from the last beta test. On the screens, a new war was playing out, a game of bright, meaningless colors and cheerful, explosive sounds. The pay is better this time, too, Mr. Evans continued, his voice a low, seductive purr. A monthly stipend. Performance bonuses paid in untraceable crypto. And a chance to be on the ground floor of the next revolution in interactive entertainment. Jacob's hands moved over his keyboard, his fingers a blur. He had rebuilt his system. It was faster, more powerful. He had rebuilt himself, too. The angry, frustrated kid who had smashed his own toys was gone. In his place was a cold, quiet professional. He had spent the last 6 months not just playing games, but studying them. Studying the code. Studying the exploits. Is it a team-based objective? Jacob asked, his voice a flat, dispassionate monotone. He didn't look away from the screen. Primarily, Mr. Evans said. But there will be special contracts. High-value targets. For the top performers. Jacob's fingers stopped moving. He looked at the man's reflection in the dark screen of his monitor. He saw the lie, the carefully constructed fiction. He knew it wasn't a game. He had known it the moment his world had gone black in that street in San Cristobal. He had spent months replaying it, analyzing it, understanding the move the ghost had made. He didn't care. The real world, the one upstairs with the unmowed lawns and the disappointed fathers, was a game with rules he didn't understand and rewards he didn't want. This world, the one of targets and objectives and clear, quantifiable victory conditions, this was the world that made sense. I'm in, Jacob said. He turned from the screen and looked at Mr. Evans, and his eyes were as cold and empty as the ones staring back at him. When do I start? The wire is the soul. The powder is the body. The man speaking was old, his face a cracked, leathery map of a hard life. He was missing 3 fingers on his left hand. He held up a small, tightly wrapped bundle of plastic explosive. But the anger is the fire that makes it all sing. Mateo, who was 8 years old now, nodded solemnly. He took the bundle and carefully, with a surgeon's precision, began to attach the blasting cap, his small fingers surprisingly steady. He was no longer the boy who had seen magic in the Silver Men. He was a student of a different kind of magic. The magic of turning grief into a weapon. He was in a camp, deep in the Venezuelan jungle, a place that wasn't on any map. A dozen other children were with him, the orphans of the Marketplace Massacre. They were not children anymore. They were soldiers. They were learning a new curriculum. How to clean a rifle. How to build a detonator from a cell phone. How to spot the heat signature of a drone in the night sky. Their teacher, an old faux gorilla who had been fighting the government since before they were born, watched them with a kind of grim pride. "The silver men will come back," the old man said, his voice a low rumble. "The government in Caracas has bought more of them. They say they are for fighting the cartels. But they will use them on us. On the people. They are a tool of the rich to keep the poor in their place." He put a hand on Mateo's shoulder. "But they have a weakness. They are machines. They do not understand this place." He gestured to the jungle around them, a living, breathing wall of green. "They do not understand the mud, the rain, the ghosts. We were born in this jungle. We are a part of it. We are the ghosts now." Mateo finished his work. The IED was complete. It was a small, ugly, perfect thing. He looked at it, and he saw not a bomb, but a promise. A promise he had made to the memory of his mother. A promise he whispered to himself every night in the dark. He looked up at the old man, his eyes dark and hard and much, much older than his years. "Let them come," he said. "The operation was a complete success, Senator. Minimal collateral damage, and a significant blow to the insurgent leadership." Shelby Johnson's voice was a smooth, reassuring balm over the secure phone line. He stood in his office, a god in a glass tower, looking out at the world he was reshaping. On the wall of monitors, a live drone feed showed a smoking village in the Niger Delta. The new Tin Men, the sleek canine models from Project Chimera, were moving through the ruins, their movements a fluid, predatory ballet. "The new units performed flawlessly," Shelby said. "The onboard AI's tactical decision-making was a full 20% more efficient than the human-operated models. And the ethical oversight protocols we discussed," Senator Thompson's voice asked, a faint, tinny sound of a man who needed to be able to say he had asked the right questions. "Are fully implemented," Shelby said smoothly. "The system has a robust target discrimination matrix. It is incapable of engaging a non-combatant." It was a lie, of course. The system was incapable of understanding the difference. It just saw threats and assets, numbers on a spreadsheet. "Excellent," the senator said, relieved. "The committee is very pleased with the progress of the program, Shelby. You have delivered on your promises." "I aim to serve, Senator," Shelby said. He ended the call and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. He looked at the monitors, at the clean, efficient, automated war he was selling. The world was a messy, complicated place. He was simply making it more manageable. He had won. The future was his. Brill sat in the passenger seat of a beat-up Ford pickup, the dust of the Arizona desert a fine red powder on the dashboard. The truck was driven by a man with a tribal tattoo on his neck, and the dead, haunted eyes of a man who had seen too much in a war the world had already forgotten. There were 3 other people in the back of the truck, 2 men and a woman, all with the same hard, used-up look. They were ex-soldiers, disgraced agents, the broken pieces of the wars men like Shelby Johnson had created. He was looking at a tablet, at the same newsfeed Shelby was watching. He saw the smoking village. He saw the new, deadlier machines. A line of green text appeared on his screen. "Proxy. He's expanding the program. A new recruitment drive. Not just for operators. For engineers. AI specialists. He's building a new brain." Brill didn't answer. He just looked at the faces of the people in the truck with him. They were not an army. They were a support group. A collection of ghosts. But they were his ghosts. He had spent the last 6 months not running, but hunting. He had found the engineers who had written the code, the men who had built the machines. He had had his conversations. Some of them had been convinced to find a new line of work. Others had been retired. But he knew it wasn't enough. He was cutting the branches, but the root of the tree was still growing, deep and strong in the dark, fertile soil of Washington, D.C. He looked at the man driving. How much farther? The training facility is just over the next ridge, the man said. It wasn't a military base. It was an old, abandoned mining complex they had retrofitted. A place to build a new kind of soldier. Brill looked at the tablet one last time. He saw the faces of the men he was training. He saw the face of the boy in the Venezuelan jungle, learning to build a bomb. He saw the face of the boy in the Ohio basement, learning to kill with a joystick. They were all soldiers now, in a war that had no front lines and no end. He put the tablet away. He picked up his rifle. The work was not over. It was just beginning. He looked at the driver. "Take us in," he said. "Do you want more missions? Grab your free copy of Conscripted, a full-length action adventure about the origins of the Shadowboxer. Want free audiobooks? Every action-packed thriller is up on YouTube to listen to for free. Subscribe today." The end.